Oh my! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Quite the ad roll that was. I think I probably should have shifted them up and put them in a different order there. That was a lot of Nvidia
Yeah, that was a
jammed
lot.
into to one piece at the end there.
You
That's
got
good,
your
though.
your new hot games at the end of that one.
No, I like it. You know, I've always wanted to work in marketing for gamer stuff because there's something about like it, gamers and dubstep and like things that shine. You know, it's like, well, we know they're young, we know they like Michael Bay movies, and we know they like this Skrillex guy. So they just jam it all into one, and it's just wow, 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 and there's just air horns going off, and you know, it's like it makes the graphics cards look pretty cool.
It looks
I
epic.
have to admit.
At some point, yeah.
But if you think about compute, how do you differentiate like like mice or graphics cards or monitors, dude? You gotta show off the FPS mod.
Yeah.
Mod, where would you be without G-Sync, dude? What the hell's wrong with you?
You're right. I don't even know what that is. I know what VSync is. Is it the same thing?
I think it's V-Sync's better brother.
I see. Okay.
His
Well,
brother that started working out, quit smoking when he was in college.
I wonder if that's the case. Anyway, we do have a new giveaway code, by the way.
We do, guys. So those that have been following along, and now we have a command in chat. I think it's exclamation point code if you're in Twitch chat there. If you're collecting the unique codes, matches 3 and 4, they've got a new one, and this is it right here. This one, XWP8. So get it in there. If you collect all of them, you could be in the running, and I think it's to win one of those big bad cards. It's the 1080 Ti Extreme Core Amp Edition.
Wait, is it actually
So,
the AMP edition?
Yeah, well, you know what, Ma? Let's look it up. Yep, there it is. It is the ZOTAC GeForce GTX 1080 Ti Amp Edition graphics card. That could be yours. That's
That
an
sounds
$800
intense.
value.
That sounds-
$800, Mon. That's a lot.
It is a significant amount. You're right. God, that's also an insane graphics card when you think about it.
You know what? I thought about it, and you're right. I agree. And there's some other goodies on there that you can win from the other sponsors. So check it out, guys. I know you're all collecting them. It's like Pokemon cards. You can't resist the urge. It's good.
Stay with us. We're gonna give away all of them over the course of the tournament.
Yep. So we've got our clean feed up. It's not really a clean feed, actually, but we've got our feed from the venue where there's the Chinese casters so
are.
check it
They're
out,
still
guys.
playing
I know you're all.
commercials.
So
Yeah.
we'll cut to some player shots once we have them. But until then, it's IGV versus Newbie. Almost at the halfway point tonight. We've got 5 best of ones, and this is Game 3 coming up. The 2 winners about to face off. Mott, baby, hit us with the bracket. Let's go back to the bracket.
Boom.
Keep everybody up to date. There it is, guys. Is DG, of course, DC, Digital Chaos, losing to Newbie in our first heat, and WG Unity losing to IG Vitality. Unfortunate defeat, an epic game, a back-and-forth slugfest, a lot of team fighting, but they weren't able to close it out.
Yeah.
Their Meepo fell short.
It was a very good game. I'm excited to see this game, though. Nubia versus IG Vitality.
Mm-hmm.
I think 2 of the highest skilled teams here. I think Nubia, of course, is coming off of a second-place LAN just previously, not too long ago. A couple days break, and then they're here already in Taipei.
Yep.
So they're fresh. IG Vitality, of course, we saw them last game, but we'll see how it goes for them.
But the great part about today is we'll get to see all 8 teams. We'll see NP versus Singularity, and then wait, click back real quick. Who was the last team? I keep forgetting. It's a Fnatic
and
versus
Danish Bears.
the Bears, Danish Bears, X Cloud9, the Danish squad plus 747.
I think that could be a surprisingly good game. I think that both of those teams are very highly skilled. I think I'm very
Hell
excited
yeah.
for the new Fnatic.
I'm not surprised. I think unsurprisingly it'll be a good game.
Okay.
You jerk.
Yeah, well, that's actually.
You're selling it short.
I
What are
guess
you
I
doing?
am. I was actually kind of surprised.
You're
this
lucky
game was
you're
too.
not a used car salesman, dude. You'd be terrible.
I
You'd
would
be
not
like,
be
listen,
good at it.
this thing.
This car is a piece of shit.
It was like when we went to test drive cars before I bought the Benz, and the what was it, the BMW we drove where it didn't start and he had to jump start the battery. I'm like, dude, you know what? Don't even bother. If you got to jump start it, I'm not.
This is a no.
I'm not interested. That should be
guy,
a pre-screen.
He did not seem very interested in selling you that car. I will say.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy a Saab if I were you. They stopped making them like 4 years ago.
No.
You pay extra to start the battery. I'm like, dude, you know what? Don't even buy it. I'm not.
This is a no.
I'm not interested.
Okay.
That should be
guy,
a pre-screen.
He did not seem very interested. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
fair.
wouldn't
fair
buy
enough.
a Saab. So
if I were
IGV
you.
versus Newbie, China on China. This is it's probably a hype matchup for folks in the venue.
Yeah.
You know, kind of a local ordeal, right?
This is what I think. I think most of the people at the venue are probably waiting for this series. I wonder how big the venue actually is. We've talked about it. Hopefully, there's a lot of people there.
I hope so. Well, we should ask JJ. I think
Yeah.
he might be in chat. I saw somebody say thanks, JJ.
Yeah, yeah, he should be around.
He should be around. Yes, indeed. I wonder what the venue looks like. Let's get some pics, man. Let's get where's the Instagram? Follow JJ on Snapchat, and you might see something cool. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think
snap
JJ
often?
would be a good Snapchatter.
I don't think he would be. No, I don't think he would snap that often.
He's too serious.
I mean, I don't even use Snapchat.
You're too serious.
Am I? Okay, that's
Dude,
fair enough.
Snapchat is for people that are really not serious.
I'm just not cool enough.
They made it intentionally complicated so old people wouldn't use it. That's true.
Really.
That's true. They don't want it to be like Facebook. They want it to be kind of like, you know.
That's pretty telling when you think about it.
It's kind of like, you ever see that Always Sunny episode where they have the bar that doesn't have a sign, and that's what makes it cool, is that it's hard to find.
I haven't seen that episode now.
Well, you know what, man?
Yeah, I got it. I figured it out.
It's like the hipster vibe.
It works for them though. I mean, Snapchat is like the new cool thing.
It's not working
really
for their
new.
stock, actually. It's been.
Is it bad?
It's downhill.
Okay.
I bought some. It's terrible. It's terrible. Snapchat is not the way to go, and they're gonna play the trailer again on the clean feed, so that's good.
Yeah.
Hey Brax, are you still with us, buddy? You hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Oh, that's good. This is the last game for you, right? This is you're casting, and then Draskell's coming in for the last two, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, should be good.
Yes, that's going to be exciting. How's IGV Newbie? What are you thinking, pal?
I think Newbie are definitely the better team. Just from what they've shown so far in the tournament, they look better. But I mean, it's still like a game where both teams know each other very well, so it could go back and forth for sure. Let's talk Snapchat, man.
Huh?
I said let's talk Snapchat. You know, they got me there. It was way too complicated for me to use, so I never used it.
Well, there you go, man. You're not the demographic they're after. But I feel you. I didn't like it at first, and then I kind of forced myself to get over it. Now I don't understand why you would want to look at news on Snapchat. That's the thing that I'm not. Like Twitter keeps trying to show me Twitter moments, and I'm like, dude, this is not where I get news from. It's Twitter.
But maybe there are people that only use those sources. And that's their information.
I mean, I guess that's Twitter's attempt.
Somebody that's our age that doesn't use Reddit or like whatever to get their news. I mean, maybe not Reddit exclusively.
No, but Reddit's not a bad source because there's a dialogue, and generally speaking, stuff that's upvoted is of a decent caliber. There's not just completely false garbage articles on there. But Reddit's not a bad source.
Usually in the main subreddits.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you're on like our World News, for example, that's pretty well.
That was Subtle Flame, by the way.
What do you mean?
Never mind. We'll get back into it later.
What subreddits you go on?
Anime conventions in Colorado.
Okay, you know what, Brax? I don't need this from you right now.
Hey, man, I'm the guy with the anime picture in my profile, so.
You're not alone, my friend. Which, by the way, shout outs to you for that. I didn't think you watched anime, but boom.
Here we go.
We got the players in.
Look how excited they are to be there. They look really excited.
Super excited.
Mott, can we try something here?
Go for it.
Some people were saying that Dota sounds were a little low, so we're going to turn them up just a bit. But let's get some music on, dude. Let's get some Dota music in the background.
30%, you're crazy.
Is that too much?
I usually do 15.
Oh,
that's a little low, I think. So.
Okay, well, how about 20? Let's get a little.
That's a nice little halfway point.
Vibe. We're going to go up to 63. That's a great percentage. There you go. Oh, look at.
We did it.
They look very serious.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine newbies like that. I mean,
$100,000 on the line, man. High stakes, high pride.
They're really good. I was surprised with how they played in the last couple tournaments, and they've done very well here. I'm excited to see what they can do in the future. KP's ownage, man. He's just an ownage player. The rest of the team is pretty good too. Kaka as well. Like both of these teams have insane 4-position players. Dogfights.
So
His Earth Spirit, Kaka, His Earth Spirit, and what they can play, they're pretty good.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. So I just realized what's interesting about this too for this group stage. So there is elimination on the line here. That's basically what I'm getting at. And getting first in the group is pretty huge.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm assuming it's best of 3 and then best of 5 grand finals. I would make that assumption.
You know what? Let's take a gander here, Marty. What does
That's
Liquipedia say?
BO3
So
for
yeah,
quarterfinals,
it's all
semifinals.
it's all BO3s, and then
Yep.
it is a BO5
Okay,
finals.
which makes sense. So winning
It's
that
a 5-day LAN.
getting that top in the group is actually really important. Avoiding that one BO3 to play is pretty damn good. You know, just avoid that kind of get going.
Right.
Up
So,
into
and
semifinals.
if you're seeded into the semifinals, that means you're guaranteed top 4, which is
Group is
$7,000.
actually important. Avoiding that
That's-
one
that's
BO3
not
not a
bad
bad
play.
payday
Mhm.
for
It's
a
pretty
couple
bad.
group stage Just games. Avoid that.
But that's true. That's
kind of
you win 2
going.
BO1s.
Right.
So,
Right.
and if and you're
Finals.
guaranteed seeded into the semifinals, that
like
means
the most
you're
money you're gonna get from
guaranteed
2
top
BO1s, really.
4. Brax,
Which
is
is-
that good? I mean,
Group
do
is
players think
7,000.
about this
Avoiding
like,
that
oh
one is
God,
not-
guys, it's only 2 games and then we get 7 grand, or are they just? Is it all about first place? You know what I mean? Is there a?
It's always about first place, man.
That's it.
Teams don't come in and say, boy, oh boy, I can't wait to win 2 BO1s to get my 7 grand. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of Dota.
Never before in the
Never.
history of Dota.
Never.
See, that's why I like having you here, Brax, because you keep it real.
Yeah.
I'm glad we know that firsthand now. Because that's what I'd be thinking. I'd be like, guys, that's pretty good. It's like when I'm playing PUBG, I'm like, I'm already top 10, so I'm just gonna run
Back
for
it
it.
up.
You know, I
go.
already did better than I thought I could.
That's why you're not winning, buddy. That's why you're not winning.
All right, well,
I don't think that's how you actually think, though. You always go for that win. But yeah, I think all these
Crazy
teams are like
shirts, man.
some of the top teams in the world. I don't think you should ever have like a defeatist attitude about a tournament like this, even if you're a team that made it that maybe not many
And
people were expecting.
Fun fact, every team gets money in this
Wow.
tournament. First place is 50, second place is 20, third and fourth are 7,000, fifth and sixth
Even
are
if you're a team that
5,000,
made
and
it that
seventh
maybe
through
not
eighth
many people
are
were expecting.
fun fact. So even if you
Oh,
bomb
great.
team gets money in this
Wow.
tournament. First
That's
place
a-
is 50,
That's a pretty
second
considerable
place-
jump
right?
for that amount of for that many teams.
Well, hey, let's ask Brax. You know, Brax, if you bomb out in a tournament like this, right? You just lose 2 best of 1s. You're out in the group stage. Does it make a difference making $3,000? Does that make you feel any better, or is that money better spent just top loading the tournament?
It depends what kind of team you are. If you're a team like Warriors Gaming and this is one of your first lands that you've actually been to, an event like that it's good. It's definitely good. You know, that's your, hey boys, let's go celebrate. We didn't do too hot, but you know, not saying that this is gonna happen. I'm just using them as an example because they're a newer team on the scene. Like you know, they go out to dinner, have a good time, and bond. It's all good stuff.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
teams like Newbie, they won't care about it at all.
Yeah, I feel you. I guess that makes sense, right? Like the OGs of the world, that's actual chump change compared to what they've won at majors. But especially for some of these teams based in countries where the exchange rate is quite good, that $3,000 could be, you know, a boot camp for TI and then some. Or
You know, some of
training.
these players need something to help justify to themselves that this is actually worth my time, instead of, you know, continuing on with their life, going to school or whatever. Or perhaps they need some parents that need convincing, you know? Once they say, hey, I won this, but I could have won this, then it helps with that for sure.
It's actually a
I know
pretty
it's
good
a
point.
big hurdle players go through.
You never really think about the parent situation until you see like those videos with like MSS and he's
Yep.
like, oh, my parents weren't sure about it and they didn't really
Yeah.
let me try, and then boom.
If
If you're a big
MSS
Suga
didn't play on Maus where they actually like travel to events and stuff like that, he probably wouldn't keep playing Dota. Like his parents probably wouldn't let him keep playing. And look at him now.
Yeah.
Look at him now.
It took him longer to get to the top than I thought it would, given how good he was as a player. Like, if you go back to TI4 Maus, they were 1 win away from what, top 8, I think it was, at TI4 with his anti-mage, and they pretty much, I think they had that game, right?
Bulba flames him to this day for that anti-mage game. It's kind of it's a bad topic for him.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to him after that game, and he was really bummed out, which you would expect him to be, too. Like,
Wasn't that same kind of storyline a key piece of free-to-play, you know, with Fear and his mom not letting him play
Yeah, exactly.
the same amount and having to leave the house, and same deal, you know, without the gamer houses giving him somewhere
Really
to live
bummed
and
out,
practice.
which you would
The
expect.
whole thing wasn't that same kind of storyline a key piece of Fear and his mom not letting him? So it's crazy to think about.
We've come a long way for sure, and I think in the future it's going to be a lot easier for really good
Same
players
deal,
to play.
you know,
Maybe
without
if you're
the
still
gamer.
like that, you know, maybe sort of tier 2 player or somebody that hasn't done as well.
It's
It'll take some
getting there.
convincing.
Well, it's an interesting conundrum, right? Because there is an opportunity cost. You look at someone like Sue Mail, who is so young to be so good. You know, he's a world-class player at that young age that, like, it's not even just Dota, it's anything. If it was chess, for example, it takes over your life. It becomes this obsessive thing that's justified because you're so good at it. But,
Right.
you know, it's hard to know if your kid's ever going to be that 0.0001% of Dota players out there
Yeah.
that actually makes millions of dollars at these tournaments. It's wild. It's crazy. So
Yeah. Even if you know about Dota.
what I'm saying is I feel like I can empathize with the parent perspective a little bit. That
I would agree.
it's tough, man. It's tough to justify letting your 9-year-old play Dota 10 hours a day.
It's easy for us to say because we've been in the scene and we know about Dota, but we don't have kids. We don't know how it is and that
Kids.
sort of thing. Yeah, that's
I don't even have a dog.
that's been happening for a long time, if ever.
Maybe we should mute the client so then we can watch or can you just mute her voice so she doesn't announce the bans?
I could if I knew the command for it.
I don't want to mess it up. Never mind. You know what? They're just going to have to deal with it.
It's
Sorry,
just,
guys.
Yeah, you know what? Here you go. Enjoy, everybody.
So you're going to get the little spoiler sound. So here we go. Early draft IG Vitality newbie. This is for all the marbles. The winner of this one wins the group, right? Yes.
Yes, exactly. You were correct in that assumption.
So winner of this is guaranteed top 4 at the tournament.
Which is, again, you go to the semifinals, you miss out on that one BO3
Well, that
at the
means
beginning of
you're
the game.
one best of 3 away from the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, you win one BO3, you make $20,000.
You're also one best of 3 away from just being eliminated because it's single elim, so it's still brutal.
Goes both ways.
But yeah, exactly, dude. The sword cuts, or whatever they say.
You know what? I think I know this console command. Hold on a second.
Oh no, Mott,
No,
no!
God, no,
Mott,
no.
please,
Woo!
please, Mott.
All right,
Oh,
that's the wrong one.
Let's put it in the parking lot. We don't need to worry about it.
No,
I'm
we're
not gonna
fine.
lie. Who cares?
We're fine.
It's all good.
You've piqued my interest now.
Brax, anything you're hoping to see here?
Night Stalker bans.
Yes,
I think
very riveting.
Newbie's Night Stalker play has been very good. Probably the best we've seen so far out of any team. So I definitely think it'll be a ban against them. And I mean, it's hard because best of ones you don't show a whole lot, right? Like we played this, IGV played this Chen strategy that, like, I mean, they saw what it could do and everything, but it's also probably something that's quite obvious, and they know what to expect when it comes out. So I don't feel like we'll see that, and then it kind of just leaves IG Vitality their draft open, since they just haven't shown anything. I mean, there's been one game from each team so far, and then Newbie had a bunch from the major, or not the major, sorry, from Manila Masters. So there's those games to look off of, which they pretty much flew immediately afterwards to this event. Right? They had like no downtime at all.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. We've got a remake, boys. That's why we're looking to the crowd
okay.
shots. Yeah, I think you can go ahead and leave this lobby. I don't know what happened, but some sort of tech issue.
We should be back up ready in a minute.
Yeah, so bear with us here, gang. This is the glory of Japanese servers, I suppose.
Not a tech issue. Oh no.
And it looks like they've changed the lobby password. Nope, we're in. Okie dokie. All right. The players look very enthusiastic.
Newbie looks.
There's
a
no
bit
way
more
you're
hyper
saying
now.
that with a straight face, right? The players look very enthusiastic.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know. See, it's just one of those weird things where, you know how traveling for events is really fun at first, and after 4 in a row, you're so tired of traveling, you don't want to do it anymore. I imagine that's what it's like for players. At first, it's awesome. You get to go see new places, meet new people, and then once you're doing the back-to-back-to-back event thing and you're thinking, all right, there's still 2 full months before TI and the gauntlet begins, I could see how you might just want to play your games and go catch some Z's, you know?
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
Newbie, they've got to be so exhausted.
I mean,
Just
IGV
traveling.
though, they've had some time to recuperate after the Kiev major. They've not done too much. I mean, I don't think they were at Manila, so I don't know. They should be all right. And I think Newbie looks like the more excited team right now. KP's over on the end smiling, kind of. You can see half a
And
smile
these
there.
guys are all giggles, huh?
Yeah. Oh, they're laughing now. They're getting into
Oh, there
it.
we go. Yeah.
Some happy people here for Newbie.
Oi. You know, I'll never forget the MLG Columbus 2013 the look on Sing Sing's face that night before he's playing Mirana, just like whiffing arrows like crazy. Or like, is this the same player? And you just see him in the booth. He just looks like a zombie, you know. And that was where he had his flight was booked on standby, so he had to take an overnight bus to get to Columbus, Ohio from Pittsburgh, I think. And it was just complete shit show. And then of course the next day he shows up and they dominate. They go on to win the tournament.
And that was an ownage
It
tournament.
turns out a proper 8 hours of sleep makes shooting Mirana arrows a lot easier.
And that was the
Confirmed MLG Columbus.
That was the
2013.
All-Star DK roster with the what was it, Lanham Earthshaker Refresher, who was just ownage.
Yep. Were you
It was such a good event, man.
were you at that event, Mott?
I was there. We were both on the panel.
Oh yeah, we were paneling.
That's right.
I was on a panel with Jess Brohard at that event.
Yeah, and then there was Clutch was a good guy, the host.
Yeah.
I think his name was Clutch.
I had 2 glasses of wine and he told me that I need to be careful because if I get too tipsy, they won't let me on camera.
How would they know?
I don't know. He said clearly you know your limit.
There was a friend of mine, I won't name names, he was from NA Dota, who came over and he had his good old camel pack filled with tequila, and he proceeded to try to get me to let him into the VIP area numerous times.
You know, maybe this is
Did you
NA
do it?
Dota stuff, but where I come from, we just call that a little bit of liquid courage.
I mean, it's fine. Like, I have no problem with him coming in and drinking, but
All right, well, we've got a draft here. Brax, do you want to tell a drinking story about MLG Columbus?
I wasn't at the event, so I can't do that.
Oh, that's a bummer. I'm sorry about that,
make
buddy.
one up.
I met, who was the team? God, I can't even remember.
Was it the NA team that qualified to the event?
Yes.
It was Pretty Boy Swag. It was Riot
Yes.
Boars' team, right?
Yes,
Yep. Pretty boy swag.
that was it. Yeah.
All right, enough
takes me back.
reminiscing. Let's talk about Chinese Dota here. We've got Newbie, IG Vitality. First pick, CM for Newbie. It's going to be Chen Enchantress. First 2 bans from Newbie. What an era we are in indeed. Night Stalker, Nyx Assassin by IGV. I'm loving it here, gang.
That is a Night Stalker first ban again, but I think the Chen band is the more interesting band. That's not what I would have expected, but all right.
Apparently very scary. Chen Enchantress. First pick IO from IGV.
Yeah. That's all right. We'll see if they get the Bristle back as well, if they want to do another hero along with it. The IO Bristle did not work out for DC, and I think
Whoa.
Newbie are probably okay with it.
Well, there it is.
10 seconds remaining.
I want to see IO Sven. I'm not going to lie. I just want to see Sven do
5
something.
seconds remaining.
But I think it's very scary to pick a Sven second in any draft.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would
definitely.
imagine they held off on the pick.
Out comes the Sand King. You know, IO's interesting. We always see these different heroes pairing up with them. We had an era where it was like Chaos Knight every game back in like the Alliance days, and then Tiny as well too.
Mhm.
And now it's kind of moving on to these other tankier heroes like Bristleback and stuff.
10 seconds
Sometimes the
remaining.
Legion Commander too.
Yeah. I miss the IO Ursa combination too.
5
It's
seconds remaining.
more uncommon. But with how common
Yeah.
Ursa is nowadays, I would assume it would get picked more. Yeah, I don't think it does
Reserve
though.
time.
Dude.
Yeah.
Necro Wisp. I want to see it again. Fnatic used to run it, man. Era, the EU Fnatic. You
Yeah.
know?
That's
I
a close
like it.
combo.
I just like Necro, dude. That's why I like Mason so much.
He's a Necro player.
Yeah.
He plays some interesting heroes. I mean, when he first came into the scene, he used to only play like that, and then Mirana and Weaver, I think, right?
Yep.
It was those heroes.
I understand, like, Necro feels a little bit one-dimensional, but I think just Ghost Shroud in general was a buff to that hero, and if you play him in a one role where it's really aggressive or like an aggro tri-lane scenario, it's a hero that can do a lot. He's just very momentum-based.
Mm-hmm.
The Ghost Shroud is so good. Actually, it doubles the healing, so when people get like Magic Wand and stuff, he just shoots right back up. But you know, if
It's
there
a
weren't a
hero
whole
that
lot of
can do
diffusal
a
blades, I
lot.
bet
He's
you'd
just-
see him in a lot more games.
That's fair.
Team back.
Yeah,
That's a
that
pretty
is
point.
actually really fair. And it's a relatively
5
close
seconds
amount,
remaining.
The thing that's interesting about him is he hasn't really been popular in a patch in a long time. Like,
Radiant
never
team
ever picked.
ban.
So,
but yeah, that's true. Juggernaut, second choice for Newbie here. I have to say, this background music is really enhancing my draft.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you made the decision to turn
I
it
was
on.
gonna say something happened, dude. You're pumped up now.
Yeah, he's into it.
I'm energized.
He's ready to
I
go.
also took a break from caffeine for 5 days when I was in Europe, and now this coffee is really just. I'm really loving it.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Newbies
Break.
turn to
Okay,
ban.
that makes a lot more sense. That's why. All right, well, more bans coming out. Ember Spirit taken out. IG Vitality had it pretty good with Cicada, even going that old Battle Fury build. It
10
actually worked out pretty
seconds
well for them
remaining.
at the end of the game. Weaver banned out conversely against Newbie as Moogie's
5 seconds remaining.
They already have the Jug, which was actually played by SCCC in the last game in the mid lane. And that could absolutely happen this game as well, depending on the matchup. But
Radiant
we'll see if that is gonna be
team
the
back.
case, or if he wants to go more towards an SCC hero like Quap or something.
Quap.
That's a pretty popular hero all of a sudden, too. That and
Yeah.
like Puck, they're back. Those two heroes are back.
Back.
Case or
I'm glad.
Yep.
I think the talents that Puck has just make him so much more viable than he used to be.
yes.
They actually gave him
5
a late game
seconds
with his
remaining.
talents. Like that was his problem, right?
Yeah.
He would dominate in like that early and mid part of the game, and then just nothing late game.
420 gold.
Newbies turn to pick.
You can do a lot of things with gold, apparently.
Who knew?
Yeah, Quap just is it's a cool tempo hero, right? Like OD is scary. You see him banned out a lot, but you've also seen these games where
10
OD
seconds
just
remaining.
run over. You know, 15 minutes in, he has half of a Hurricane Pike, maybe
5
a Midas,
seconds
and
remaining.
just knocking down towers. There's really not a hell of a lot you can do about it. But Quap
Legion
doesn't
Commander.
do that, right? She can put a lot of pressure on and
Radiant
wins
team
a lot of
pick.
matchups, and if she gets some runes, she can gank and ends up really scaling pretty well. A relatively hard hero to shut down.
I think she
Matchup,
gets those kills.
and
She
if
can
she gets some
absolutely
runes,
kind of
she
snowball
can
control. I guess that's with
gank,
any mid lane
and
hero though.
ends
You
up
should
really
shut her down.
scaling
You can shut her down
pretty
too.
well. A relatively
I don't know.
hard
It's
hero to shut down.
I just like Quap because it facilitates more in the early game, as you were mentioning. I feel like the OD.
Disruptor.
I mean, he's involved in some early game gangs.
Newbies
He can
turn
do a
to
lot of
pick.
intelligence, But it's not quite like a Quap who can come in, especially if heroes are diving your towers. That's really where Puck and Quap, I think, do their best, is when somebody's diving a tier 1 tower.
Anything but Razor.
Yep.
Dude.
Well, I mean, we probably won't see Razor, I would imagine. So there's that.
Stands
There it is.
Hey!
You got it,
Sven,
buddy.
alright. That seems like an early Sven pick, doesn't it?
It does.
Like if they really wanted to, they could have waited one more pick before taking that Sven. But I guess it's a good enough matchup against the Juggernaut to where it doesn't matter too much.
Yep. I like it. And of course, folks, we're aware the audio's out of sync here. We're watching the draft in the client, and we are giving you the video here from our Chinese feed so you can see the players in all their glory. And yeah, that draft is a little bit delayed from our feed. It's coming all the way from Taiwan. All right, come on. It went through the internet. It went under the ocean. Cut it some slack. Pudge. Whoa.
Oh my
Whoa.
god.
A little bit.
All right,
delayed
I'm into
from
it.
our feed. But it's
Didn't
coming all
they-
the way
didn't
from
they pick
Taiwan.
this against
All right,
CG,
come on. It
I
went through
think?
the internet.
Yeah, Kaka played Pudge.
It went under
You know,
the
there's a
ocean.
couple Pudge players,
Cut
man.
it some slack.
In the Chinese
Pudge.
dogfights, he plays a lot of Pudge too, and Kaka.
Mhm.
He definitely fell off a bit ever since that
That
hook nerf,
hook
but
change, the speed
Yeah.
is rough. You will see a couple
It's
misses this
tough,
game,
man.
even though Kaka's insanely good.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. Yeah, it's quite good against Wisp. You know, you can separate the pairing. It's good lockdown for Sven, someone who's going to go for BKB. I mean, you can just dismember Omni Slash if he doesn't have Warcry up. That's a pretty much guaranteed kill. But I like this fourth Spirit Breaker, a nice aggressive roamer for IG Vitality, somebody that can get to the back line, interrupt the Crystal Maiden. Not someone that Pudge really wants to go blow for blow with either, right? SB, like,
Yep,
great
definitely.
early game. And, like, Pudge does not win that exchange. Even with Rod on, he just dies faster.
Yep.
it's a nice tool they have too to lock down the Juggernaut. Spin doesn't really do a whole lot against Spirit Breaker, so
yeah,
that is nice.
The split pushing options are a little more limited now. I
They've
also think
got
kind of keeping tabs on the Pudge too with charge and things like that. Just small little things for the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, definitely. There's also the global presence from the IO. They can charge into the relocate and gank anyone on the map.
You know,
Wow.
well, I was thinking Timbersaw would be a great choice for newbie here. 4 strength, heavy melee. Show me a
How would they
Timber.
zone the Timbersaw too? Like they have no damage in the lane to deal with him at all.
Yeah.
It'd be super good.
But they settle for an Enigma. I guess this is an off-lane Enigma.
Yeah. You could
Yeah, looks
still
like it.
do Jug mid, safe lane Timber if you wanted to, I suppose. I don't know how you would lane it. It'd be a little weird, for sure. Yeah. That would have been nice, too. I don't know. I'm into the
I
Enigma, though.
I definitely think some teams would have thought instantly, oh, to pick a Timbersaw there, especially with heroes like OD and Nyx Assassin out of the game. Just they preferred the Enigma, I guess. A stabler hero.
Yeah.
Well, Enigma versus Heavy Melee is quite good. However, they have a lot of ways to interrupt it. You know, just a lot of stuns, though I guess like Sand King stun, not a great source unless you have the perfect angle.
It's like Stormhammer, I think.
It's sort of hit or miss, right? And I think a silencer ban is pretty warranted here from Newbie.
Yeah.
Because that is, he just sits in the way back, like out of the team fight, guaranteed interrupt, and then they can just pummel the hell out of him.
Brax, I have a question about mechanics in regards to Black Hole. Does Nether Strike complete when he uses it on Enigma, or will he just go right into the Black Hole and it won't complete? I think it completes, doesn't it? If he's trying to cancel the Black
I'm pretty
Hole.
sure it completes, but I actually don't know.
That would be the one thing, because BKB canceling, I think it's just that for now. So, or charge too, but I don't think that completes. I think he just gets pulled in. Anyway, this is the SEC hero that we were talking about, the Queen of Pain.
Itch to Quap. Good call.
She's here. This is something he's been playing a lot recently, and
they've got great team fight now.
Yeah, it's pretty ownage.
Yep. CM ult with Quap ult on Black Hole. Juggernaut up in there. Pure damage to going through. It's good just like that burst against the Wisp. You know, she can just pop that little bubble.
Yeah. This is... It's going to be good. You can chase down the Sven as well with Shadow Strike. He won't be able to necessarily get away.
I feel like a key piece of Pudge is he isolates him, and then you need damage to finish him.
Yeah, and that's what she provides in spades.
Yeah.
So
he also like creates so much chaos in these team fights, right? Like if your Sven gets hooked, all these guys have to run in to try to save him too.
Yeah.
And you can't exactly run into Enigma and Queen of Pain like that.
That's the thing too. Like they have team fighters that want to be very close to these heroes on their team and on the enemy team too. Sven is going to be up close, obviously. Sand King wants to burrow strike and move around. Spirit Breaker charge. Isle wants to be tethered to the Sven. So there's a very good chance that like a big black hole in the Sonic Wave combo can happen for Newbie. Like they have really good team fight, and IG Vitality are going to play very close to Newbie in these team fights as well. But that's what they needed.
All right, as you'll see in a moment here, folks, it is a 5th pick Invoker for our Dire squad. IG Vitality. Make sure you close that clean feed there, Maudie, so that we don't have any in-game lags just in case. And we should be all set.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to turn off the music now. Does that get annoying once the game starts? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's probably fine. I don't think it's a big issue.
I like it, though. Both teams with a lot of team fight. You know, a lot of setup for the Invoker, good stuns for Sunstrikes. I mean, it's a great just global lineup in general with relocates. And Spirit Breaker charges all over the place. Once Blink Daggers come out, a lot of catch, but you can say the exact same thing for Newbie, right? Once they get Blink Daggers, they'll have a lot of catch, a lot of follow-up burst damage. Brax, I'm curious what you think. Who's going to take this? Who's your money on?
Invoker looks good, but I worry that it's going to be too slow. Like heroes like Queen of Pain, Enigma, Juggernaut too, they can group up really early and pressure these towers. So I think Newbie has a bit of an edge there, but if it's like Invoker wants to play that super ultra late game, right? But you don't really want to play that against heroes like Enigma, so I think Newbie's going to take this.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about the Jug and Sven, but we've seen, like, there was that one game we cast earlier in the week that was, I think, a Jug just somehow owned Sven in the early game, so...
It's the Wisp Arcana, baby!
Yeah, oh, he's got it. And this is actually, I think, we saw this earlier today, didn't we? We saw this in the first game. Look, this is what I'm talking about. Look at those levels from Newbie. It's insane.
Wow.
17,000, or 1,700, not 1,000. Jesus, that would have been bad.
No, but that's still, like, what's that, $1,000 or something? I mean,
something ridiculous.
It's a lot of money.
Hopefully they get some of that money back as TI rolls around. But for now, they will try to play up into this tournament, into ZOTAC Masters, get to those grand finals. But first, they need to win this one and move on to the semifinals. We'll see if IG Vitality can stop that from happening. As we jump into the game, it is a one-game series between IG Vitality and Newbie, two of the Chinese juggernauts, of course. Newbie coming off a pretty solid LAN in Manila not too long ago, getting second place only up against EG. We'll see what happens as we jump into the game. So, again, Brax, we talked a lot about the Juggernaut and Sven. The Invoker, you mentioned, might be a bit too slow. I really like Newbie's team fight. I think they're actually in a really good spot in terms of their team fight. I'm not sure Sakata can do enough against it in order to stop them.
Yeah, their team fight looks fantastic. And this is what I was worried about with Sven, like getting that space to farm. When you have Sven with Invoker, you do have the synergy with the Stormbolt, Sunstrike setup, and everything like that, but both of these heroes, man, want so much farm.
Yeah.
And that is quite worrisome.
Yeah, I mean,
but
the good news is if you can stack up the Ancient, Sven can take that. Invoker can find farm elsewhere in the jungle, but yeah. It's not going to be
That
easy.
is true. There are lots of places to farm. Tons of jungle camps and everything. And you know what's interesting is Paparazzi usually plays their Invoker. Like they usually swap it up. Sakata used to play it in the very, very beginning, but then Paparazzi played it one game and he went totally ham. And ever since then, he plays it pretty much every time. And now they don't have that option.
Yeah, we'll see how it turns out for Sakata. He's going to start with the early exhort, gets up the bounty rune. Dogfights will block for him, and then they'll tether up towards that top lane and move into a defensive tri-lane. Do you think that Dogfights will be charging mid very often? I mean, is Quap somebody that can even kill with just the Spirit Breaker, or is he going to just sit top and try to help out there for the most part?
I think he'll just sit top and try to ruin Enigma's game. Like if Enigma goes to jungle, he'll follow him into the jungle.
Yeah.
I don't think he can really do anything mid lane, and he probably can't do anything bottom lane for quite some time as well. So he's just gonna try to make this Enigma's life miserable.
Yeah. The Enigma already getting some efficiency. He sent his first set of Eidolons over to the Alpha Wolf, got a little bit of damage on them. Every little bit counts. So, but already he has to back up, and he's like, "Yep, got a jungle." And guess what? You're right. Dogfights is nearby, and he is ready to zone. And that's not going to be easy for KP to deal with. This is not going to be a fun time in the early game.
No, this is so annoying, and eventually this might annoy Enigma enough to where support has to rotate, and then it'll free up the bottom lane for Injuly and the stanking as well.
Yeah.
So it's a good way to create space.
This is not quite the game in July had like he had last game, where he had an aggro tri lane and he absolutely owned. He still might be able to get farm, but already the
danger here, man.
The Blade Fury spin. He's got Burrow Strike, cannot get it off in time. It's the Rot and the auto attack for Pudge that get the kill. Oh, it's a much different game.
Yeah, it's not an easy lane for him at all.
He's just going to rotate back down immediately. So the good news for KP is he will not go down and give away first blood, despite him not having the most farm in the world in the early stages. It's still a minute 43 and it's very early. Kaka roaming in. Hook will come through. He hits it perfectly. Followed up with a Frostbite coming in. Already 1 for 1, but I don't believe they will get a kill out of it. He has to Burrow Strike away, and he has to salve up immediately. Now with only 2 tangos left in this lane, in July having a very rough time after the start. Well, he's coming back
at least
again.
he's gonna start to get some experience now.
Well, Kaka already being aggressive, roaming over. He's like, I'm just going to get this 2-minute rune. You can't get it clearly. If you do, I'll rot you and just hook you. So he's going to secure himself some more money. That's one thing you need is the Pudge. Meanwhile, Cold Snap mid, SCC taking a lot of damage, but is going to be able to get away. A little to no mana, has to salve up. The Illusion's coming in, trying to cancel it, but he'll only get it a little bit after he popped it. So SCCC getting a little bit of HP back at the very least, but already this lane, Invoker trying to bully him out.
Yeah, top lane, they're actually charging KP under the tower.
TP
They're
already
going
coming
deep
in
for
from
this,
the Pudge, though. They're ready, and they're going to send in another TP. That's going to be the CM. Kaka nearby, needs a Rot. They're going to find the Frostbite, the hook as well, and Super looks like he is going to fall here. Cannot get the bottle off. Meanwhile, the Stormhammer coming in for the stun, but it's not enough to stop them from getting that kill.
Alright, so a bit of a pretty aggressive play there, man. They dive in, TP respawns come out, but now Sand King is 1v1 against the Juggernaut.
This is the space he's looking for.
Yep, exactly. So in the end, it's not that bad.
But meanwhile, KP will get some of these creep waves pushed under his tower. He'll get some experience now up to level 3. Eventually, this gets a lot easier as he gets more levels into the Eidolons. Faith is also going to start jungling as well. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sakata running from Super and Kaka, who was looking for another hook, couldn't quite find it. So his roaming has been, I mean, he got the kill bottom. He almost got another one. He roams up top. The Frostbite into hook, a pretty good combination, is already working out pretty well for him this game.
Yeah, and there might be some real kill potential here mid lane too if Wiz decides to leave no boots up on Invoker. He can just run in with a Shadow Strike to try to set up the hook.
It's level 2 Shadow Strike too, so Sakata needs to be careful. Here comes Kaka. That'll force Sakata back up into the high ground. Some vision for both teams and Observer Ward up in the high ground. Meanwhile, Io will come and grab a rune. It's a haste rune. Tether up and help out Sakata. But again, this is the good thing for IT Vitality is KYXY is getting free farm. I don't believe they've stacked the Ancients once over here at the top shrine, and that'll help out. But I would imagine Super stacks this at least once more in the next couple of minutes.
Yep, Sven, big hero, man. This is not a hero you want to leave alone to just let him do his thing in the early parts of the game. He actually has points into Stormhammer. We see a lot of Sven nowadays, just 1 point in Stormhammer, 1 point in the Warcry, and just max cleave, but choosing to put some points into Stormhammer. I mean, it's only 1 point. It's probably not a big deal at all.
Right.
He's still going to have tons of levels in the cleave, so I'd be worried if he did max out Stormhammer, though.
Yeah, especially because it's KP farming in the jungle a lot right now. It's kind of interesting. You know, and that's where he's been for the majority of the game. Either that or behind his tower. He's not really pushed up past this tier 1. So killing KP is difficult. It's really only if the rest of Newbie come in and try to make something happen. But he will get that greater cleave, especially because they've already stacked this yet again for super, as you would expect. And we'll see if he can take it. I mean, at some point he's going to go for Mask of Madness, and in fact, that is what he's building now for KYXY. Standard Sven pickup. Meanwhile, Dogfight's coming in, trying to steal some of the creeps from KP. And then on the other side, a big stack that's being taken by Newbie as well. Mugi just spinning it down. Should get some good CS from this as well.
Stack Dota.
Yeah. That's where we're at right now.
We're back. You know, Dota just cycles between the metas, man.
Right.
We're going to come back to this eventually as well.
Yeah. We'll see how it works out for IG Vitality. Again, the Invoker needs a lot of space. And they haven't gotten any Sunstrike kills. You know, they haven't had any Stormhammer opportunities. And that's where you could get a considerable amount of farm for Cicada. But it's not really happening. They're kind of more okay with just getting these stacks up. And I don't know if they could find anybody anyways, even with a Sunstrike, as everybody's playing pretty far back for Newbie.
Yeah, these are some hard heroes to kill, man.
Yeah.
Outside of the Enigma, you don't really see Queen of Pain being able to get killed, or even the Juggernaut.
It's not easy. But already the push coming in from Newbie, being very aggressive here. Looking for a hook as well. Kaka has the vision. In July and Super will finally see him. Super just narrowly sidesteps that hook. Now SCC coming in as well. In July going to get auto-attacked. Super's going to get pushed back. They really want to make sure that this tower goes down because of this rotation from the Quap. So they will get this tier 1 tower first of the game. And then KP will take over mid in the meantime. We'll take a cold snap to the face, but he should be okay. Gets back up to the high ground. Now level 5. Another hook coming in, but Kaka will miss again. That hook speed, slow. Not great, but they go for the rot. And with the Shadow Strike and a couple of auto attacks, Super should be dead. It's the Screaming Pain that does the job. So even without the hook, they still get the kill nonetheless. Just like that, in the tier 1 tower falls as well.
Yep, thanks to that nice ward vision. And there's no real response coming out from IGV here. I mean, Sven can't even damage this top tower. And then Enigma rotated down to the mid lane to prevent that tower from taking any damage.
More stack Dota. Look at this. KYXY is farming a giant stack.
Yep, he pops the ultimate for that too. So I guess they have that going for them. They weren't able to really do anything to respond to that tower push, but they're just acquiring their own farm.
And again, as a Sven, you want to get a lot of an advantage early on in terms of net worth. And so far, I mean, he's still pretty close to the Jug. But at some point in time, especially when he gets this Mask of Madness, he'll start eclipsing the Jug, assuming he stays alive, and just farms up these ancient stacks, among other things.
Yep, he's also got the Wisp too to help him get from camp to camp and stack up all these camps for him.
Right.
Like, that's how Wisp was going to get his experience this game. He's only level 2.5 at 8 minutes in, but that's just the life sometimes. He knows that he can get it all back.
Oh my god. That seems a little rough.
It's quite rough. I mean, Kaka's 4.5 and Faith is 5 at this point of the game, but hey, he can leech some experience from these stacks, hopefully.
That, and maybe they take a team fight and Super's like, oh, I just got 2 levels out of that. But he might just die here. Kaka throws a ward down. Super's going to back up. He knows this is a bit of a dangerous position. Needs to be careful. On the other side, Mugi came in, took the bounty rune, I believe, and now is heading towards mid. Looks like they're really trying to put the pressure on to IGV early on in this game. They don't want this Sven to get out of control, and I think this is the best time to do it. They know they can't fight with the Sven, so, well, I say that, but KYXY is here.
He's charging in there, man.
Yeah, here, speaking of charge, Dogfights comes in, Stormhammer, I believe Faith is dead. God Strength comes out, now Kaka, great Sonic Wave coming in from SCC. Dogfights in trouble, KYXY, now the Omni Slash will come through the Blade Fury. Can they get this kill? Mugi taking a lot of damage, it's a triple for SCC. Can Mugi get out? One more auto attack, the Burrow Strike is there. It's a 3-for-2 trade. Now SCC trying to hightail it out of there. And that was so close at the end there. Maybe 3-for-3, I think, actually, at the end of the day. So, great Sonic Wave coming in. Yes, they got the Sven, but they did get a couple kills on Newbie as well.
Yep, and with that, Wisp is level 3 now. He's really rolling in the levels.
Oh, he's in. Soon that tome, out, dude, 1 minute before the tome, he's good. And he gets the bounty rune, too.
You know, he can always catch up. It's one of these heroes where his early levels don't do a whole lot, but his 6 does a lot, so he just spends his time accelerating his team's farm. Oh. It's honestly not that bad.
In July, going to get hooked, but Burrow strikes away immediately. Dismember not been skilled up yet as he's not level 6 for Kaka. So, Still a pretty good job for the Pudge early on in this game. But yeah, Mugi goes down there, and that's just the Sven turning onto the Jug and kind of owning, even with Blaze Fury.
Mid lane super getting gone here again. He's gonna make it out. He's good.
Overcharge, Shadow Strike, killing him, but he might be okay. Yeah, he should be fine. He could just bottle up again.
Yeah, he's fine. Fairy Fire saved his life there, but that was Sven without any real items in that team fight. Just manning up with the God Strength. He didn't even have the Mask of Madness there. Now he's gonna farm up the stack. Oh, tons of experience for Super. This isn't even gonna be a level, man. This is sad.
That's the yeah. He's still not level 4. Oh, there he goes. All right. He's getting there, man. Slowly but surely.
That was like 5 minutes of his life for stacking that camp from, and he's still only level 4.
Gets like 1 level out of it.
Yeah.
Miserable.
I mean, that's better than nothing, at least. And he's got the Tome, so he'll have 5, and then he's somewhat close to 6, but it's not that bad.
He honestly doesn't care as long as his Sven is getting farm, and he sure is. KYXY now to 5,000 in net worth, a little bit above the Queen of Pain, Mask of Madness, and he will go Halberd next. So, what do you think about this Halberd pickup here from KYXY, Brax?
And it looks pretty good. I mean, he just needs to tank up and beef up so he doesn't get brought down as fast, and IO helps him survive these fights as well. This could be pretty awkward here. KYXY walking into Kaka.
Stormhammer, Kaka cannot get the hook off or the rod. That was awkward.
That was quite awkward.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It was a little weird. Meanwhile, KP will throw the Midnight Pulse, get the trees down. They have Black Hole. They also should have Dismember now, and this should be a kill. There it is. Screaming Pain comes out. SEC comes in, takes the kill from them. And they can start pressuring this Tier 1 tower top now that the Eidolons are up. By the way, KP building into Midas, so looks like they're going to kind of have that to fall back on, at least for the Enigma. Any other Midases this game? I don't think so.
I think that's it. Midas very good at Enigma, especially with that level 15 cooldown reduction talent.
Yeah.
It helps secure your big items like the Blink, BKB, Refresher, all those great things. And, you know, IGV, they can't fight at all, so they realize they just have to split push. But Newbie, they're setting up, man.
Yeah. They're going to try to TP in. A couple heroes at the top side. KYXY might need to leave. Frostbite Malphite coming out as well. They have holes. They want to use it, and they will. The out tether comes in as well. Jump it. They will cancel it. Sonic Wave coming out onto 2. Super's low. They've already lost Sven. They're trying to bring him down. The Frostbite will do so. And again, Sven too far in. They grab the kill. They lose nothing for it, including that Tier 1 tower, which is now still alive and half HP, and they get the Tier 1 tower on top of all of that.
Man, this is what we were talking about, though. The slow-paced lineup from IGV, Sven and Voker, both needing lots of time before they're really ready to take these team fights. And it's just odd when you look at a hero like Enigma, who is this ultra late gamer, and he's faster paced than these heroes.
Charge in, Mugi. Spin will come through. They'll drop down as well. That's from SCCC just to make sure if they wanted to turn they could, but they're not trying to commit too hard for this Tier 1 tower yet. They've already done a considerable amount of damage to it. And in the meantime, the Pudge farming bottom as well, so it's starting to get pretty interesting here for IG Vitality, you know? Maybe wait for another hole. Do you try pushing again if you're a newbie? Like, maybe mid, taking that down?
This tower is so low that they might, but they're going to have to be really careful because In July is 50 gold away from his Blink Dagger, so... I mean, if they do, that could be a costly mistake for them and give IGV some openings here that they currently don't have.
Yeah.
I mean, holes down for 2 minutes. If they were to force something, that could be pretty bad. Sonic Wave, minute cooldown as well.
And again, In July had a giant impact in that game he just played up against Warriors Game Unity as that Sand King. He feels very comfortable on the hero. And now with the Blink Dagger, I'm sure he's ready to go. He's already hiding in the trees. They're Quelling Bladed it up just so they can give him some space. And we'll see if Newbie go for this. Alright. Grouped up.
Both teams are kind of just hovering around. I think they have an idea that he probably has it, but they're just trying to bait the Queen of Pain to see if they go in on him. Because if that happens, they can always hook to save him and try to turn the fight that way.
Yeah.
I mean, Queen of Pain is pretty tanky too. On Intread's 1300 health. Both teams are kind of just hovering. He probably has it, but they're just trying to bait the Queen of Pain.
They'll push into the
See if
tower.
they go in and always hook to save him and try to turn the fight that way.
Walking up,
On
he will
Intread's
find the hook.
1300
Dismember is there.
Both
Blink
teams are
Burrow comes in onto 1. Sunstrike will fall up as well. Here's the cleave, already bringing down both the supports. Faith survives. Meanwhile, the Omni Slash blows up at least the Spirit Breaker. And they will be able to make it out now, but they still will lose both supports there. And now In July chasing further. Blink Burrow was not there, and they will turn this into a Tier 1 tower. At least they'll attempt to for IG Vitality.
I mean, good hold from IGV there. Their team fight is getting stronger, but this push looks quite hard, man. Midnight Pulse is laid down, Pudge is respawning, same with Crystal Maiden. I think they're probably going to have to back up here. Yep. No Sven ult as well, so if he does choose to farm the stack, it could take quite a while.
Yeah, that's true. Without God's strength, it'll take some time. He will have his Mask of Madness back up in 3. And they have the Shrine as well. Just keep it alive. Meanwhile, they're running back mid for Newbie. At least Kaka, SEC, and Faith are. They really want the
tower
zero
is
attack. It's
18
about to go
health,
down.
man.
Boom. One auto attack. That's all it takes.
They could have potentially denied it. I guess they weren't paying attention. Unlucky.
All right, so how big is this Aghanim subject for the Invoker? How much will this do for them in terms of these team fights?
So Invoker isn't really based around the Ags. Ags amplifies what he already has, and what that is levels. He needs lots of levels, so he has tons of points and Exort and Wex and everything like that, so we can actually use some impactful spells. It's good, but it's not enough to get him to the next step. He's gonna need like the Aghanims, the Blink Dagger, Boosted Travel, and then that's when he gets really scary. But I mean, they're just forcing Roshan, and it looks like there's no real response here yet from IGV. They're smoked up, and they're probably gonna realize they're doing Roshan, but I don't know if they can do a whole lot just yet.
They're charging in. He's going to get caught, but he's going to spin immediately. KP making sure Angelai can't come through. Hook misses. The Frostbite will come out. They get the skill to dismember is there. Black Hole used as well as the relocate comes out. Perfectly timed from KP. That's what he was waiting for. The Sonic Wave on top of it all. Super slow. The Frostbite comes through. Sakata a little bit late to the party. Scream of Pain. Can they bring KYXY down? They want this kill. Shadow Strike will come out. Can they chase him down? Or will they back up? That's the question. Still taking a lot of right-click damage. Scream of Pain comes in. KYXY getting kited to hell. Mugi coming in as well. The Blade Fury. One more auto attack might bring him down, but he can't get it off. The Frostbite was up perfectly timed. Sakata will make it away. The charge coming through as well onto Faith, but it's already too little too late for IGV. They've lost the fight, and they've probably lost Roche as well.
Yeah, big team fight coming out there. KP, man, I think he won that fight big time. He found Sand King, Angelai Sand King in the top part of that Roshan area. He just stops his Blink Dagger the whole time. He couldn't get a good burrow FB off or anything like that.
Yeah, Angelai wanted to get in there so bad and couldn't do so. Again, a great Black Hole. Sunstrike does a lot of damage. They're going to charge in. They want to try to fight this. Everybody's back up except for the Sven. Dogfight's coming in. Jump in. There's going to be the Frostbite along with the Crystal Nova as well, but Faith getting caught and chunked down as well. Blade Fury, Dogfights will die. Super's going to maybe try to make it out. Can he tether through? He gets it off. Now that Dismember coming out, looks like Kaka trying to fight this. Dust coming in. They want Super, and they will find him. Scream of Pain. Everybody so low. Sakata is going to be next. Kaka will get a double kill. The Rock coming in big there. And again, without the Sven, IGV lose another fight. And again, they will lose Roche, assuming the Sven doesn't do anything too crazy.
This game feels like it's crumbling out of IGV's hands right now. Sven's so close to his Blink Dagger. If he had Blink Dagger in these team fights, I mean, we just saw what happened in these team fights, man. He gets Shadow Striked, and then he literally just can't hit anyone. He just walks around trying to hit them the entire time, unable to do so, and just like that, Newbie take Roshan.
Yeah, and Mugi's doing well, but it's this Quap that is snowballing out of control for SCCC. Like, he's going to have a Lincoln Sphere very soon. He almost has enough for the Ultimate Orb. He has the Aegis now. He's level 14, had an excellent start. He's been involved in a significant amount of these kills, 16, and will probably continue to be. Mugi now is an SMY to keep him tanky. One of the first games you'll see Jug not go Manta. I haven't seen this too often, but SMY will keep him tanky and hopefully alive against this Sven and pretty much everybody else from IGV.
Yep, typically that's the build against these illusion clears. So SCC has some trouble here.
That's the Aegis
only the
gone.
Aegis,
That's huge.
though.
Can they get him twice, though? Kaka getting charged. This is not a good fight for Newbie. Mugi is coming in now. Sonic Wave to come through. Hook is going to miss. They blow up Super, and now maybe they can deal with KYXY. Malefice, Frostbite, the Omni Slash. She's so tanky, but not tanky enough. Deafening Blast coming through, but Angelai still getting spun on by Mugi. A couple more auto attacks will do the job. They'll turn their attention to Sakata. The bigger kill, and he will fall. Now coming in, SEC right back in with a Scream of Pain. A double kill and a godlike spree for him. And again, like you mentioned, crumbling. Now an 8,000 net worth advantage for Newbie, and potentially more as they'll try to take down the Tier 2 tower.
My god, man. And we see KYXY not going for the Blink Dagger now. He's realizing that, hey, I need BKB to actually be able to survive and hit heroes for longer than 2 seconds in these team fights. But he's still so far away from it, man. Just doesn't feel like it's going to be coming anytime soon at all. That seems to be the story with Sven lately. Like, we know that if this hero is left unchecked, he can do massive amounts of damage. Blinks in, 2 shots everyone with a cleave, but it's always a problem getting there, it feels like.
Yeah. Well, and the kiting issue is going to be worse until he gets to that BKB. I mean, it's just so tough for him now to find any a good engage, I guess you could say. He just gets caught every single time. I mean, Frostbite and Alphys are up and often enough, and Shadow Strike to kite him throughout these entire engagements. So he really needs his PKB, and he's starting to lose map control as well. If they could take over this bottom Ancient Stack, you know, they've already kind of got control of mid. But if they can take control of this bottom Ancient Stack, they should do a pretty good job of keeping a handle on this Fen. But he is pretty close to that BKB now. The recipe is not too far off, assuming they can get some more room and time for KYX. But that's the problem, isn't it? Just getting that space for him.
That is very true. And I mean, they still do have good team fight with Sand King, Blink Dagger, Invoker spells as well. He's only going to keep scaling into this game. But it's going to be difficult to deal with items like Lincoln Sphere on Queen of Pain. A lot of their initiation is that blink in and, you know, focus one hero down. Lincoln's makes it very, very difficult, especially when it blocks the Sand King stun charge, Stormhammer as well. Go get on the mid here.
They're looking for Kaka, and they're going to find it. It looks like no, forced out for now. Still chasing, another Stormhammer will come through. TPs, but it'll be too late to save him. Can they find a black hole? Yes, they will. KP coming in on to 3. They'll lose Super. Can they get dogfights? He's low. The Frostbite up on KYX. The freezing field. He's dead. And they get dogfights on top of it. KP with the blank dagger coming in perfectly timed. And I'm sure Kaka is extraordinarily happy with that trade.
Dude, he's so tanky on his Pudge. 2300 HP on your support Pudge at 21 minutes forces that level of commitment to where a newbie can just turn around with the blink black hole. Like, if that's any other hero, like a Crystal Maiden or something, they die instantly, right?
Yeah. Oh, she would be dead. She has no items. This is not the Faith game we saw last game. But 13 Flesh Heap stacks for this Pudge right now. He's pretty insane. All right.
That's your support too, man. He's just so tanky.
Oh, man. I feel like that's what Dogfights is supposed to be in terms of his tankiness, and he doesn't feel like it at all. You know?
No, he's actually going for the Shadow Blade. I mean, that's a pretty good item. That's for Spirit Breaker when he can charge an Invis to find some of these engages a bit better. I mean, just I don't know if it's going to be early enough, man. There's so many items up online from newbie right now, and they're just rolling from tower to tower.
Yeah, I think they could even wait for another Roshan as well. And maybe take a... I mean, they've taken all the tier 2 towers now, so wait for another Rosh, get another Aegis, and this time Cheese. And then maybe find a high ground fight or something along those lines. A pick off or two might be useful as well. They've got everything they need, and it's going to get worse and worse for this Fen. It looks like, I think the AC was being the choice for SEC, but he's turning his attention now towards the Orchid instead, which might be better. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Yeah, it looks good, especially against Invoker, who's not going to have anything to deal with it for a really long time. He wants a bunch of different items right now. He has Boots of Travel and Blink Dagger in his quick buy, so probably not looking for anything. I mean, this is like the juke too, right? You see Queen of Pain, she has a plate mail, no other item slots. You're not really going to expect this Orchid when it comes out.
Yeah. You won't.
Looks pretty good.
You won't itemize for it. Well, I mean, you already have the BKB for the Sven, but, well, almost.
Outside of that.
Yeah, exactly. Like
There's
a Lincoln
gonna be
Sphere or
nothing.
something for the Invoker. But we'll see. I mean, they again, this game is still... It's not over. I mean, there is an 11,000 net worth advantage for newbie, and that is significant. But again, late game, you've got it. Unfortunately, Dogfights, well, he's going to find himself in the grave yet again. The charge, good attempt, but he got Malefist, and he'll get dropped. So, nice little pickup there. Meanwhile, coming mid is going to be IGV. They're trying to take over the enemy jungle, as the Radiant jungle, or excuse me, the Dire jungle is not really safe to farm at this point. They're going to stay together for IGV. That is a DKB now for the Enigma, and there's not really anything that can stop this black hole from coming in any further.
Yep, I think IGV's hope of taking a team fight at all at this point of the game has just gone out the window right now.
Yeah. This is not good. See if they can't split push the tier 2 tower bottom. KYXY. Pops the God Strength. They do have Alacrity, but here comes that Blink Dismember from Kaka. Jumping in, Scream of Pain. Meatballs drop down. The EMP is there as well. Relocate out, and they will make it away. Sakata also TPing home, and they won't find anybody other than the IO, I would imagine. So, IO giving his life, but does a pretty good job of it. They don't get the tier 2 tower, which is a little sad, but Super will not make the Great Escape. He gets blown away, sadly.
Yep, still they force tons of rotations there, so Sven keeps on farming, and he's just... I mean, that's the main thing, right? They just want to find some way to keep Sven farming on the map right now, because they know if they don't do anything, it's just going to be hopeless, where newbie control everything on the entire map. At least this way, TPs are forced, Sven farms the top lane, farms out the jungle. Goodbye.
Well, but you're right about the Sven farm. I mean, and these are the plays they need to make with the IO. Like, even though he's giving his life, they need KYXY to get farm in order for them to take this game. It's just something they have to do. And
Yep. By not doing that, they'll give Sven nowhere on the map that's safe to farm. So, bit of a suicidal play there, but it's good.
all right, man. 13,000 now, 14,000 now worth of advantage for newbie. Do you just farm if you're IGV? Do you even try to take a fight anytime soon? I would assume no, but
There's no fighting for them right now. They just need to try to scrap together anything they can find. You know, they are splitting them up across the map, looking for plays where they can perhaps outnumber them, but Newbie are doing such a good job. Like, a lot of the times Mugi will be pushed in the lane on his Juggernaut, and then Kaka will be right behind him, along with KP, ready to bait the engagement if anything does happen. So it's really difficult for IGV to use their heroes to their true potential, right? They want to split them up across the map and charge them and relocate to start these smaller skirmishes, but they're just not being given the opportunity here because Newbie realize that, and they're covering everyone.
IGV will head outside of the base. Smoked up. And they're looking for that odd man opportunity, but it's not going to be easy. Blink Burrow, they'll find KP. He does have that BKB. The hook coming out. No, he's going to get charged up onto the high ground. They'll blow him away. Dogfight's now going to get chased down. Diffuser Blade is used. Here comes KYXY. There's that BKB. They want to find somebody, and it's going to have to be Faith. But the Glimmer Cape saving his life. Do they have detection? KYXY's BKB is done in about a second or so. And then after that, can they continue on here? It looks like they will throw up the Sonic Wave. Sakata might be okay, but for now, getting jumped on. Super, he doesn't have the mana for relocate. Now he does. In July coming with a Blink Burrow. They're looking for this. The Dismember will come out. Super now in trouble. Cannot get that relocate off in time. And Sakata going to have to Ghost Walk away. The Ice Wall was there in time. And in July, now on the other side, they find the Sven. Mugi comes in, gets the kill. The Freezing Field was there. The Frostbite. Everything to lock him down. When he doesn't have that BKB, it is impossible for him to live in a fight like that, and they will lose Roche yet again for IGV.
Yep, nice. They have all the. That's the big thing that happens in these kind of games, right? When you're winning the game, your supports get items. Crystal Maiden, Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, Pudge, Blink Force Staff. So many tools to deal with this Sven that just comes running in with his BKB and Mask of Madness on. Like, coming back in afterwards, Faith is able to Frostbite up Sven, and he just can't hit anyone. He dies in the Frostbite, pretty much.
And these lockdowns for Super have been pretty immaculate as well. Once that Sven's BKB is done and he gets turned on, he needs Super, hopefully, to bail him or Sakata out, you know, with that relocate. And it's going to be a lot harder now, too. There's the Orchid up on the Queen of Pain, so not only do you have all of the lockdown from the rest of Newbie, but you have the Orchid that was just picked up for SCCC. And Super will die pretty much immediately if he gets Orchid and Scream down. So it's not an easy game for him to find these relocate saves.
Yep, and this is also the Aegis and Cheese Roshan, so this is Newbie's go time, right? This is where they want to look for that high ground opportunity, but they are sitting on a lot of gold on their Juggernaut at least, so they might take some more time to farm up, giving IGV some more time to farm up as well.
Yeah.
Like if Sven can get a Blink Dagger, right, he's going to two-shot the Crystal Maiden, and perhaps they can get something started there. They were able to find the Enigma in that fight, and they blew him up before he did anything at all. Relocate down bottom. They might find SCC here.
This could be huge. He has the cheese. Will not be able... Oh, he gets it off in time. I thought for sure he was dead. They needed one more auto attack, and they couldn't find it, and he makes it out. I was sure they were going to get that kill.
Oh, man, that was the kill they desperately wanted to. A kill on SCC at this point of the game would be so much gold and map control going back their way.
That is unfortunate. And now they're dealing with a push mid from Mugi. They do clear out the creep wave with the meatball.
That was the God Strength too, man. Sven is gonna have no damage for this team fight.
He luckily still has his BKB, but 50 seconds without that God Strength damage, and these heroes will survive a lot longer if they take a fight on IGB. Like, it's Fear up. Stormhammer's gonna be blocked. More Shadow Strike damage along with the Veil. Super's like, please stop. I need to stay alive here. Him going down would be pretty problematic. But
They actually sniped the healing ward there.
Yeah, that's good.
That might slow down this push a bit.
Kaka will miss the hook coming in. Blink Burrow, they want Mugi. He has the Aegis Stormhammer. They force him inside the base as well. He's still alive. Blade Fury out. They're going to get this kill. The Black Hole counter initiation from KP. Can they find anything out of this? Dogfight's down, and KYX might be next. The BKB pops. The Sonic Wave coming through. He wants his kill on Super. He can't find it. SCC in deep coming in. The Burrow Strike is there, forced out. Stormhammer onto Tuki. KYX might do the damage. He needs God Strength. It's off cooldown in 1 second. Now the Frostbite coming through. He's still alive. The overcharge from Super doing some serious work. So far, only they've gotten one kill. KP coming in. Malphus will come through in July, still trying to fight. Blade Fury, Sakata slowed up. Can they bring down KYXY? God Strength already used. More overcharge. Super is solo. They grab the kill. The Burrow Strike is too late. The hook comes out as well. They're going to find Sakata. The Frostbite is there. They'll grab not one, not two, not three. They'll get 4 and then into 5. They have to buy back in Sakata. And he is the only one. They do have the Sven and Sand King buyback as well. And they will also have backup from dogfights, but they're going to lose this set of racks almost certainly. They have no BKB for the Sven, no God Strength either, and that is going to lead into 1, maybe 2 sets of racks here if they're not careful.
Oh man, at that point in the team fight when they were so deep, when KYX got that triple stun up, if he had God Strength just 5 seconds earlier, that could have potentially been something in this team fight. But man, so unfortunate they didn't have the God Strength in that fight. It actually looked like it could have gone their way.
Yeah, it was tough for sure. SEC blinking in, looking to find Cicada. He's able to get out in time. The Orchid came through, and it is going to be, in fact, 2 sets of racks. And Newbie will back up. He's pretty happy with what they've accomplished. IGV, again, you still have a Sven and God Strength can really change the complexion of these games. They're going to jump in.
They're
They have
TPing in,
Sven
man.
TP. They want SEC. Uh-oh. Newbie are kind of all together, though. BKB will go. Hook out. Beautiful save from Kaka. SEC blinking out as well. Mugi trying to man fight here. Now needs to play with your way. There's going to be that nether strike. He's in trouble. Mask Madness. He's getting low. Deafening Blast. Force up. Not into the high ground, but still alive. The Glimmer Cape saving his life for now. The Healing Ward going. He's got Omni Slash. And now Dogfights is the only one chasing him. Meanwhile, the hook onto In July, keeping him towards this fight. The freezing field, KYXY, BKB gone. They're jumping in. They have the Dismember. They get the kill, and he's down for 53. Sonic Wave blows up In July. Cicada will fall as well, and that's a dieback. And it is GG. Newbie outclassing IGV, a 40-9 scoreline. It was never really in question, Brax.
Yeah, they look like they're on a whole different level from IGV there. Definitely look like that. But these guys are just the superior team. We saw them at the Manila Masters. They looked fantastic there too, and they've just brought it to this game as well. Pudge, man, I like to see Pudge a lot, and it's not the same kind of Pudge, right? Where he's going around hooking everyone. He's just hooking defensively to reset all these team fights and just be really annoying. I like it. I think it's strong.
Yeah, that was a pretty outstanding game from Newbie. I mean, these supports are so good, honestly. Even when Faith doesn't find the farm, Kaka making plenty of space. They did absolutely fantastically. Dogfights not having the same impact. Super getting caught early on in the game. It was really rough from him from the get-go. I mean, we talked about his experience, and that wasn't really the problem. The issue is just that he got jumped on. The SCC Quap is something to be afraid of, I think, of. If you look at this squad, it's something you got to deal with.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
There is like zero debate about that. I mean, look at the score at the end of that game. SCCC 16, 0, and 18.
Out of 40 kills.
Like, Jesus.
That's
dude.
insane.
40-9. I mean, pull up the graph real quick and you'll see how much of a dominant performance this was. 30k damage on the Quap. And, yeah, absolutely. Once they got control of this game, Newbie never really let it go. I think we'll probably have another interview coming up with the winner, but time will tell as we pull up our feed here. Very commanding window. A lot of statistics to look at that game. Brax, you pointed out some good numbers, but one of the ones worth re-mentioning, the Wisp. Level 2 at minute 8. Here, pull up some of those highlights, Ma. Let's take a look here.
Hello? Is this...
There we go.
Okay.
Phew. Pudge with 2,300 HP at 21 minutes. That's pretty damn scary. Not even a single kill on the Quap.
That's, man.
They almost got one in the bottom lane, but you got the cheese.
Yeah, the
off.
cheese.
Yeah,
I
that
thought
was
that was
really
going to be her
close.
first set, and they really needed that kill, and you mentioned it too. I mean, they needed to kill her there. She was out of control. She had a huge bounty for herself, and they needed more money for the Sven and Cicada and all that good stuff. They did kill KP a couple of times, and I thought that might be the beginning of a good fight, but pushing him up onto the high ground made it really problematic because then Dogfights got caught, as you see there. And it kind of just went downhill. Even though, KYXY, he couldn't get the vision on Faith. The Glimmer Cape came through, and then the Sonic Wave on the other side. It just kind of turned things around. So these long-winded fights really favoring Newbie.
Yeah.
I mean, cutting that
definitely.
Sven is the biggest thing, honestly.
Sven's yellow item goes down. Then he's, can't hit anyone, runs around in circles, and he's like, shit, I gotta regroup, and he just gets frostbit and dies in like all these team fights.
Yeah. I mean, Newbie also just have the superior coordination, right? We saw time and time again in this game, Black Hole into a beautiful ult from the Queen of Pain with follow-up damage, AoE from the Rot, the Crystal Maiden, another great performance, a couple of big ultimates, and just huge follow-up damage, prioritizing all the slows and disables onto Sven as much as possible, as Brax has pointed out, whenever that BKB is not up. It's just they've got the combos, and we didn't really talk about it too much, but CM Pudge, just amazing in general, right? Early levels, what's Pudge's biggest problem? He doesn't have enough mana, and he can't hook people, right? CM solves both those problems. Even just having the Crystal Nova to slow him down so you can connect with the hook makes it a little bit easier, and of course, Frostbite, the synergy is obvious. So that helps the early game, and they just never really let go of the momentum. IG Vitality were farming pretty well in the early game. You got to give them some credit there. Like when we looked at that gold graph, there's a good 15 minutes where that game was very even, and then it just got out of control.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. I mean, KP's performance, we didn't talk. Whoa, hello, how are you? We didn't talk about it too much, but I think he did fantastically. And again, it was a great, I think, Enigma pick in general. I think they didn't have anything to deal with it, and the thought process that they're going to be all grouped up, that we talked about in the draft, it was shown there for sure. I mean, they were all grouped up in some of those big team fights. So, good stuff.
No doubt, buddy. So, Brax maybe can hang out with us for a few minutes longer, but we'll have Draskell coming in here pretty quick, and then he'll be casting the next 2 games with Mater. We got 2 BO1s remaining. We're going to jump down into Group B coming up next. That'll be NP versus Singularity. Yes, that's right, Team Singularity. You know, I don't want to say. Where are they from, Mott?
They are from
Poland.
Poland.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's
It's Poland.
Yeah, Poland.
I thought it was somewhere in Eastern Europe. For some reason, I was thinking it was Belarus.
I was thinking the same thing earlier.
I think it's just because of that star ladder. You know, that's the. Anyway, the Polish team, the qualifiers to get here were kind of an interesting interesting road. Is that the right way to say it?
Yeah.
It was 28 opens.
Opens. Yeah.
That sounds ridiculous to say, but it's right because it was open qualifiers that then went into like a regional qualifier. So for Europe, there were 4 opens. And then that went into the regional, and then there was another heat, or another 4 opens into another regional where some teams were invited.
And I want to give you some of the names that played in those open qualifiers that didn't make it. NIP, you had Team Spirit. I think at some point, Friends, Empire played, I'm pretty sure as well. There was a lot of teams that you think would be pretty good and would make it far, and they would lose sometimes in the early stages, sometimes late stages. But hold on, we do have a interview.
Yeah, let's check it out here.
What is it like being a carry player on this new patch? What kinds of adjustments have you had to make? 就作为打大哥位的，这次新版本对你来说，对大哥位的玩家有什么样的变化？有什么样的调整？
对大哥来说，我觉得整体体验感比较强一点嘛，因为首先那个刷野数量多了，然后大号位现在是没有锅了，然后大哥打了起来就会舒服点。
Generally speaking, I think it's a better experience for carry players. It feels like there's more to farm. As far as the jungle, there's more resources, and maybe there's less going towards the position 3. So I feel like it's a bit of an overall better playing experience. 那下个问题就是马尼拉如何影响了你们比如说战队的状态，过一天就过来打比赛，或者你们 BB 上的一些思路。How did Manila affect your team in terms of banning and picking and drafting, coming over on short notice and having to play another competition?
马尼拉就比较可惜吧，然后就没有夺了冠。然后影响的话，其实我们经过休息调整，其实还好，没有什么特别大影响之类的。
It's just unfortunate that we weren't able to win the championship at the Manila Masters, but in terms of adjustment, preparation, coming here on short notice to play, it hasn't really affected us much. And the final question is, you know, when version 7.0 came out, right after DPL, you guys played 4 LANs in a row. You learned the patch very quickly and excelled early on in that patch against Chinese teams. Do you see a similar effect happening this time? And would you rather play more LANs or spend more time practicing on the patch to develop your own strategies? 就是新版本，去年7.0版本新出来的时候，你们好像连续打了4次线下赛，就是一直就是有很多比赛去打，然后可能导致你们后来国内的一些比赛打得都很好。那么这次版本出来，你们又连续好几次去打线下赛，你们对这个有什么看法？是不是觉得以赛代练比较有利，还是宁可自己在比如说在家里去练习一些套路等等？
我觉得有比赛打是最好的，因为训练有的时候。对手可能没有打得比赛那么认真，然后就是连续这样打的话，就有的时候会感觉就非常累吧，没有休息时间这样的，然后整体都这样。
feel it's better to have competitions. Obviously, if you're just practicing with other teams, they may not be giving it their all, or they might not be letting certain things come out in practice. But if you're playing them in competitions, they have to go all out, although it can be very tiring to play multiple LAN events in a row. 好的，那么感谢Mugi 加上牛逼，祝你们在半决赛好运。Thank you, good luck.
All right. And they just walk off just like that. Okay, so we will update the text here and get the NP versus Singularity up, and then we're going to have to take a break. But, of course, much kudos to Jack for interviewing, translating, stage hosting, and whatever else they have him doing over there. But my word, man, he is carrying the load. And we thank him. It's always interesting to get a little perspective on, the Chinese players.
Yeah.
Because without people like him and Josh and the other translators, we'd have absolutely no idea.
We would maybe have hearsay from Reddit posts, a couple of maybe translated threads and stuff like that, but they really provide everything for us. So shout out to them for sure.
Absolutely. So we've got 2 more BO1s coming up, folks. We've got an ad break, so stick around. We'll be back after this.
Metamorphosis comes out. Blanket Pale comes through, but they will get the
did he
Dire.
get it?
They get the Aegis as well. They get the Dire Row shot, and Aegis comes out. Now he gets pushed through. They're trying to fight here.
Channel. The low health Smarter goes back in for another crunch, and it will secure an ultra kill for the sniper. That's a rampage here at 17.
He went in though. Look at this Stampede, the Golem, the Sanities.
Big game will be called, and this finals will end
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ZOTAC Cup Masters. We are here waiting on our next series, which, of course, is going to be NP versus Singularity. Of course, I'm joined by Zyori and Braxton. We've got a new member to the panel, Draskell. Andy, how the hell are you, man?
Doing pretty good. Ready to cast some Dota.
Some late night Dota, my friend. We're in.
Well, I'm always up at this time of day anyway, so I might as well.
This is prime time.
Prime time.
Maybe turn Andy up just
Oh,
a
yeah.
pinch here on our side. Now, Andy, I know you're an expert about Team Singularity, the Polish squad. What can you tell us?
I can tell you that one of their players is named Exotic Deer, so I'm hyped.
That's good.
The only reason I know that is because Brax told me. So it should be an interesting match, to say the least. I don't know. I find it kind of exciting when I literally have no idea what a team's going to do, because no matter what, it's going to be entertaining. So
And it's a best of one, too, so it could really be anything, and NP can get caught off guard here. Although I will say NP played extraordinarily well in their last LAN event, but yeah, the Singularity Polish squad, of course, coming in from the regional qualifiers, I believe, beating some pretty good teams along the way as well. So,
Yep. And right now, enjoying the barrage of sponsors and all the different things you can win here. Reminder that there are a whole bunch of overlays beneath your Twitch stream. That's the best place to find them. I said overlays. I meant to say giveaways.
Yes, giveaways.
I'm out of control, Mod.
No, you're
the
fine.
giveaways. They're giving away all sorts of graphics cards, some motherboards. It's a whole slew of things. Look at that beautiful monitor, the Predator.
the whole kit and caboodle.
Arr.
If you guys want a chance at a GTX 1080 Ti, of course, we have the giveaway code.
Dude,
we'll
it's
show
the
that in a
Amp
moment.
Extreme. Mod, don't sell it short, dude.
The
Come on.
Ti Amp Edition, I believe, is it's called.
They pay you the big bucks to get it right, buddy.
You're right. I
Amp.
thought I did. I thought it was clear enough, but
Imagine if they were partnered with the Mountain Dew energy drink.
that would be a little confusing.
Maybe, or it could be the greatest marketing campaign ever.
Potentially. But anyway, we were waiting on these players getting back in. Nobody's in the lobby yet, as
Yeah,
I could tell.
We actually don't have a camera
whoa,
shot
there's
on
one person. Don't lie to the people, Mom.
Sorry.
They need to know.
You
My bad,
want
Andy.
to send Draskell a link to the clean feed there, Maudie, so
I
he
sure
can
do.
see the. Well, I guess we're not streaming with delay, so that's not too bad.
There it is. Boom. For everybody to see, in fact, in Moonduck.
But we'll hopefully have some player
clean
camera
feed.
shots coming up before
Yeah.
too long here.
They're setting him right now. There's one guy from Singularity in there named Patos.
Show him the bracket, Mott.
We sure will.
Let's remind them what things look like here in terms of
Now,
competition.
again, this overlay, or rather this bracket, is not updated yet. Currently, of course, Newbie beat IG Vitality for the winners match. They'll be moving on to the semifinals. So already Group A looking just about done. We still need that losers matchup, but at least for right now, it is going to be Newbie moving on to the semifinals. So they really only have to play one more BO3 before the grand finals. And then, of course, on the other side, this is where we're getting started right now, MP versus Singularity. After this match, we will have Fnatic versus Danish Bears, and then the winner, of course, will be played tomorrow.
Yeah. And then after that, the loser matches will be played, and we'll see who's actually going home. The bottom of the group heads home. Don't forget it. Last place is headed out early, and number one starts in the semifinals. So they're actually a round up on everybody else. So a lot on the line in terms of winners and losers here, Mott.
Yeah.
NP versus Singularity. I'm pumped up.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I think everybody would agree MP probably the big favorites. I think many people were probably surprised by NP's performance at the Manila Masters, especially after that first series against OG. But they look good. You know, the addition of Fata, Pylai Dai coming back as well, pretty much the majority of the old squad coming back together. You even heard AUI in the hype video, or rather one of the interviews before the event, talk about second place. He addressed the meme. He squashed it. He says, we're looking to get first place here.
Dude,
and, we'll see if that's going to
that's
happen.
what you got to do. You got to tackle the memes head on.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure Cloud9 also wanted to win.
Yes. Well, absolutely. That goes without saying. Yes.
Yeah. So who knows? Actually, what do we? Oh, we got a 3-minute countdown.
We got some time here. Folks.
Okay, good. So
The clean feed's
Draskell,
coming.
what's up, man? How you been liking the new patch?
I like the patch. It's just that for whatever reason, my games have not been. Let's say they've been less than stellar. I don't know why. It
Dude,
just seems like
me too.
Like ever since they added that, connect your phone to the matchmaking thing to make sure that games aren't awful. Even though that's not what they said. That's what a lot of people thought was going to happen. Not what happened.
No, not at all. The games are. We were talking about this earlier. I think all of us have had some pretty rough games. Suns fan was on. He was saying the same thing. Not the best pub games for a lot of people out there, including myself. So
yeah, I don't know what it is. It's a degree of try-heartedness where I thought the international ranked would be good because it's only people that buy the compendium. They have to spend money to get access to it. But as it turns out, those people want to win so bad that they just start yelling as soon as the first thing goes wrong or doesn't go exactly the way they want. And then someone reacts, and then before you know it, everybody's muted. The whole thing's a disaster, and your anti-mage has brown boots at fucking 10 minutes.
Right. You know.
I had 3 games that lasted a total of 15 minutes today. That's how good it is.
That's actually insane.
Wow.
15 minutes
nope,
for 3
didn't
games?
win, actually.
Oh, okay.
That's nuts.
You know, the worst part is even when you win those games, you don't feel like nothing happened. You know what I mean? Like, it's not satisfying at all.
I say that all the time. I'm like, I would rather have like a really close game where I lose, and I'll be like, oh, okay, at least it was a good game.
Yeah.
And then like the next 3 games that I play, within the picking screen of 2 picks, there's already one guy who's like, I'm going down mid. Just get me out of this game.
It
or
happens
something like that.
so often. I just don't understand why people like. You even try to be reasonable with these people, and they're just they mute immediately, and they just push that right-click button on the mid enemy fountain, and you're like, okay, well, what can I do now?
Yep.
Let me ask you guys something. Have you ever ran down mid?
No.
I have once.
Jokingly with my 5-man stack friends.
No.
Maybe.
I've never run down mid. Usually, I think the worst I've ever done is like you go off lane, you die 3 times in 4 minutes, and then you're just like, dude, I don't know what to do, and then you just keep dying in every fight, and you end it like 0-15.
You're kind of like you're sort of half paying attention at that point.
Well, yeah, it's not intentional, but you get such a bad start, and your team just cuts you off. It's just it's like a double whammy, you know.
And I will say, like, when I did that, it was with my friends. We were being silly. We knew we didn't have a chance of winning. We were down megas or some shenanigans. And you always do. If you're in, like, that 5-man stack and you're losing, you always try to be silly and kind of do your own thing.
When I get mad, I just play techies. That's like, if I have 3 terrible pubs in a row, I'm just like, you know what? I hate all of you. I hate my team. I hate their team. I'm playing 1v9. Techies Arcana. Yeah. That is a great way to upset
Not only are you
people.
making the enemy team mad, you're also making your own team mad.
Dude, sometimes, what is that classic no-tail quote that's now inappropriate, I guess? It's not PC, but, man, when you're in the trench, you got to get down in there with them. You know, you got to go crazy.
Yeah.
You got to go full in.
A wealth of quotes.
The nice way to say it is, you go full. You don't hold anything back. Right. But God, picking techies, Jesus Christ.
I know,
you're an animal.
Filthy. Wait, we got something from Jack, though.
消费总经理他想为我们介绍一下Intel 马上要出的新科技。Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special surprise for you today. We have a desktop consumer group general manager at Intel. He's going to come on stage and introduce some exciting new technology that Intel has in the works. So please welcome on stage Chris Silva.
Hey, thank you.
This could be really
cool. Thank you.
All yours, Chris.
Hey, I hope you guys are enjoying the ZOTAC Cup. Has it been good competition so far? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah?
There's that hype crowd.
Who are you rooting for? What team? Which one? Danish beer. Oh, all right, all right. Well, did you guys know that they're all playing on Intel X99 processor or X99 platforms using our X series processor?
Yeah. All right, turn it up a little bit, Maud. I got to hear this.
It's exciting, right? The thing that's exciting about it has a lot of cores in it. You know, a lot of performance. And we announced a new one today, just about a few minutes ago. And we've been working very closely with ZOTAC. They're going to be one of our first partners to have this product out. It's going to be called the new X series processor line, and we're actually going up higher than a Core i7. So we're now going to have a Core i9 for the gamers like you guys who need the absolute best in performance. And we're partnering closely with ZOTAC as well because it's not just the processor, it's also the motherboard and the platform that allows you to get the most out of the processor. And that's one of the things that partners like ZOTAC do for us. They allow us to really extract absolute max performance out of our platform. So make sure you take a look at the systems that they got up here today. We're using the X99, which is the generation that's in the market right now. And soon we'll be bringing out the new X299 based platforms with our new 18-core Core i9 processor. So get in line to get one. Have fun with the tournament, and thank you very much.
All right. Good stuff.
Well, that was certainly informative. And, yes, please pause the wubs. Thank you, Mott. That was good. No, I'm,
I can't wait
guys,
to
the giveaway code
Intel
is
products.
XWP8. Type that shit in and you'll get yourself a graphics card. That's all I can say. I can't wait to unlock my potential. That's all I'm gonna say. I do actually need to buy a new graphics card, though. I'm not gonna lie. I've got a GTX 770 right now, and I'll tell you what, my PUBG experience is lackluster. I lag out like every 5 games, and it's terrible. You ever try sniping somebody with 5 FPS mod?
Not fun.
It's not. So maybe I'll get one of those 1080
Are
Ti
you playing on low?
Amped. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to
I can't go to very low, though. It looks like I'm playing Minecraft, and it just triggers me.
Okay.
Don't worry, Zara. You could be me and have a 1080 and still just not be able to shoot anyone because you're awful.
You're not an
That's
FP.
not, I'm horrible at FPS games, like beyond bad.
Okay. I like it, though. Now I want to see a Draskell PUBG
Yeah, I was
stream.
just thinking the same thing. Maybe squad up.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I want to see some like Shane, Draskell, Mott, plus anybody.
Shenanigans.
Plus Trent.
Throw Trent in there. Have another grenade suicide.
Have you played with Shane, Andy? He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's very good.
No, I know Shane's good. I've watched his stream before when he plays PUBG. I just have a tendency to stray away because I usually would get used as like the cannon fodder in those types of games. It's like, oh, go distract them while we do stuff, and then I'm a corpse. And then, maybe my team wins, maybe they don't.
Hey, I like to call myself the scout when I play squad with Mott, Trent, and Shane because they're better at shooting than me. So they get all the scopes, and I just call out the positions, and then I try to shoot them if they get close.
It's a winning formula.
Yep, the UMP, baby. That's how I fly.
It's a very good gun. It's pretty good.
At close range.
Yeah, well.
Not into the VSS, though. The new gun they added, not good.
It's pretty not great.
It's pretty
I was willing
lackluster.
to give it a couple tries, and then...
You think once you get the extended clip, like, this thing's going to be great. I've got a built-in scope. I've got 20 rounds. And then you remember, oh, wait, I'm shooting 9mm. And if he's not literally right in front of me, this thing's, like, it tickles them, dude. You got to dink them, like, 8 times before they die if they've got armor.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Guns are guns.
I digress.
PUBG. We're worried
So,
about
yeah, Dota. I don't know what to say about this series. Like, we know so little about Singularity.
Yeah.
MP should be pretty heavy favorites, but best of one Dota, I mean...
Again, who knows? We just saw a Meepo pick. It didn't actually work out for Warriors Community, but not for, the lack of trying. I mean, it was just maybe a bad team fight or two, a bad pick-off or two.
I want to see some camera shots of Singularity. I want to see what these boys look like.
Yeah, we saw them in the pregame interviews. We saw them getting introduced. But...
All right. Their lifetime earnings are $2,000.
Well, they've played under different, they've played with some of these players in different teams.
All right,
so that's the thing to keep in mind.
Drunken is their manager. Great name for a manager. His handle is Drunken.
He's actually
These boys party.
Go to 2 teams. He's been around the scene for a bit.
They placed top 5 in the Epicenter CIS EU qualifier. They obviously won this qualifier. They got 3rd in the WESG 2016 Poland qualifier.
Who did they lose to? Can you click on that? I want to click on that.
All right, let's see. I don't know which teams were in the Polish qualifier. So they lost
Alternate Attacks.
to
Okay.
And Go for Gold.
Yeah, Alternate Attacks has some notable names, I believe.
Yep.
Oh,
Well,
actually, that was them.
this
That was
team.
them. Yeah, it was just a bunch of
them.
So Team Singularity
Okay.
had a different squad. That's a different squad. Of
Okay,
Singularity
I
that lost
see.
to this team.
So Alternate Attacks beat Team Singularity, and then Team Singularity was like, all right, we don't want these jokers anymore. We want the best that Poland has to offer. You guys are off, and now your team. So let's
was it
check
that
out.
exact roster that went over?
Okay, no, but yeah, Alternate Attacks. They've got like $22,000 total team earnings, and it is this current squad. So they've placed in BTS Europe, D2CL Season 11. So that was March of this year. They won $500. They got 1st in a Pro Dota Cup Europe number 7.
Mm-hmm.
20 or $3,500. I'll take it. So they've just been cleaning up the like tier 2
Tier 2
CIS
circuit.
scene.
Yeah, exactly.
Like those overpower cups. And,
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Oh, that just happened. I would just checked it a second ago, but boom.
Hey, look, it's Team NP. Look at these guys.
Yeah, they're ready to go. They got the
What happened-
multiple headsets.
What happened to our Dota music, Monk? Can we get that back?
I muted it because of the ads, I believe, or something.
All right, buddy.
It's unmuted now.
I like the way you party. There, man, look at the boys. These are the new boys in blue right here. Look at those jerseys. Those things are fat.
Yeah.
The FYM hot sauce right there on the
sponsorship-
side.
Is that what do they have on the other side? I can't tell off the top of my head.
I'm not sure. But FYM, one of the more iconic esports sponsorships, started with a Reddit thread, hello, friends, I don't like betting sponsors. I'd like to give money to someone. And NP was that someone.
Yeah.
And here we go, the Singularity boys,
Yeah.
Polish squad. They look very serious.
Ready to go.
I have no idea who's who. Which one do you think is Exotic Deer?
I think he's the dude closest to the camera.
I think
Shaking
No,
his
dude.
control.
Listen, deers don't like being around people. He's definitely the one in the back. He's in the corner.
You think so? The
They're
dark hair?
timid
Okay.
creatures, Ziori. Very timid.
Okay.
But if you look at the chair spacing, he's like the farthest away from anyone else.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Dude, Mojo's laying it
Oh,
down.
yeah, you may be right, actually.
What do you think MSS is telling this guy?
I need my computer face.
I bet the computer's not in English.
That's, yeah.
Dude, that is a real thing at
That's a
LANs. When you go to
possibility.
foreign countries,
Yeah.
sometimes getting windows in English is not always there.
Yeah.
And sometimes it'll be like you show up and they say all the PCs are English, and then one or two of them might be in another language. Sometimes you have to reboot them and stuff. We had that issue at one of the early summits when we rented PCs.
Yep.
They were all in German, so that obviously was not great for us.
No.
Kuro did a lot of translating.
Yeah, that must be rough to deal with. But I think these guys, they've got their heads screwed on right. They know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody looks ready. I got to say the downtime between games has been minimal.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah, I mean that's like the dark side of best of ones. Aside from the elimination aspect, is the setup time. You play one game, get a breakdown, people come back, and in a setup like this, I doubt they have two stage areas, so it is the same PCs.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
It takes some time to switch everything over, but they've done a pretty good job so far, and we are starting to get in the lobby. I believe everybody's logging in.
I feel like Pylai Die's staring into my soul right now.
Maybe that's Exotic Deer.
Mod, hit us with the feed. Hit him with it.
All right.
Show him those pretty faces. Oh no. Oh yeah, they're ready.
I don't know.
What do
He
you
looks
think?
like a captain.
Brax, have you ever been in a situation like this where you're on the team that is the heavy underdog in a best of one? Like, do you start thinking about cheese strats? Is this another one of these caster baloney things, or is that a real conversation that a team in that position has?
That's probably like every LAN game I played in my entire life.
You just cheese everyone?
No, but I mean, some teams they actually like practice these strategies, but it's really hard to actually find a good cheese strategy outside of things like Meepo and stuff like that. So I think it's pretty unlikely, but a lot of the times they bring their own sort of playstyle anyways. That's kind of off meta
That's
or not
Exotic
something
Deer.
that's standard. Is it?
I
think that's Exotic Deer. We're
I
just
think
looking at his picture.
That's
him,
is
dude.
it? Yeah, it looks pretty similar.
How old is he? It doesn't say. They don't
He
have
doesn't have
his
his
birthday.
birthday. Yeah, that's the thing they need to add to Liquipedia.
7.3K MMR. They have birthdays for most people.
I like how they have the MMR. That's pretty sick. Yeah, I'm going through. Oh, that's Elisa. Okay. Which one?
Exotic Deer looks very young, though. How old do you think he is? 17,
Dude,
18?
he's probably like 17 or 18.
I would imagine, yeah.
Young gun.
Okay, Elise is their captain, by the way. So the guy on the far right is the captain. I'm almost positive. All right, we're getting into it. Nobody from NP in the lobby just yet.
Yeah. So slow and steady. What time is this match actually scheduled to start? Are we behind schedule? I think maybe by a little bit,
would
but
assume
it's not too bad.
Let's see this match.
This was supposed to start about an hour ago, so we're about an hour behind schedule.
Which is, again, I think that's a very liberal time that they're using based on the early issues we had, and then
Yeah, I was told, I think it was JJ that tweeted, the venue has a cutoff time of 6 p.m. local, and right now it is, is it 3:45 there, I think?
That sounds right.
So we've got 2 hours and 15 minutes to do two
BO1s.
BO1s.
Yep.
I think we can do it, gang. I think we can get it in there.
Yep.
Not too bad for first day at a LAN.
Yeah.
I'm excited. And look at this. Look, dude, the crowd's
They got
filling
the
up.
crowd
Look,
shot. They moved the
there's
camera
like a
back
third
a
of the
bit.
chairs are full.
Yeah.
It's getting crazy.
Jesus.
Pi looks so unenthused.
Yeah.
He's just like, all right, give me
He,
this.
He always
he
looks that way.
Looks a little jet lagged.
That's true. That's a good point. Rascal. He does.
He's
also
just a man with focus, He's only got one thing on his mind, carrying his team.
He's such a nice guy too. Just a nice lad.
I've actually never really met
Never
Pi.
talked to him?
Not so much.
Yeah. I was at the Manila Major, and he was on the same bus. It was literally just us two. We struck up a conversation.
It's weird how that happens. I had that with FNG at after whatever TI was invited to, TI 5, the opening party. We took the bus back together, and we were both pretty tipsy, and he was very excited about my hair.
Oh yeah. Who
He
couldn't
has
be at
long
the time?
hair. I had long hair. We were buds.
He was into it. This is a team I want to meet.
It's like a story of where, like, in elementary school, two kids sit next to each other, one farts, and boom, instantly best friends for
Friends
life. That's you
forever.
two. Yeah.
Other kid cracks up.
So I'm looking back at the history of Singularity. Honestly, it looks like they've been playing fairly meta heroes. Last matches competitive they have on record are 12 days ago. I see some TA, Bat Rider, Slardar. They did pick a Doom, actually. That's a little bit interesting.
Spicy.
They picked a Doom with a CM, Troll, Spirit Breaker, and Sniper, dude. That's some dirty Bash Lord sniper bullshit, if you ask me, but I like it. These boys play dirty.
I'm into it. Did they win that game?
That's pretty greedy though. At the same time,
They did, I think.
It is, yeah. it
Yes,
is.
they did win
It's a
that
bit
game.
greedy. I think, yeah, that's interesting.
Pick the Knicks, but it doesn't look like
They haven't played too much. Yeah, this is going to be one of their first, if not their first, like, Tier 1 matchup they've had. I think.
seems like they have a pretty diverse hero pool, though. I see they played a Phoenix, Queen of Pain, Puck, Lycan, Coddle, Abaddon, Earthshaker, Lena.
Yeah.
It's all over the place, man. This series, they didn't repeat a single hero.
Uh-oh. MP are getting up. I don't know what's going on here.
Uh-oh.
Are they getting their headphones?
This aggression
the-
will not stand. You're like, Helen's going in, dude.
Yeah. Give me those
Dude,
headphones
we've
back.
got the live tweet update from JJ. Apparently, EE's computer has a Windows update.
Oh, no. Is Windows a sponsor of this tournament? I hope not.
No, I don't.
Have we been playing those stupid commercials? Windows 7 or Windows 10, the greatest operating system for gamers.
Don't you just love when the update just pops up on your screen in the middle of...
When objectively it is maybe the worst. It updates your shit. It has that DVR thing that Valve, no matter what game you're playing, is like, hey, I don't know if you're aware.
You should turn
But
this
right
off.
now, Windows is just, it's effing your computer in its A, and we need your help to stop the plague.
Please turn this off.
It's like Gaben's great revenge, you know? Like, it's sad that Linux is better in a lot of ways. Well, I guess if there's a native client, like, my word, what kind of a world do we live in?
I don't know, man. These are the questions we need to ask. The classic Windows update, though.
Well, good thing JJ's there. We've got boots on the ground.
He's like our sideline reporter,
Yeah,
except he doesn't have a microphone. He's just an observer.
that's true. Hey, hey, Brax, what's it like wearing the double headphones? How much do you hate that? Is it uncomfortable?
I hate it a lot, actually. I think it's really, really uncomfortable. You have to have the earbuds in, and then that thing hangs on your head, and then you also have to have your sponsor's headset around your head as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you're wearing all this garbage that just kind of hangs there, and then sometimes it's really annoying when you have sound problems because then you're like fishing through all this garbage to like find which device it is.
So
I don't know. It's just a mess, man.
So usually it's like you have sponsor headsets that you have to show off, but you're not actually allowed to use them for the tournament because they're not noise canceling enough. Is that kind of the issue?
Exactly. Yep. So
Okay.
that hangs down below, and then you have whatever headset they give you there. That's supposed to be sound canceling, but most of the time they're not.
Okay.
I believe NP are using two different
Are,
types of headphones.
are those
also.
heads? I'm trying to think. Are headset sponsorships worth it for teams? You know, that sounds like actually a pretty big inconvenience. Like that sounds like something that could tip me over the edge when you're on like your third series fighting for your life in the lower bracket, and you get killed that fifth time, and you're just like, "Ugh," and you just want to break your headphones. Like
Right.
that sounds really obnoxious.
Yeah, but it's like one of the
I don't
only.
know.
Can you see any of the other peripherals though, like the keyboard or mouse?
I mean, I don't know. Just do the monster thing. Get some Red Bulls.
There you go.
I'm just saying.
I think it's weird for Dota though, right? Because it's such a top-heavy game. Like I'm sure Brax knows more about it than I do, but it feels like one of those things where if you're like a tier 3 or a tier 2 team, like borderline good enough to actually win money, somebody comes to you and offers you something, you don't say no, even if it's inconvenient. But
Yeah.
like the best teams, on the other hand, that win money are just like, okay, you do stuff on our terms. So you kind of have to get to that point, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true. It's all about where you are as a team.
Mm-hmm.
You win one major, and you don't really need sponsors to fund that next boot camp if you don't want it.
Yeah.
However, if you just want a major, probably not too hard for you to find some sponsors to pay for that boot
Yeah.
camp if you want it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it kind of goes hand in hand.
Top heavy indeed.
Looks like they've rolled another commercial here as we
Yeah.
try to get into our fourth best of one. NP, only one in the lobby. So sit tight, folks. We're not missing much. we're just going to relax. We're going to take it easy, and we're going to absorb the soothing sounds of the Dota background music.
If you guys haven't checked already, the giveaway code XWP8, go ahead and put that. There's a link at the bottom of the page.
Yeah,
on
guys.
Twitch. Make sure you check it out.
It's that one, I think.
Boom.
The Watch and Win Phase 2.
Yeah. So definitely put that in there. Get involved. Get that gigantic GTX card.
Are you having a good day? Are you having a bad day? Just tweet it at Mott. He'll read it.
Yeah. Or type 1 in chat. If you're having a good day, type 1 if you're having a good day. If you're having a bad day, type 2. And everybody
Curse you,
console the
Mott.
guy that is having a bad day.
Curse you,
Everybody
Mott.
come around and rally around the guy that pressed 2 because we're a community. And that's all that matters.
I wish I had that feeling when I was playing when I played pubs, because I go into games. I don't give a shit about MMR anymore. I really just want to go in there and have some fun, maybe kill some heroes, maybe farm a couple of creeps, just high five my friends. I get recognized in every other game, and it sucks when every other game where people are like, GG's Iori, I'm like, no, it wasn't. This guy just yelled at me for half an hour, and now I feel bad about myself.
The curse of being recognized.
That's it. I mean, that's just, it makes me not want to play, and all I want to do is play and have fun. Maybe I should play unranked. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta change your Steam tag, dog. Just change it up.
Yeah,
People
but
won't
I
recognize
like
you, then you don't have
He
to worry
uses
about
his
it.
microphone. See, that's the
I
thing.
also talk
Do you
too.
use
Oh
your mic
God,
Andy,
don't do
a lot
that.
or no?
Nope.
Yeah,
Oh
I figured
God,
as
no.
much. I've watched your streams. You don't.
Oh, God, no.
Also, the other thing that Andrew doesn't do, he never plays in party, ever. He never plays party games.
I don't like party. People always get mad, dude. So listen, when I'm in solo queue and my teammates get mad, I can just flame them back. And usually I flame them with niceness, where I just say weird, nice things. Or, well, sometimes I yell at them. Sometimes I yell at them.
I don't know about that.
But anyway, they're strangers, so I don't really. Who cares? That's the whole thing. The great Charlie Yang once told me, where he was like, you know what, man? It's a vice like anything else. People yell at people when they're driving or when they do other stuff. It's just you're yelling at strangers. You're letting that rage out. And ever since then, I felt justified in yelling at strangers on Dota. I don't say over the top mean things most of the time. But party, there's nothing worse than that invite where someone says, hey, do you want to play Dota? And you think it's a duo, and you're like, yes, sure. And then they invite their stupid friends, and you got to play with them, and then they feed, or their stupid 3K subscribers are trying to tell you that you should have bought BKB before Basher, and you just want to punch them.
There's ways you can avoid this, though. Are you streaming? Are you going to invite anybody else? Who are you playing with? Those are 3 questions you can ask.
I've fallen victim to that too many times, where now I'm privy to the ruse, and I just
one
play
person
solo.
too many comes in, and you're just like, that's it.
Dude, I had a couple bad nights playing with Makwanis, where it's like, hey, you want to play with me and my friends, a.k.a. my dumb subs? Because you can't yell at them. You can't say anything mean because they're like friend of a friend, and you're just stuck in this game.
She did not
it's
alert
worse
you?
than a pub.
She did not alert you she was playing with friends or streaming or something like that?
No.
That's usually a niceness you need to apply.
I
while
tabbed
playing.
out. I'm looking at Reddit, whatever else I do with my time. You come back in, you hear the bong noise, and all of a sudden you're playing with 5 people, and you're drafted in captain's draft. Dude, what are you doing?
When I'm playing with people, they'll tell me who they're playing with, who they're inviting, and if they're streaming or not, if they're playing with 3K subs. People are pretty good about that kind of thing. At least I would hope so, but maybe I'm wrong
Just
about it.
unload on them. Give them the business. Let them know.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to say really quick, I loved everything about what you just said. Not a single part of that I didn't enjoy. Thank you for that.
Well, Yep.
It happens.
Watching these NVIDIA commercials, man,
They're intense.
makes me want to play Overwatch.
Ooh. Or
No.
that game. Damn.
I know how much Brax likes Overwatch.
I don't actually. That's
Yeah,
like
I was going to say, does he even
I
alert?
played it at the hub, but that was like the
He
first
really
time I played it
doesn't.
in like 6 months.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
missed
game
out
you
on
play once and you're like, shit, why am I playing this thing?
I had the same thought process with Heroes of the Storm. That's the same thought
Oh,
process.
poor Blizzard, man. I don't know.
They're doing pretty well for themselves. No poor Blizzard. I mean, they've got a lot
Yeah,
going on.
no, I want to believe. I keep reading these reports of this like fantasy esports land where Overwatch leagues are worth a couple $100 million. I missed. I thought we were following these stepping stones, and somewhere we just like jumped a couple stories.
Yeah.
And I don't know when it happened. I feel left behind and old.
Yeah, it was a bit surprising to say the least, but who knows what'll happen.
The biggest tournament in history was $20 million prize pool. How the hell is that league worth maximum $700 million? I don't buy it for a second. There, what, J.P. Morgan or Stanley Morgan?
Stanley.
Morgan Stan.
There you go.
Idiots.
Look,
I
this
don't
is the
believe
thing,
it.
right? this is how you have to look at it. If curling is an Olympic sport, then Overwatch can have millions of
Whoa!
dollars. Right?
Whoa! How are
I
you
think
stippling
how it
curling
is.
like
you
that?
just insulted a Norwegian person, I think.
And a couple of Canadians.
That's
Couple
fine.
Canadians.
I'm not worried about it, you know.
Andy, that's curling's great, man. That's a college sport if I've ever watched one. Let me tell you.
Curling's weird. Trent was telling me about how awesome it is, and we were talking the technique with the scrubbing right in front of it. It's a weird.
We were watching it at Northern Arena.
Oh yeah, we were.
Yeah,
I saw it in a
on
bar
TV.
too.
Yeah.
It's weird. Another sport that I think breaks down at the ultra competitive level, darts. It's less about like skill shots and more about like just who messes up once, kind of.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost too perfect.
I will say the darts commentators and players are hype as hell. If you've ever watched one of those darts videos on YouTube and like the player just
have.
goes nuts and you're like, oh, the commentator's really good too, apparently.
I won't lie. I've always wanted to cast poker a little bit, but I need to get up on some of the lingo.
Here comes the river.
And he hits him with the turn.
Poker commentators, let's go.
Well, he's got pocket deuces. This kid's got the Rainmaker.
He's got the pocket. He's got the pocket rockets coming out. Man,
Don't forget about the Cowboys. Cowboys are huge.
Oh, Cowboys.
What's
Those,
that?
Those are kings.
oh, okay.
Kings, yeah.
Kings.
Okay.
I call them kiggities.
This is just how out of this is how out of it I am with poker. I don't get it at all.
You can't make it as a poker commentator if you call him kiggities.
It's over. It's over. for
I
you.
also call jacks jiggities. I don't know where that came from. It's just stupid lingo that I made up.
You know those poker purists that are watching your cast are gonna just
Dude.
be like, "Oh, Jack's god damn it."
Yep. And I don't know what I call queens.
Quickities?
Pocket queens, I think.
Quickities?
No,
Quickities.
it's the ladies, man. The ladies.
The ladies.
That's There you
I
go.
got pocket ladies. Woo!
Oh, I'm into it. Your career as a poker commentator is just beginning.
You know what hand I hate the most?
Tell me.
Ace 10.
Yeah.
Especially Ace 10 suited, because I feel obligated to play it. But god damn that hand.
Yeah, that hand's rough.
It rarely ever gives you what you want. You know, I've never gotten a royal flush ever.
No, I
Nope,
don't. I
I've
think that's
played-
pretty rare, to be honest with
It's
you.
like 1 out of 250,000 or 450,000.
I've never gotten. I don't play that much poker, but I haven't gotten one either.
I don't know how many hands I played, but I haven't hit it yet.
Someday soon, buddy. You'll get there.
I was close. I think I got a queen high straight flush once.
That's pretty good.
Pretty close,
Not king high though.
but not quite there. Not ace high even.
Brax, you play poker at all, buddy?
A little bit, but not very much.
Not into it.
No, I mean it's all right. It's fun every now and then. Sit down with some friends, play some poker for small money or whatever.
Have a few brews.
I like playing in
about it.
real life with people. It's a
Yeah.
lot different. It's a lot different from online.
Like
Yeah.
the eventual LAN you go to, and you play poker with some people that think they're pretty good.
Although,
kind of slow roll them.
you know, an old dude told me once that really the fun time to play poker at casinos was like 20 years ago. Now it's too mainstream,
Right.
and it's mostly just grinders. It's like dudes with hoodies and sunglasses and music just can play in numbers. But, back in the day, it was just old rich dudes looking to gamble.
Right.
So you just go hustle some people.
It's a lot of blackjack right now, at least for what like back in the
blackjack.
Manila
Who wants to play blackjack?
Manila Major. That's what we played all the time.
Oh, I can't stand that game,
I
dude.
won so much money at the tables in Manila. It was amazing. It was great.
I've never won money gambling, man. Every time I go, I just sit there. I'm just like, what am I doing, man?
Every
This is
time
bad.
I've been to Atlantic City 4 times. Every time I've played the penny slots, and I have ended positive anywhere from $10 to $40. The penny slots are where it's at, dude. The Sex and the City slots, ooh, the best ones.
Statistically speaking, the slot rows are the absolute worst places to play.
I
Just
know.
FYI.
The pennies, though, dude. It's all about the pennies.
Yeah.
The best one I ever had, though, was the what's that stupid show where they the pawn shop?
Pawn Stars?
Pawn Stars. Is that the one with the fat dudes?
Yeah.
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 The Pawn Stars slot machine, dude. It had all these weird bonus levels, and you could like unlock items, and then you could sell the items. It had this whole barter thing.
Yeah.
It just kept giving me money. I didn't understand how it worked, but I sold
You
him
just
this
threw
old
money at the machine and it
No,
worked.
it threw money at me. I put $5 in there, and it gave me 50. It was great.
I'm glad
Dude,
you
just
got
go
money.
sit at a roulette table and get like 20 bucks in chips. It's way more fun.
Roulette. Oh my.
Yeah, because you actually get to, talk to other human beings every once in a while.
No, forget that.
Why would you want to
Forget
do that?
Dude, I just try to play the penny slots, milk a couple free drinks, then buy a few Long Islands and swerve.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
What is your go-to game, Andy?
I play Keno, which, if you don't know what it is, it's basically just like it's like video lottery. You pick
Right.
numbers, then the numbers come up, and if you hit them, you win. You don't hit them, you lose. And then roulette and 5-card stud.
Whoa.
Damn. You seem well versed. I guess you do live in that area, so.
I live 20 minutes away from a strip, so yeah.
So you go pretty often, I would assume, or at least as often as one.
No,
would.
no, no. Yeah. Well, not to the strip. Hell no. You go
Right.
to the local casinos.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
All
But
right.
I'm a filthy casual, man. I play blackjack.
Me too, man. But that's where I won my most money. 1,000 at Manila.
We got a draft. All right, what do you say we mute Dota so we don't spoil it with the sounds? Let's make the
I'm
people
into
happy.
it. Boom.
Let's give the children what they
That
want.
was the solution that was staring in
was.
our face the entire
It
time
was.
last time.
Well, I wanted the music, but not the casters' voices, and we started overthinking
They're gonna have to
it,
deal
and
without the music here.
It became a whole thing.
All right.
So here we go. This is game 4 of 5 tonight. This beautiful overlay. It trips you out. So you sort of think it's lagging, like it's low FPS, but I think it's the style. I think it's intentional.
Sure. That sounds right. We'll go with that.
But it's weird. Okay, Doom and Enchantress, the first two banned out. What's up?
What is our NPR just
They
banning?
just looked at their match history and
Exactly.
said, we don't know what these guys do. Let's just ban these two heroes.
That's exactly what they're doing. And Singularity's like, well, we're not giving AUI the Enchantress, so that's taken out. I mean, what a world we live in. Doom and Enchantress, first two bans overall, which is just okay. Let's do it.
Yeah, but this is like 50% because NP probably have just about as much knowledge of this team as we do.
Right.
And they're just like, well, this seems like it could be annoying, so we'll just get rid of it.
It's like something you could get cheesed by. It's like maybe banning a Meepo 5th ban or something like that. Something sort of similar.
I don't know if it's a cheese necessarily. Like Doom, I don't really see as a cheese hero. More of something that you're just not accustomed to playing against.
Right. Okay.
So if you're looking at it from NP's perspective and you say, okay, we probably think that if we both play normal Dota, we'll win, like 9 out of 10 games probably.
Right.
Then we just want to take away the curveballs and play like straight up Dota.
Yeah. And there might be a curveball already. Phoenix picked up in the first two overall for Singularity, and then on the other side, for NP, the Roaming Tree and Protector will come out. Still a pretty strong hero.
Yeah, I like Phoenix a lot. I think the most important thing for me, at least when I watch Phoenix games, seems that you want a lot of heroes that can create chaos in the team fights, so the Phoenix can actually do something with the egg. Like his early lane is not really super strong, but if he's able to get levels and a few items, you can just be like a huge nuisance in fights if you have something else really menacing that the enemy team has to deal with.
Right. It's interesting.
I mean, it's in their repertoire, right? We looked it up just moments ago. Kind of a forgotten about hero in some ways, but does set up for some cool team fight synergy. I mean, even Phoenix Tree is a combo that we've talked about before. But now Bat Rider. Well, okay, my bad. My bad. Sorry, guys. I sense a Bat Rider. Fire on fire. That's the best way to deal with trees.
Oh.
But hey, you think about it, AoE sticky. You know, can't auto attack the egg as fast. A little synergy there. Lay fire down all around it.
Boom. All right, I'm into
like it.
I'm into it. So.
It kind of gives them their vision hero as well, and also allows them to start fights. It's kind of nice to get that hero early on, because if you already show a tree, like we've been seeing a lot of Legion Commander, for example, being used to counter Bat Rider, sometimes Disruptor and things like that. But with that tree Anth already being picked, it makes it less likely that one of the other two is going to be there to counter it. So having Bat to be able to start fights is definitely nice. It's not quite as all-inish as a Clockwork either, which we've also been seeing quite a bit of.
Yeah, and multiple different roles too. I want to ask you, Andy, because I've seen this a lot from the NA region, especially Demon has been picking it up a ton. But the 4-position Bat Rider, I don't think it'll be the case this game, but how do you feel about the 4-position Bat Rider in general?
I don't know. I don't really feel like I've seen it do a lot personally, but at the same time, it's a pretty small sample size. I think it's just one of those heroes that can be extremely annoying. You run around, you know, you pick up bounty runes. It's pretty difficult to actually kill a position 4 Bat unless you're committing a lot of heroes. And then at some stage in the game, you know, you get a little bit of space, you farm up your Blink Dagger, and then you're still pretty much offering the same thing as like your offlane Bat would, because you still can farm the same areas of the map technically. You just get a little bit of a slower start.
Yeah, and it just comes online a bit later, but you can still get those Blink initiations. And also a good thing you could do too is if you can kind of just bait it out and say, okay, look, this Bat Rider's going 3 position, and then at the end pick up that offlaner, and your Bat Rider might have a better time. But anyway, speaking of offlaners.
Yeah, I mean, it's not known yet if it's going to be like, you know, support Bat or whatever. I'm guessing probably not.
Right.
Probably guessing Phoenix support or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Definitely going to be looking for some damage for Singularity to follow up the lasso. Isolate somebody and then blow them up before living armor can save them. But a lot of just like damage over time, high instance, low damage type abilities to deal with living armor.
Yeah, that's a good point though you bring up, because typically when you have Bat, you really do want something that offers a lot of burst to be able to, get the quick kill. And Phoenix is definitely not that hero. So their cores are going to have to bring, quite a bit of front load damage to really make this Bat Rider pick do something.
I was
like Lena.
I was thinking that, and like Ursa is another one that might be pretty good. I thought Terribly was also solid because of Metamorphosis, but obviously that's been taken out. But I don't know about Ursa or not, or Lena for that matter.
I think Ursa's okay, but if you're Singularity, you probably want to pick him a bit later.
Right.
Because Ursa's one of those heroes where if you pick him too early, you can just have way too many disables to deal with, and then you don't really do much unless the Bat Rider is able to like consistently pull that hero in for you.
Yeah. All right. Next ban from Singularity, that's been pretty popular recently in the off lane. NP looking for a ban as well. It is the Lone Druid, which is interesting ban, but again, it's just maybe something they don't want to play against for NP.
Well,
it offers them push, and it's a really strong independent laner. So like Bat Rider, pretty much the same, really strong independent laner. Lone Druid's a little bit in those lines, but it also gives them huge push potential because right now Singularity, they can't hit towers at all.
Right.
So they're kind of protecting their treant to where the TB and the Lone Druid, they kind of necessitate 5-man Dota to where Singularity is going to walk up to a tower and just kill it. Then your living armor does nothing.
Yeah.
But if you take away the heavy push, then you split the map up, and then you can actually keep the towers alive for longer periods of time. And against heroes like Bat, it's really good. You don't want the tier 1s to drop early against Bat, especially if he gets a quick blink.
Yeah.
It's also like historically very good against Juggernaut, I think. One of those just go to like core versus core. He's got a lockdown that can stop him from just spin TP. Ember Spirit now, 3 fire heroes for Singularity as they keep in motif.
Oh, yeah.
Will we see Lena as the 4th?
It's a hot draft.
No, unlikely. Ember Spirit, their mid laner here. Bat probably in the off lane, so looking at a support and a safe laner, likely last 2 picks for them.
Mm-hmm.
As we see what NP wants to do, they'll probably settle on something in a moment.
There's that disruptor against the Bat Rider that you were talking about, Andy, and pretty good against the Ember Spirit too with the Static Storm, making sure he gets locked down as best as possible. Even against Phoenix too as well when you think about it because of the dive.
Yeah, it actually on paper does very well against all of Singularity's heroes. The main issue I see is it's difficult for a disruptor to just walk up and land those spells.
Yeah.
You have to like glimpse into it, or you have to have the treant overgrowth into it if you want to get like that big wombo combo. I think this is more for like the pick-off potential than anything else. And you punish bad positioning, you get a quick pick, you got a healing ward, you can push a tower. I do want to mention though, Singularity has done a really good job at protecting their 3 picks that they actually do have, because if you think about it, Nyx crushes all 3 of those heroes. Because you can carapace abilities from all of them that they don't really have any control over. So like Laser from Phoenix, Bat Riders, Firefly, and Flame Break. And then Ember Spirit, you can just carapace Flame Guard. So it's like a free AoE stun on every single hero that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been nuts, actually. So, yeah, very good ban.
Good point.
But what else are we looking for? Probably, do you want some Disable with your support? Well, they're going to pick Troll first. That's a pretty high damage hero.
They needed something beefy, too, right? Like, that's a good way to burst somebody down. Lasso, you've got Battle Trance. Not that their team particularly synergizes that well with auto attack damage, but high damage, like you said, and just somebody that can be in the front line, because that's certainly not Ember, right? All 3 of these first picks from Singularity want to kind of jump in and out of fights. They want to go for pickoffs, but they don't want to just charge in and absorb some of that damage. So I like this. I think this is a good 4th pick to kind of round out this draft a little bit.
Yeah, the other thing too about MP is they have no real BKB piercing damage at the moment, so I'm looking at stuff like potentially Razor for NP. I think it would be really solid against what Singularity currently have. Bat actually kind of suffers against Razor because you get the static on you when you actually cast Lasso on the hero, so unless you have the Force Staff, it's really hard to drag the hero back into your team to get that kill. So maybe something, lane dominant for Fata that also can deal with the Troll running in, because you really want something to deter that BKB Troll from getting into the front lines. That'll work too. Tide Hunter is good for the AoE team fight.
Yeah, that is a solid choice. Man.
How does Quap look for NP mid lane here? I mean, I do like the Tide. It's a nice bit of team fight.
Well, I guess they have last pick, so yeah, it makes sense they'd say Fata's hero. Or no, they don't have last pick.
No,
Never mind, Singularity do.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess they just want to wait regardless. But you said Queen for
Yeah.
NP.
Yeah.
I think Queen's kind of rough in this game, to be honest. I mean, she does have a lot of protection, actually, between the tree and the Tidehunter. I suppose you could make it work, but then I feel like, again, you're still kind of lacking damage on the Troll. Because Queen is very good at bursting during the mid-game, but she kind of falls off on kill potential on a hero like Troll Warlord during the mid-late game, and Ember as well.
That's fair.
Unless you're, like, always ahead on item progression, I feel like Queen would fall off. Not that, you know, Fata can't play a very good Queen, and they could still pick the hero. I think it's fine. It just makes them more mid-game oriented, I think. Till
Yeah.
Tide gets to like that refresher Ravage where you're just like, okay, we literally can never fight.
Just trying to think of like who can match up against the Troll, but then also do okay in the lane against Ember.
What about is
Like-
Puck okay? Like for control too, because they need some of that.
Oh, a Puck. Now that's a thought.
That would be some insane team fight, like
Yeah.
insane team
Yep.
fight.
And it can scale okay against the Troll. Like Puck now, as we talked about earlier, it's like such a momentum hero. Once you get to level 25, even before that, you know, with like Dagon E-Blade style build, you can just burst down the Troll. Like it's just too much damage.
Yeah, it offers them some legitimate catch too, which NP don't currently have.
Ooh.
But no, it's going to be the Queen.
Nice.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Spoilers driving Twitch chat crazy here. Undying as the final ban, also kind of interesting. Not one that we've seen too much, but yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a fan of the Quap here. I think it pairs nicely against the Ember, and she's hard to lock down. That was kind of what I was thinking. You know, she can get that momentum. Maybe I'm also just biased because we just saw that epic Queen of Pain performance
Yeah,
in the last match where she went 16-0-18. It was, I don't know, made the hero look good.
Yeah, I don't. As good as Fata is, I don't know if he can have the same performance as SECC did. I mean, there's a possibility, but what do you think? Like, you do have to deal with Lasso potentially and all this lockdown and kind of control, sort of from Singularity. I mean, what do you build on this Quap? Do you still go Veil first, maybe like a Lincoln Sphere or something?
I think you can probably build standard items. Like the main reason why I think it's okay to pick it is because you have the Tide, the Tree, a Glimpse as well for the Bat, and you have Healing Word. So you actually have a lot of protection.
Mhm.
If they initiate onto you and your team is behind, you're gonna probably turn it, right? Because the only person who's gonna have like an early-ish BKB potentially is gonna be Troll. So you have to worry about Ravage and Overgrowth and Static Storm. It's gonna be pretty nightmarish, I think, to take a head-on fight against NP. They're gonna be looking for picks. With the last pick, Bane, it gives them some pretty strong lanes, and that's probably why NP actually banned the Undying. They were scared of potential dual offlane, because Disruptor is not a really strong lane support. He's very, very weak to getting harassed. He does a little bit of damage, and he only really offers kill potential against solo heroes. But in
Yep.
a 2v2, I think he can be punished pretty hard, so we'll see what happens.
And that's what actually happened 2 games ago with Wen on the Warriors Gaming Unity Disruptor. He just got run at. He didn't have boots until, like, I don't know, 6 minutes or something like that. He got killed 3 or 4 times. That was a aggro tri-lane versus a defensive tri-lane, and it did not look like a very good defensive tri-lane. The Disruptor could not do anything. The Luna they had didn't get any farm. It was like Chen, Sand King, and...
I don't know, man. I want to believe in the Singularity draft, but I think NP's team fight is just going to prove too much. Sort of like how we saw the Black Hole Sonic Waves constantly. I think we'll see that coordination out of NP where it'll be Ravage Sonic Wave. We're not just going to see these defensive Ravages here and there. They're going to have coordinated team fights. And I also agree. I think it'll come down a lot to the Disruptor. For Singularity to take this, I think a lot of things need to go right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely true. But we'll see if that's going to be the case. Singularity, of course, the underdogs here in this game. NP coming off of a 3rd place finish at their last LAN, looking to continue the trend here with a 1st place finish. And we'll see if they can get off to a strong start here against Singularity. We're into game number 1. Of course, this is our 4th of 5 games total. So make sure you guys strap in. We're not done yet. We've got 2 more games to go. We'll see how it turns out. As far as this game, NP versus Singularity, already some interesting laning coming out, some interesting wards being placed down. But the way the lanes are shaping up right now, where is... Envy's heading top alone, but we'll see what the lanes are. The thing I'm interested in, actually, Andy, is going to be Singularity's lanes. Are they going to go for those dual lanes? Will they go for a defensive tri-lane? What are they going to do in terms of their laning phase?
I thought that they might just send the Bane top, because if you send the Bane top, like 1 of 2 things happens. Either Aoi goes up there to try to help, because I think that Pylai Dai will be extremely pressured in that situation, or they kind of just let Aoi run around, maybe try to pressure mid a bit to give Fata the advantage, and then maybe their top lane suffers a little bit. But right now it's a little bit too early to tell what the Singularity wants to do. Only thing that we're seeing is just a typical You know, Pato's sitting behind the trees up in top lane. He's just going to pull the creeps out. Should be pretty safe doing it in this game. Level 1 Disruptor is not really too scary, and always on the opposite side of the map, so looks like some pretty stock standard stuff so far.
Yeah. There's going to be what looks to be MP starting out bottom. Yes, that. Yeah, there we go. That's it. Okay. So MP, of course, they're going to sit down here with AUI 2000 Pylai as well. We'll see if they can't find perhaps a kill or two. Maybe K-Core going to get caught out, but again, might have Icarus dive at level 1. So we shall see. Already MSS blocking the wave. And here we go. Can they find anybody? They're going to go Exotic Deer. They've got the Thunderstrike to come out. The Leech Seed has been used as well. He's going to head into the tree line. The Icarus dive will come through. The movement's slow coming out, and they can still probably get the skill. They even use Gush. They've committed a lot here, but they should be able to get it. Exotic Deer, one more auto attack. It's actually Pylai Die that gets it with the second Thunderstrike from the Disruptor.
Yeah, it's like Phoenix can't do anything in that situation. Like, I guess the best thing would beat the level laser at level 1, but that just seems like really not enough to keep him alive through that sort of damage, and a very unexpected gank as well. You can see like Pilot Die immediately TPs away too to help out Fata mid.
Yeah, I mean, K-Core used Icarus Dive, didn't do much. I mean, already taking a lot of Hammer Fist from AUI. He walks up and he takes so much damage. The Leech Seed coming out as well, getting him very low. He only has one more Tango left, K-Core. This is already a rough lane for him. Meanwhile, mid lane, Thunderstrike coming out. Elisa getting caught. There's going to be the Shadow Strike as well. They need one more auto attack, perhaps. Looks like he might be okay, but the deny comes out at the end. Nisha will get it done. So, yes, they lose their Bane, but at least the deny comes in from this Ember Spirit.
But if you look at the way the lanes are going to shape up, I don't think that Singularity really has an answer to Aoi being in the bottom lane. Like, K-Core is a level 1 Phoenix, so if the Troll's getting ran at and just getting hit, he offers no counterplay. This is what I was mentioning about the early laning phase of the Phoenix being extremely weak. He just can't help him, so he has to pull, he has to get levels, and by doing that, he's pretty much forcing Exotic Deer into the situation where he's going to have to tank creeps onto the tower, and he's pretty much going to get very, very little.
Mid lane, Searing Chains, Fairy Fire, Blink, Brain Sap, not enough. Fata just with enough HP and a great Fairy Fire to come through. He will have to head back home, but that is a good attempt coming in from Singularity. And I was going to ask, what is the chances Elisa heads down bottom to help out against this Treant Protector, or will he even be able to do anything down there, even with K-Core involved?
I just don't feel like they have damage to kill anything. So without like the potential of killing, even the Bane being there, I don't really think accomplishes a lot. Like, sure, maybe Exotic Deer farms a little bit more, but then you're tri-laning. You're not really going to be zoning MSS and Aoi at the same time because they're two extremely tanky heroes against very low early game damage supports. So I'm looking at this and I'm kind of thinking to myself, they just need to try to get whatever levels they can on the Bane and the Phoenix and try to get, I guess, 6 as soon as humanly possible, and, you know, hope that Nisha can rotate around and maybe turn this a bit.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He is getting good farm mid lane. Fata was forced back, now up to 10 last hits to 25. So that Bane being in that mid lane has done a lot for them, even though he had to get denied earlier on in this game. And then, of course, there's the top lane for Envy, who is sitting at 18 last hits currently, so he's doing pretty well, free farm, essentially. You know, the Batrider's not getting... I mean, he's getting a fair bit. He's not really getting shut down or anything. He has 9 last hits, but MSS down bottom has a bit more.
Yeah, it's to be expected, though. I mean, they did pretty much start tri-lane first blooding the troll, so you kind of have to assume that he's going to have at least a little bit of a farm advantage. The crazy thing is, like you mentioned, the mid advantage is huge for the Ember. The thing is, you kind of want a level advantage, too, because if you can hit 6 really, really fast, you can actually kill the Queen. Ooh. But it looks like they're going to be pressuring Nisha
Leech
here.
Seed, Nightmare was used on AUI, and Fata did not have Blink ready, so he couldn't go for the kill. Good attempt. We'll push back Nisha for the time being, but he has 2 bottle charges and able to regen up. Meantime, they will get the bounty runes coming out, and it is a regen rune for Nisha. Oh, he's so happy about that.
Oh, baby. That's what you want to see as a mid player. Especially right after a support rotates to harass you. That's like the best feeling in the entire world. Yeah. Walking back to your lane with a regen, then the enemy mid clicks you, and he's just tilted immediately.
He's so sad. Fata's just like, Fata walks back home. He's already sad because he has to walk home. And he's even more sad now because he sees that regen rune. He's like, damn it. Oh, well. Still, he might be able to come back later on into the game. Sort of closing the gap a little bit with the CS advantage, but again, him being gone, a bit problematic. But also starting to get some farm is going to be Exotic Deer. They rotated AUI 2000 out of that bottom lane into the mid lane. They said, okay, we shut down the troll enough for now. MSS is doing fine. He's got levels. Starting to get some good farm for this Tidehunter. And they really want to put pressure on Nisha and help Fata get farm.
Yeah, it's a good place, I think, for them to be right now, because that's the lane with the highest kill potential. Normally, you look at a Queen of Pain and you say to yourself, okay, this hero probably won't die, but if they get a good Nightmare setup, and Nisha's level 6, and he can hit the Searing Chains on him into 3 Remnants, they can definitely kill Fata.
Yeah. Yep.
So by being in this area, they pretty much are ensuring that the most important, like, impactful hero during the mid-game is not going to be killed.
Yeah. But they do rotate elsewhere. They drop a ward in the meantime over towards this top shrine area. Fata still under the towers. Nisha being pretty aggressive, throwing out the Searing Chains and missing. So lucky enough for Fata. They kind of leave him on an island for right now as they're trying to maybe gank the Bat Rider. Let's see if they can't find this. They're going to jump in. Omni Slash coming through the Blade Fury kinetic field. Can they get him? It looks like Patos might be able to get away, but there is going to be that root from the Nature's guys along with Elite Seed to secure the kill for AUI 2000. Rotating up also is going to be the Bane. TPing up there. He's already, he hasn't used Brain Step yet. Will do a lot of damage to Envy. He has the Healing Ward. He's going to drop it down to Thunderstrike now as well. Paladai out of mana and only 1 stick charge. And Elisa, they've got the TP coming back in from the Bat Rider. I don't believe they can get this kill on the Bane as Patos has rotated in, and Envy needs to be careful with the Healing Ward as well.
Nice little play there from Aoi, good positioning. They have the deep ward by the shrine, so they knew which way the Bat Rider was running. Otherwise, that kill would have been a lot harder to get.
Yeah.
But now that the Ember is 6, I actually think that a lot of the emphasis on this game is going to be on him. Because obviously the Bat Rider is not anywhere close to Blink right now. Pathos is level 5, which level-wise he's doing okay, but he really needs to start to get a little bit of farm so he can actually start to influence the map. But Ember is like the only setup right now for their kills.
Yeah. They can find that, a Brain Sap on top. Perhaps a laser from the Phoenix for K-Core, but he actually has 2 points of Fire Spirits. That'll be pretty good as well. And then Exotic Deer down bottom again. Pretty low on farm. Just got a Ring of Regen, trying to get to phase now. And do they have Glimpse back? They do. It's level 1. Here comes the Leech Seed, and Nisha is going to be able to survive. He also has a DD. Icarus dive in. The sleep is up on AUI 2000, taking some damage. Should be okay, though. Going to try to get out. Elisa has a Brain Step at level 2. He'll turn into Pylai Die instead. Here we go. Remnant 4 looking for this kill. Sonic Wave coming out, doing some nice work. Nisha almost going down to the tower. Can AUI find him? He's in the tree line. The last auto attack gets the job done. And Fata will find Elisa on the back lines as well. What a turnaround. A huge kill for AUI. And Fata getting on the board as well.
God, that was a huge Sonic Wave. He did 2,100 damage in that fight. It's 7 minutes. That is like probably one of the best early Sonic Waves I think I've ever seen. That was super, super nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can tell that Singularity, they want to try to push the tempo a little bit around the Ember. So they're like playing super aggressive, trying to get kills, you know, buying time for Exotic Deer, buying time for Pathos as well to try to get some money to get that Blink Dagger. But it's very difficult when NP are prepared. Like they had heroes in force there to fight that.
There we go. Nisha trying to chase after Fata. Searing Chains. Comes back. Remnant forward. Mistimes it though.
Oh!
And now Fata blinks towards Nisha. He might die here because of this.
Oh no.
That
was a misclick.
Yeah.
That had to have been a misclick. Because that wasn't even a max range blink.
They are pinging on Pylai. They want him. That was a Bane ping. They're going to lasso him up, Brain Sap him. Remnant forward. Pylai at least has the infused range up, but won't keep him alive for much longer as Nisha will find himself a double kill. And that'll be that. But
yeah, that was a very unfortunate turn of events, but something that Singularity very much needed.
Yeah.
You can see that, you know, Nisha is still top of the CS. He's got a couple of kills under his belt now, highest net worth by a couple hundred. I mean, this is the guy that you're looking at to really kind of push the tempo for the squad of Singularity for at least some time now.
yeah, slowed down a little bit, but again, might give enough room for Pathos to start working on that Blink Dagger. Phase going to be done for Exotic Deer if he wants it. They were looking for a rotation bottom from NP. Envy's going to cut the wave, Blade Fury it up, and MSS and him will go to work on the tower. K-Core is going to come in with the Fire Spirits. Glyph is going to be down momentarily. He's going to use that Icarus dive and just go for TP. He'd rather save his life than perhaps the tower. So I don't know if they're going to contest this now that he's gone. We'll see.
This is a very hard tower to fight into. You're fighting into Omni Ravage. I think that it's usually better for Singularity to just go for a trade in this situation, but this is another thing too about their team that's kind of rough. They really only have one hero that hits towers, and that's the Troll. And if the Troll is feeling pressured and he doesn't think that he can show on the map, and you're not like ready to move around to go for the counter pressure on NP's tier 1, then you just pretty much lose the tower and you get nothing out of it.
Yeah.
So you need to like walk there as a team, because NP has to walk there as well, because otherwise if your TPs are down and the enemy team has TPs, then you can, you know, potentially get caught. So just a little bit of outmaneuvering there coming in from Team NP.
As you mentioned, the trade not great. They were looking for gank mid onto the Quap. They still don't have Fiends Group yet. He's getting close, though. He actually just bought the Tome. That should be enough. Now down bottom, they're going to jump in the Omni Slash, Blade Fury as well. They got the Anchor Smash. Gush might have already been used. They'll get the kill with it. And MSS is going to back away. Fairy Fire. TP is going to complete for Nisha. Does he really want to chase this? Thunderstrike to come in. No Glimpse back. Just because, of course, it is an Ember Spirit. Envy going to get chased down. Drops his stick for a moment. And uses the Fiends Grip will come out. The Blade Fury is there. Might keep him alive. We'll see. Exotic Deer taking a lot of damage. Envy's going to phase away. Here comes K-Core. Remnant through, and yes, he will fall. Or at least he should. K-Core will secure the kill. So Envy heading in an opposite direction, being a bit aggressive and getting caught out for it.
Yeah, that was a bit overzealous, I suppose. But, you know, I still think that NP are in an okay position. They haven't really had a team fight where they've committed everything yet. And if you think about it, you know, Pylai Dai is level 3. It's almost 11 minutes into the game.
Wow.
So we haven't even seen the beginning of a Static Storm, and NP are still leading by a decent amount of gold at this stage. So I think as long as they don't give it anything away too crazy, they've also killed the safe lane tier 1, which I think is really, really good for them. If you take away the map from heroes that really need to get one core item like that before they have it, then you delay the blink timing, you have a lot more, an easier time basically getting the rest of the tier 1. So NP making the first moves, and unfortunately Envy getting caught. Pi could be in some trouble here too. No grip
Nightmare. He really needs some levels. Brain Sap to come out. Icarus dive. He does have the living armor. There's the kinetic field. It won't keep him alive, unfortunately. His K-Core was inside the kinetic field, and so he will fall yet again. Continues to struggle. He's really just been stacking up top lane. Peyton's going to get caught out. There's the overgrowth just on the edge. He will go for the TP. The leech seed to come through. One more auto attack, and it's too long. He can't make it out. Peytos is going to get caught. NP should turn this into a tier 1 tower in the meantime.
This is the problem, right? Is because NP are making these rotations, and sure, they lose some heroes in a little bit of unorthodox ways, but they're getting objectives. Like, they're getting tier 1 towers. They have the Treant Protector as well, who's going to start skilling armor soon. Aoi went with the 2-1-0 build for obvious reasons, early kill potential and whatnot. But because Singularity are not able to apply any tower pressure at all, due to NP winning like top and bottom lane pretty hard, they can just delay the tree armor skill, and then they can just say, okay, we're going to fight around our ultimates. If you fight into us, it's going to be really tough because your bat doesn't have a blink yet.
They're going to try. They are going to move in. Nisha, they do have Ravage available. Exotic Gear is going to walk up as well. Nightmare, Fiends Grip, they want Envy. They might commit a Ravage here, but it looks already too late, and they're going to try to just back away instead. And they might lose more. MSS, they have the Rune of Defensa. Sonic Wave will come through. He's got Ravage. Will he commit it? The Lasso comes out as well. And they're going to lose 3 heroes, it looks like. Not a great fight for NP, and MSS will not commit the Ravage. There's too much damage. They've already lost 2 of their big cores. He is tanky, but he should still fall here as the ranged rolling axes come out. A couple more auto attacks, and MSS is down. So finally, a big fight going the way of Singularity. And again, getting involved is Nisha. He needed to be a big impact, and he was there.
That was a really strange move from NP, because if you look at the map, you saw Aoi and Pi pretty much, you know, mid and bottom. They obviously want to get levels. So you want the Static Storm on the Disruptor to take team fights. And, you know, during that time, Pi got the Tome, he got his level 6, so now Static Storm is available. The nice thing about holding the Ravage there from MSS is that now NP will have every single one of their team fight utilities except for Sonic Wave. So they'll have the control for a very, very long time, actually. If the Ravage is good and the Overgrowth is good, then you pretty much win the fight for free at this stage, because no one has BKBs, no one has like Dispel or anything like that. So again, a little bit unfortunate that they lose some heroes. Singularity getting closer to the blink as well on the bat. So yeah, you know, if NP make any more moves like that, I think Singularity is with a couple core items, they could actually bring themselves back in here.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much what it seems like is those are kind of costly deaths, but now they have all of their abilities up, and if they lose this next fight, especially if they commit Ravage, then it becomes a problem.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you lose a team fight with all of your level 6s with NP's draft, you got big issues.
Yeah. And we'll see. I mean, there is Supernova up now. We have Battle Trance available. I mean, Nisha is owning. He's got bots now. He is going to be going for the Maelstrom, so he is obviously going the Amplification build. What else? I mean, these Fiends group have done pretty well for Elisa. And I don't know if there's many ways to stop it other than like Overgrowth or a Static Storm or a Ravage.
Glimpse immediately cancels it. If
yeah,
you have
that's true.
If you have the vision, Glimpse is like the best skill in the game, pretty much, to cancel a Fiend script, because it's 1800 range at level 4. So if you see the Bane, he's not getting a Fiend script off. It's very, very annoying for him. I think they just picked it more so than anything to just help kind of push the lanes in their advantage, which did work. Like, it got Nisha ahead, and he's still ahead of Fata. if we're talking about just like sheer farm. So it did what it was supposed to do, but it's going to get more difficult, I think, for him to accomplish what he wants to in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, and Fata had, I don't want to say a terrible start. It wasn't a great start. They did get the kill, or rather deny, but hold that thought. Envy is going to get last up. Here comes the Remnant. He is so far, and he's going to go for a Blade Fury. He does have TP, but they have Fiend's Grip, so they can cancel it. He's thinking about using it. They would rather not have it. The Nightmare will come through. There's the Searing Chains. If they can get this kill without Fiend's Grip, it would be fantastic, and it looks like that will be the case. Wow, he was deep there, Andy.
He's been on Singularity's side of the map a lot this game. Like, we're talking behind tier 2s at like 10 minutes. He always seems to be the one who is dying in the fights. Like, even when they had the 3-man top, when they were pushing into the tier 2, he was still the one who died first. And I mean, I guess that's just because he's usually the one who's hitting the tower, because no one else really does it on NP.
Oh, there they go.
See another Fiend's Grip.
Ravage is going to get committed. They even use the Static Storm. That's all for the Bane, and now Petros is coming in. The Supernova Stun is about to be there. AUI will be the only one, but he is in trouble. Overgrowth, there's the mech. Can they fight this coming in? They need Envy. He's coming in right now. Sonic Wave doing beautiful work. Exotic Deer looking for a TP. They missed the screen, but the glimpse back is going to be there. They'll lose 2 on NP side, but they get the 3rd. But here comes Nisha. They want this kill on Fata. He might be able to make it away. Blink in 4. Omni Slash, Sleight of Fist coming out. He's low. They get the double for Envy, and now they're turning on Petros as well. Can they grab this kill? Fata blinking back in. Petros juking back towards his tier 1 tower where it used to be. Now they're still there, actually. The Gush will come through. Looking for more. Envy coming in. The Healing Ward is up. There's the Shadow Strike. Firefly trying to get up to the high ground, and that might be enough to get away. They want to take this tier 1 tower, and it's low. Can they grab it? Finally, they will get it. Now coming in is the Blade Fury. Petros, Scream of Pain going in his way. He's got to be careful. Gush coming through as well. Envy zoning everybody else out on the other side of the fight, and Petros should fall. One more auto attack.
Oh,
he gets
nice.
denied. He fireflies right over the creep camp, and he gets it. Now Elisa caught. There's going to be the huge Nature's guys hit with the root coming through. Still more. Blade Fury coming back in, and another Thunder Strike. So many abilities being thrown out, and NP come through. They get the tier 1 tower, and they get plenty of kills as well.
Singularity just taking an ill-advised engagement, trying to defend their tier 1. They could clean up MSS.
No mana for Anchor Smash. Mech comes out. Sleight of Fist doesn't hit him. The Flame Guard will clean him up. Very close. And then on the other side, AUI is like, get me out. And he will make it away.
Yeah, I mean, they took a fight basically against NP, like one of their stronger power peaks that they're going to hit this game. They had Sonic Wave, Overgrowth, Static Storm, Omni Slash, Overgrowth, they had everything, right? So they fight into it. To be honest, the first part of the engagement didn't go that bad because K-Core was able to get his egg off before the Static Storm came out. So at first it looked like, yeah, okay, this isn't so bad because the Ravage didn't really do much either. Nisha going in again.
Oh, that is a dead Pylite dive. Although they do use Lasso, that is on Envy. He's going to Blade Fury away. Elisa does have Fiend's Grip, but he's diving for it. They really are going in. Elisa was committed there for a moment and a half. And they still don't have MSS. He has respawned now, but no Ravage. They really want this tier 1 tower. Nature's guys to come through. Living Armor is up. Can they save this tower? It would be amazing if they could. Now they've got the root up onto Petros, trying to find this kill. They will get the deny off, but they lose it. Now they're going to find another Nature's guys hit. That'll be up onto the Nisha Ember Spirit, but he's able to get out in time. It looks like Gush to come through on top of it all. Glimpse back. Can they find this kill? He's going to be able to run it away immediately. And now Exotic Deer saying, get the hell out. The Icarus dive comes through. And they will not be able to find anybody else. It looks like Pylite died. Glimpse back in 6 seconds, but nobody there in time.
Really nice abusing the cooldowns of NP there. They managed to get out before the ultimates were up. So they, even though the tower got denied, you know, the tower is dead. Against a Treant Protector and how kind of back and forth the laning phase has been, getting a tower down in of itself is an accomplishment. Because, like I said, if you chip it, the tree is just going to heal it back up. So you get the tower, it's a big thing. I mean, really, NP only have a 1,500 gold lead right now at 19 minutes. And this is a very, very team fight oriented lineup on their side as well.
Now the question
so I'm looking at...
Can they do anything? Well, the thing is, NP have their abilities back up too, though, so they could fight again if they want to. I don't know if...
Right, but the bat also has Blink online. So if Singularity find a hero out of position and pick it off, like if they find the Disruptor or the, I guess the Tree or the Queen, I guess, then you pretty much have a team fight where you're down a big ultimate. And when you're as reliant on ultimates as NP are right now, any pick is a big pick.
Yeah. Here we go, the Smoke of Deceit coming in from NP. Let's see if they can't find somebody. Exotic Deer might be the target if he's spotted out. There's an Observer Ward that we'll see Elisa TPing and then the Bat Rider as well. Elisa coming in looking for Fiend's Grip, but there's the Orchid. Fata might go for this. Maybe dive, perhaps? We'll see. He's thinking about it. Instead, he's going to blink a little bit towards the south to stay with the rest of his team. And now mass TPs coming in from Singularity. Looking for a Nightmare, Elisa. The blink is there. Blink lasso. The Gush, though. Can they turn this around? They need this kill on Pilot Dive. Ravage coming in. Static Storm on top of it as well. Peytos will fall first. The Orchid is out onto Elisa on top of it. The Omni Slash inside the base. Can they get this kill? It's the Blade Fury that does the job. Here comes the Battle Trance, but not in time. Envy. And they've dropped the Healing Ward, the Overgrowth. I think they found Nisha on the other side. He's low. Scream of Pain. Nature's Guys hit Sleight of Fist, keeping him alive. One more auto attack, and the Gush to get the kill. 3 now down, and MP looking to put more pressure onto this Tier 2 tower, only losing Pili Die in that entirety of the fight.
It was just kind of a bad call to go on Pili Die there. I mean, you saw the opportunity and you think, okay, no Static Storm, the team fight will be a lot easier, which is true, but he didn't have the damage follow-up from his team to actually get the kill. It was just a Bane. Like, a Bane can offer a Brain Sap, but you can't expect him to sit there and channel a Fiend's Grip when you're outnumbered that heavily from the side of NP. So, another tower claimed. Ultimate's being used to pretty good effect there. They get the kill on the Ember. They get the kill on the Bane as well. And MP are just going to walk away happy with that one.
And it felt like Nisha wasn't there until the end of the fight, and I think that's what you were talking about, that lack of damage sources. And also the big thing, too, is the Batrider not having a force. I mean, yeah, he just got the Blink Dagger, but when he gets that Force Staff, he can make those lassos happen a lot easier with the Force back, but...
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, all the way back to the draft, you kind of want a hero that's going to be able to finish off the lasso target extremely fast.
Yep.
Now, late in the game, sure, Troll's going to dish out huge damage, and he could actually be that hero, but you have to get to that point. And now, again, abusing the cooldowns of NP, looking for a pick here.
Yeah, and they should be able to get it too, although MSS, the Kraken Shell, of course, helping out. Anchor Smash to come through. He is so tanky. The Supernova now committed. Static Storm not in time. Fata in trouble. Tripped Remnant. They cannot get the kill with it. He is able to get out. The mech comes through. MSS will finally fall, but again, they lose the Phoenix on the other side, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but looking for more. Overgrowth coming in. AUI 2000 Nightmared up. It's going to be 2 dead for NP and perhaps a 3rd. Here we go. Whirling Axis to come through, and that's the perfect fight for Singularity. Sure, they lost K-Core, but they did get 3 big kills, and they almost got Fata. If they get that, then it's huge.
That was a really, really fast movement from Singularity. You can tell that the team has a lot of experience playing against like cooldown-oriented lineups, because as soon as they were all up, it was like immediate smoke, and they just walked straight to the other side of the map and just went for kills. So, like, the fact that they get that many is just a bonus, and now they can potentially walk top. They can threaten the tier 1. Let's see, cooldown-wise, Ravage will be up, but Overgrowth will not, and Static Storm will not. So there's actually a good chance that Singularity can get this tier 1.
Yeah.
And again, taking the towers off the map, really, really big. Opens up the map more for heroes like Batrider to be able to find the lasso target and like pull it out of position. Makes NP a little bit more scared to farm their own woods.
Yeah.
Still a Dota game on our hands.
Yeah, I think so. Singularity have, they've done a pretty good job keeping this game relatively close, not letting it getting out of control. Sure, they've lost some a tier 2 tower mid, but you're right. This tier 1 tower top lane is huge for them, and especially against a Tramp Protector, they need to take it down quickly and in one fell swoop, and they should be able to here. We'll see. I mean, they have Tide Ravage, like you mentioned, but they don't have those other big abilities. So,
I mean, I guess they have Sonic Wave and Omni. They have their damage ultimates. They just don't have the control of the Overgrowth and the Static Storm. So it's a little bit risky, but at the same time, if NP feels like they want to defend it, wow, they are actually super scared.
They're
just gonna bail.
Yeah, they're backing.
They don't know for sure how many ultimates they have, so I guess they're playing it safer.
K-Core will live, and then Nightmare to follow up as well, and they should have Fiend's Grip. No, 23 seconds, but they don't have Lasso either, huh? Searing Chains, they should still be able to get this kill. I mean, they rotate everybody. He gets the Sonic Wave off. Did he kill K-Core with that? That's unbelievable.
Yeah. That was really, really nice. I mean, unfortunate that he gets picked off, but I mean, that was 5 heroes. It's pretty much dead.
Not much you can do there. Just hope to take somebody with you, and that's exactly what he did. And again, this net worth lead for NP is not much. It is now down to almost 3K gold. And of course, Nisha is the big problem. 10,000 net worth. He has Yules, he has bots. He is now starting to pick up the Maelstrom, so he went pretty defensive getting that Yules first, just trying to stay alive in some of these fights, but now he'll be able to dish up the damage as well.
Yeah, I like the Yules first in this game. It's very good against Overgrowth. It's really good against, like, if you are in the Static Storm, you can just Yules yourself to protect from being silenced. So it's a very, very nice. It's kind of a hybrid defense and offensive item. Speaking of offensive.
He is going in, chasing. Everybody's back up from MP, but they're on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, of course, Exotic Gear is not there either. And AUI is actually chasing him down. Maybe they can get a solo kill here. It might not be easy. Also rotating over is going to be Pylai Die. They're going to jump in. There's the Orchid. They need a kinetic field, perhaps. They've got the Static Storm to come out with the Overgrowth. They do not have the damage to get this kill. And now the Glimpse back. That'll be up on Anisha. Sleight of Fist cannot dodge it. Remnant's not there in time either. But they might be able to find AUI out of this. Though, he looks like he has dodged that dust. So he's fine, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was worth a try. I bet he's regretting using that Sonic Wave now on the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Probably would have been able to burst him hard enough if he actually had that one more spell. Because you would have like the bonus damage from the Orchid afterward as well. Maybe it would have been close actually, who knows.
Well.
The weird thing too is like staggering your ultimates like that if you're NP, it means that you're never really going to get to a stage where you have everything up at the same time. And that's kind of when you feel like you're at your strongest. So Static Storm is going to be off cooldown, Overgrowth is going to be off cooldown. They're only going to have 2 ultimates to throw here if they want to defend this.
Yeah.
Well, technically 3, I guess.
It looks like Elise is dead. He was in deep, trying to get a ward down or 2, and he'll die to the soul burn from the Orchid Malevolence. In the meantime, AUI is in the back lines looking to cancel any TP possible. I think they saw the Batrider at the tail end of his TP, so they couldn't get there in time. And everybody's top, and finally, can they take this tier 1 tower? They've been banging at it all day, but I'm not sure it's going to be defended this time. They are TPing up the Tidehunter. Nisha's coming in. It's actually the Treant Protector, and they look pretty similar. That's the Tidehunter. Can they defend this? Gush coming out. Here comes Nisha trying to finish it off, and will. Sleight of Fist, Searing Change. The Overgrowth will follow up, but they can't do anything about this. They kind of just have to hope to leave. MSS doesn't have the damage, nor does AUI 2000. He's just going to remnant himself away. In the meantime, they're going to find Pylai Die again. Throws down the Static Storm, trying to get this kill on K4. Cannot find it. Trying to keep himself alive. And again, another ultimate used there. And all that happens is he dies.
Yeah, they're getting split up a bit. He just got caught out warding, so that's going to get like immediately taken down. Yep. Elise is there with the D ward. They found
taking a
Nisha
lot of
out
damage.
the
There's the
woods.
Nature's Guys. Ravage not being blown yet. Nisha might be in some trouble here. MSS not going to go for it. And they need another hero to get that kill. The Quap would probably be the best one. But
they might have actually been able to get it. I don't think they realized that he didn't have enough mana to Remnant.
yeah.
I don't know, because Yule's costs a ton of mana. It's 175. And then going to Remnant costs 150. So if they Ravage, there's actually a chance they could have killed him, but it would have been very, very close.
Yeah. I think he might have still had Flame Guard on. I'm not sure. I don't know if that would have saved
Yeah,
him.
he had Flame Guard on. But I mean like the autos, because he was so low.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
Ember,
especially Treant auto. Pretty good. Ooh.
136 damage. There's a
Oh,
TP
TP
cancel.
cancel.
He's done that twice in a row, by the way. He did it the last boss and this one.
I mean, AUI is just being a nuisance right now, but this is what you want to do. Just keep this Ember Spirit top lane. Another hero rotating it. It is going to be Pylai Die. The Remnant back. Can he make it away, though, is the question. AUI is chasing him down. The Glimpse will come back through. Can they find a Static Storm? It's down for 13 seconds. Remnant out. Again, if they had that Static Storm, maybe they can get this kill. AUI is chasing so fast. Overgrowth is not there in time. Oh, my lord. What a high-speed pursuit that was. Dear God.
Yeah, NP seem to be a little bit out of sorts this game. I mean, they're throwing out a lot of ultimates that aren't really doing much. Like, that's 2 Overgrowths in a row that pretty much have accomplished nothing. And, you know, he's canceling some bot usage, sure, but at the end of the day, Nisha doesn't really care that much about it. It just, oh god, Envy.
Envy again, lasso up, the Battle Trance will fly, the Fiend's Grip as well, and he is donezo. Man. And now they're going to push tier 1. They're going to even jump in on MSS. He, again, does have Ravage, doesn't want to commit it when he's here alone. The Firefly will come through. They've already used Lasso, and it looks like MSS should fall, and he probably won't get the Ravage off either. So, that's 2 quick kills and a tier 1 tower. All of a sudden, I think Singularity might have a lead after this tower is going down here.
Yeah, they are doing an amazing job at pulling NP apart. Like, the last couple of engagements have been either they're outnumbering NP, or NP are having, like, suboptimal ult usage, which is resulting in, you know, giving Singularity all these openings to do whatever they want. Because if you're fighting a skirmish, you don't want to be playing against Singularity's team. They have very good small-scale fighting heroes, and they're not as ult-reliant as NP at all.
Yeah.
So whenever you don't have everything up at the same time, it's just very, very difficult. And when you have MSS get caught out like that, when he knows he doesn't have backup, Singularity are like, okay, Ravage us and walk away and waste the cooldown, or just die. And that's like your two options, and they're both bad options.
And that's been happening too with like Pile I Die throwing those Static Storms. And you were talking about whenever all of those ultimates are up, and that's a lot of the time recently for NP. They've had Static Storm down or they've had an Overgrowth down. It's been one ability or another not there for them when they need those kills. Like a Static Storm up onto that Ember Spirit top lane probably would have secured them a kill if they had it, but it was down.
Yeah, he panic staticked when he was placing those wards. It's pretty unfortunate. I think there was actually 2 kills they missed because of stuff like that. Like, first Fata Sonic Wave to get the kill on Phoenix, which you could argue is fine because he didn't know that was going to happen, and he also did get a kill. But the Static Storm from Pi was a bit worse because there was actually no chance he was going to get anything from that.
Right.
So it's yeah, it's looking a little rough at the moment, but you know, fortunately for NP, everything is up at the same time.
Yeah.
There is a fresh BKB on Fata as well.
Yeah.
So killing him is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, this is...
And it looks like Singularity are just going to go for the dodge. They know that NP are pretty much going to be 5 bottom because their team should not be split up. And they're just going to go for the Roche.
This is smart too, getting that Aegis up against this team fight reliant lineup. It's just the first Roche, so no cheese yet. We'll see if they want to commit to a fight. AUI is going to walk over, but is it going to be in time? They might not even see it. They're going to blink in. Overgrowth will come through. They do know that this is happening. Can they get in there with the Ravage? They want to fight this. The Dust will come through. He's trying to fight it. They get the Orchid off onto Paytos. Ravage not there yet. He sees Roche's low. Static Storm coming in. That'll be onto the Bane. Fatsa pops the BKB. Sonic Wave. Cancel the animation. In the meantime, Nisha gets the kill on Pile I Die and looking for more. Everybody TPing home because guess what? Envy is split pushing bottom, and he's going to Blade Fury. Meanwhile, the Nightmare back onto MSS here in the fight. He is a bit alone. Ravage committed. The Overgrowth, the Sonic Wave to fall. That's what they were looking for. They'll grab one. Can they get more? Here comes the lasso. The Remnant through, and somehow Singularity are turning it around. Meanwhile, Envy is back at the base. They're all forced to TP. He's put some pressure on the range racks, but they could sure use him with that Omni Slash. Paytos chasing down AUI 2000, or is it him who's being chased? The Urn going through, the Anchor Smash to fall up. There's that Nature's Guys hit. Again, Kraken Shell doing some work for MSS. He's also got that Anchor Smash to help out. Now they're coming back in. The route, they will find this kill as the Searing Chains come in from Nisha.
Oh, this could be so bad for NP. They have no ultimates, and NP's super low right now.
He has no healing ward or mana for that matter. He needs to get out.
And Roche so hard.
They do not have Ravage. Buyback coming in for the Tramp Protector. He doesn't have Overgrowth for 8 seconds pretty soon. 24 for Pile I Die. If they can hold off, they might be able to take this fight. And Nisha is so tough to deal with. He wants Envy coming in, Searing Chains, Blade Fury coming out. The Nature's Guys hit coming through. They have the kinetic field on top of it as well. But the Remnant comes out and they get the kill on Pile I Die. Nisha is owning a mega kill spree coming in for him. Singularity are going to head back into the Roche pit and try to take this down.
Jesus. I know why Envy stayed bottom, and if that had worked, it would have been a huge play, because it would have basically meant that they fought off the Roshan attempt 4v5. Maybe they didn't think they needed to commit every single hero to stop that Roshan. But the problem is Singularity got back there too fast, and instead of TPing to base, Envy TP'd to the Shrine, and the Shrine wasn't up. So he didn't get any mana back, which means he couldn't fight, and every single ultimate that his team had pretty much had been used at that point. So they couldn't even stay in the Roshan pit long enough to finish it off. I mean, they do get the tier 3 and about half of the damage on the racks, but if the next team fight goes favorably for Singularity, they have a Troll Warlord. They're going to be able to walk down lanes and take objectives very, very quickly. So now it's kind of that scary point in the game where even though you have this huge team fight potential from NP, now you're worried about a BKB Troll with, you know, a 10-second BKB Troll, I should say, with an Aegis.
Yeah.
Like, this is starting to get to scary territory, and you know, Singularity have a bit of a gold lead, but it's not, like, gold lead is not really indicative of how the game's going, I feel, for NP's type of lineup, because you saw, if they line up the ultis, then everything should pretty much be okay.
Yeah.
But that's not going to be that way forever. The more items that come out on Singularity, the more they're going to be able to deal with that team fight potential. So, yeah, a little bit of a, I guess, a miscalculation there from NP.
Yeah, I think so as well. But again, they did get the tier 3 out of it. They might find Elisa as well. He's going to try to deny himself. Will not be successful as the Sonic Wave comes out from Fata. Meanwhile, Exotic Gear is rotating up as well. Nisha is coming in. Pops the Mjolnir Static Shield. MSS trying to leave. A very tough hero to take down. They want somebody else. Pylai is in the tree line, and he is able to TP out. It looks like they will not find him. Already split pushing bottom is both AUI 2000 and Envy. They will send the Manta Illusions in, knowing that now Singularity are missing from the map, and they will back up. So I guess this is what they can do now for MP, is just kind of hold out in terms of this Aegis and split push bottom as best as they can.
Yeah, the nice thing about having Queen in this type of lineup for NP is that you kind of turn into a split pusher. You're going to have the Lincolns, you're going to have the BKB, and then later on, you know, you want to build like one right-click item most of the time on Queen. Sometimes it's like AC or Bloodthorn or whatever. But it can turn into a game where NP have some split push options because they have two heroes that are pretty hard to hunt down on their own.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see Envy go back for like a Lincolns of his own and potentially like a Blink Dagger or something just to be a bit more elusive. But I don't know, it's still looking like Singularity have a really good opportunity to take this game.
All right, here we go. Orchid coming out. Nisha, Yule Scepter up, trying to keep himself alive. Mjolnir Static Shield. They actually get the Nightmare off on MSS. Here comes the Static Storm. He walks out. He walks out of the kinetic field. He's still alive, and he's just fine. Pylai is now down, and K-Core coming in. Supernova is ready. He might pop it. The Ravage comes through. They get the kill. Can they get Exotic Deer? It's the Aegis down, and that's it. But it is going to be 3 dead for now. Pressing back up, that'll be Exotic Deer. Gonna try to turn this, pops the BKB, but there's the overgrowth. Nisha needs to help out. They're auto-attacking down the Nature's guys. They're kiting him so well. They're keeping him pinned down. They get the kill. Dead for 73. That is the fight they're looking for. Beautiful stuff from NP. They only lose Pylai at the end of the day.
Yeah, they isolated the troll very, very well. And even though Nisha played that fight probably as good as you could have asked him to, he just ran out of mana. Like, he didn't have anything left in the tank after he got out of the Static Storm and basically got the kill on the Disruptor. So after that point, he pretty much had to just back out. I mean, now all the ultimates are down, though, from NP. But they are going to be able to clean up the range racks.
Cliff comes through. Blade Fury spin. They have Lasso. They're going to use it. They're going to drag him all the way in. Coming back in is the Bane. Fiend's Grip is not available. They will Nightmare him, though. Nisha, he's the one that can do all the damage. Can they get Envy out? Glim's coming back in onto Nisha, and it looks like Envy will, in fact, fall. So, yeah, they get the range backs. They will lose Envy, but again, they win that team fight. MSS TPing in the meantime. Patos can't find him. And NP looks like they should be able to make it away, with the exception of Envy. So, back and forth we go, Andy.
Yeah, this is a lot closer than I would have expected. I mean, it's much to a good surprise, though. Oh, no, that's a gem. That's a gem. Oh God.
That's not good. That is not good. Laser coming out. AUI gets Patos. Here we go, though. Nisha trying to chase AUI down.
Okay, they got it back.
He'll give him back. Gem's right back in their hands. So, safe and sound.
That would have been huge, actually, for NP to take that gem, because unlike most heroes, Gem is a nuisance, but on Batrider, it's like incredibly annoying because he has his own form of flying vision, so he can just deward everything super easily, and most of the time, he's kind of hard to catch out. So once he gets his BKB, it's going to be even more so, and then he can like get the free initiation. He can find the tree if he wants and just pull the tree out, and then you're just dead, because a BKB bat can't be glimpsed, obviously. So
it makes it...
Yeah, it's still kind of scary for NP.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult for AUI 2000. Bottom lane, Nisha going on Fata. I thought he was getting gone on. Glim's back. Static Storm is available, but not using it yet. Nisha's pretty damn speedy with bots and Yule Scepter, let me tell you.
I missed the steering chains, though.
Should be able to get out. Oh, Orchid. Yules. Can they set up for a Static Storm here? Yes, they can, and now he is in trouble. Envy coming in. He wants that Omni Slash. Can they get the kill without it? They certainly can. Fata pops the DD, and that's exactly what they wanted. Finally, Nisha taking down a mega kill spree. It goes to Pylai, but they get the kill nonetheless.
Yeah, that's a big one. Like, he's the highest net worth in the game, so taking him out, obviously, like, the best thing you could pretty much do at this stage, I guess, besides killing the troll, maybe.
Yeah.
And, you know, we haven't really talked a whole lot about Exotic there, because, you know, it's a troll. He has a pretty straightforward game, but I do like the Manta. Against Tree, you're kind of forced into this itemization, because if you just have BKB, and then you get Overgrowth, you kind of just stand there, and you're like, well, I can't move, even though I'm BKB'd. So it's kind of like mandatory to buy these two items in conjunction. But the nice thing is, he's working his way towards that Silver Edge. That makes MSS a viable target to actually burst.
Yeah.
And that's also a really, really big deal.
I mean,
but they could actually just lose Rags here.
Yeah, they're trying for it. They do not want to buy back on Nisha. That's the last thing they want to do. And Envy doing his damnedest to try to Blade Fury this down. The auto attack's going in the meantime. The armor is up. Fata now going to work, and there's that buyback, and they might need to back away. NP are committed. Here comes the Orchid. It's on a range creep. That's not what they want. They get the last off. The dash is coming through the overgrowth. They need to get this Rax. The Fiend's Grip up. Envy somehow still alive, getting bashed up the Supernova. They can't get the Rax. They might need it back. Sonic Wave. Nisha. Ravage coming through. Can they get this kill? Sleight of Fist coming out. They get the Rax. What about Nisha? One more auto attack. The Shadow Strike. He'll go down. It's a dieback. The Static Storm covering it as well. Pastor is going to be in some trouble. If they find this kill, at least they will get Kagor in the meantime. Rax and a dieback from Nisha, and Fox is still alive. Yes, they lost Envy, but they are starting to push their advantage here for NP.
Yeah, that pick off on the Ember was huge. It basically just resulted in them losing a Rax. I don't know, he didn't have a retreat remnant out bottom. That's very unorthodox. Like, he's very, very good at the hero. You can tell just by watching how he plays in the fights. But for whatever reason, he just had that one lapse in judgment, you know, not having the remnant out. And because he got opened on by an Orchid. Did they actually kill MSS here? He's like super tanky.
That's the question, isn't it? They have Silver Edge
Oh,
yet?
they're just
No.
gonna go that way.
AUI is a better target. Go kill him.
Yeah.
See ya. Maybe.
No, they might actually still get both.
Yeah, I think so. Whirling Axes will go. He has Bracket Shell to help out, but this is going to be a pretty big run. They're going to try to turn this. They come in the Orchid. They want Elisa. Now Exotic 2. The bashes are up. Can they kill Fata? They're trying to turn this around. Fata getting low. Now blinking away. Scream of Pain misses. BKB comes out too late. Another bash. MSS. They're able to get out, but they won't get a kill themselves onto Elisa. They tried to, but the bashes were there from the Troll Warlord.
God, Tidehunter's actually so tanky. Like, he's only got Guardian Greaves and a pipe at 40 minutes. That's not really like super farmed. I guess he's got the medallion as well. But my God, he actually just takes 0 damage. That's why they need the Silver Edge. Because if he becomes a target that you can actually lasso, and you get the Silver Edge on him during the lasso, that means you can't crack and you can actually kill him. That would be huge.
Yeah, you should have enough lockdown in that situation. But now, he's got a Solar Crest, so...
Oh, God, and a Plate Mail?
Evasion.
Okay, never mind. He's literally never dying.
He's not dying anymore. That's it. He's good to go. Level 22, sitting at the 15th strength, 20 talent, and then we'll see what he gets for 25. I would assume it's the 20% cooldown reduction. I would imagine.
CDR is like way too good.
Yeah. It's like, you get it on most heroes, like the Enigma CDR versus, what is it, the GPM talent, I believe?
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Still go for that cooldown reduction. Very strong. Uh-oh. Oof. He was looking for that lasso. He couldn't quite find it. Now AUI blinking in with his own Blink Dagger ready to go. Gush coming out. That'll be on Exotic Deer. He does, again, have Manta and BKB, something to keep in mind. Kinetic Field to make sure NP can get out unscathed. In the meantime, Nisha is just split pushing and farming bottom, working on... He was working on... He still is. He actually has both that and the ratings, I should say. The Octarine and the ratings queued up, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I think they actually have some damage problems right now. Because, again, the Troll's itemization, it's necessitated by NP's draft. So you've basically gone like 2 very heavily defensive items, 1 farming item in the Vlads, and now you're finally building into something that gives you some offensive potential. But it's 41 minutes into the game. I guess you could say to a certain degree that the tree is like, not necessarily a counter pick, but it's making him go suboptimal items. Like, Trolls don't want to build Manta style in most games.
Right.
But in this game, he kind of has to. So in order to be able to deal damage and like live through the fights, that's kind of the build that the Ember has to go at this point, because he's committed to like this Mjolnir build with the Yules as well. It's very hard to go back and go for like a Battle Fury or something in a game like this. So you're in this position where you need to go for like these items and just hope that you live long enough to actually kill people.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's gonna be tough. BKB comes out. That was from Patos just to make sure he.
They static?
Yeah, they used it. I heard it.
Yeah.
Yep. It's down.
Well, I mean, that's a nice little thing for Singularity. I mean, Roshan's up. The question is, how do they get a good engagement? I mean, Bat is considered like the king of Roshan because you can just fly over the pit and you get like vision of the other side of the map. You get a lasso target. But it's still quite difficult. So many abilities that you have to worry about.
Yeah. I mean, they get a Roche fight win and Aegis and Cheese, and all of a sudden Singularity turn things around, but it's easier said than done with all the abilities up for NP. And there is that Silver Edge from the Troll Warlord, so we'll see how much that's going to help him out. And we haven't really seen a 5-on-5 team fight in a little bit. It was like down bottom, I think it was the last one. Here comes the smoke from NP. Octarine Core now done for Nisha. They're going to try to find some sort of initiation here.
Oh god, he's gonna run right into him.
He glimpses,
Nice
rather, he
reaction
remnants
time,
away. They cannot find the Orchid in
Jesus.
time. He makes it out somehow. That was
That
nuts.
was so fast.
Yeah. He's playing out of his mind right now. He had the one mistake down bottom, perhaps, but other than that, Nisha's had a pretty fantastic game overall. We'll see if he can help out. They're heading towards Roche. The wraparound from Singularity. NP kind of maybe sense what's going on here. They blink up. Wards are down. Fata about to get jumped on. Kinetic Field will go. They know they're on the high ground there. Kinetic Field's still there. Nisha on his own high ground. But if his steering changes, the Orchid will go. They need the follow-up, though, and Envy trying to turn and fight him, but he's fine. Now they find the Phoenix group. AUI is going to follow the Supernova as well. This could be good. They take down the egg at the very least, but what else can go on? Exotic here pops the BKB. They get off the Static Storm, but no follow-up. They have Ravage. They really want to wait for this BKB. They use it, and it just hits them somehow. The Omni Slash to go. The Gush is there. The Sonic Wave is on top of it, and they should get this kill. A double for Fata. He turns, he gets the Bat Rider on top of it, and now Nisha is alone with little to no mana. In fact, he's out of it. The Shadow Strike, he dodges it. Can he get away? The Gush, the Scream of Pain. Fata gets the Ultra kill. Beautifully done from NP. What a turnaround. MSS held the Ravage as long as he could, and it ends up hitting somehow.
That was like the most insane Ravage timing ever. I think the Ravage animation hit him as his BKB disappeared.
Yes.
Like, that was incredible. That was such a good Ravage. But I think that...
There it is.
It was showcased, like, the biggest issue that Singularity were running into. They just didn't have the damage to kill Tidehunter.
Yeah.
Like, he had the Silver Edge for that fight. Like, he applied Break to MSS, and they, like, popped Troll ulti. You know, they were going all in on him. I mean, obviously, they didn't have Fiend's Grip at that point because they used it to kill AUI, but without enough damage to kill MSS, they just lost the fight right there. If they killed him before the Silver Edge wears off and there was no Ravage, I think that maybe they could have at least ran or got out some heroes, but yeah. It was actually a lot closer than I thought it would have been, so props to Singularity.
Yeah, that was, pretty good stuff. Oh, please don't do this to me again. Hey, we did it.
Dude,
that was a heck of a game.
That was a sick game. NP, man, they had to work for that one. I'll tell you what. I think fans around the world clinched as it seemed like Singularity might be able to take that game.
Yep.
But my word, for a team that we really didn't know a hell of a lot about, that is a pretty good opening showing. And look, they might have made a few more fans in the audience.
Yeah, that was...
Look, that guy just waved. He's going crazy.
Yeah, he's happy about it. Singularity, you know, they were really confident. You saw it in their pregame interview. They think that they're doing pretty well now. And this is the team that all of a sudden you need to look out for. Anisha played an insane Ember Spirit, man. And not only just that, but the rest of the team, too. They played very well overall.
Let's hit the in-game stats. Here's what the in-game. I want to look at some of the damage done here. Nisha, 48,000 damage done on the Ember Spirit. I mean, you usually expect that hero to have a pretty high damage output number, but number one in the game, even higher than Fata, who was 14, 4, and 11 on the Quap. Very impressive showing, but in the end, the team fight coordination was just a little too much. I mean, look at that graph. That is pretty telling of how up and down, back and forth, if you will, this game was.
Yeah, we had the Warriors Gaming Unity IGV game, and now this game, Singularity versus NP. We've had some very good games, and I think that's because it's BO1s. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know, especially when you're playing against a team like Singularity. What do these guys pick even? What do they play? How do we deal with this? And so I think it's going to be pretty good. Whoever NP faces up against should be a good game, but that's our next game, too.
No, next game is...
Fnatic Danish Bears is what I meant.
Yes,
sorry.
oh yeah, Fnatic Danish Bears. So yeah, let's catch some of the highlights here.
Ooh. No, that's...
There we go. Yeah, all sorts of goodies.
Yeah, this was... Envy got caught a couple times on the other side of the map, and despite it all, he still did pretty well, you know? It was more of a team effort for NP than it was like the Envy show. I mean, Fata did very well, obviously, but...
Yeah. In the end, it seemed like NP just had more team fight options, right? And some of that is just built into their draft, and eventually after these back-and-forth exchanges, it just takes one misstep from Singularity. It just takes that Ember getting picked off one time too many, and NP can really punish, and we saw it there. It's the second time now where Queen of Pain tonight has gotten out of control, gets the momentum, never lets go of it, and by the end of the game, it is complete domination.
Yeah,
I think a lot of it too is I touched briefly on it during the actual game, but the troll is basically playing one item behind the whole game, and he also started getting first blooded by a tri-lane. So like he has to buy this Manta style, which doesn't do anything for him really. It's kind of like the worst version of an SNY for a hero like troll, but has to buy it, right?
Yeah.
So you're spending 3,000 gold. Imagine if he had like even a Crystallis or something, like some generic damage item on top of his Silver Edge, maybe they would have been able to actually kill MSS, you know?
Yeah.
Like in that fight, if MSS dies, it's very different. But because he has to play from behind with his itemization the whole time, it makes it very hard for him to like solo carry the game via his damage. So I think in a way, like the Bat and the Phoenix together just didn't really do it for me because they didn't have the chaos for the Phoenix and they didn't have the burst damage for the Bat. So I feel like that combination of heroes just felt a bit lackluster.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could feel it in the team fights. It seemed like the Phoenix egg was popped more than it actually was done to fruition, where they got off the Supernova Sun. It did work in a couple of team fights, but
Right.
a perfect example of just how easy it was for NP to focus that down. One of the reasons why Phoenix is really not the most popular meta pick right now, I guess. Kind of as Andy was saying, you need to build a draft around it. It's a hero that doesn't always shine on its own. A lot of stuff out of the Bane, though. Some huge Fiend's grips, a lot of lockdowns onto the Juggernaut kept Singularity in this game a lot longer than maybe we had thought based on the way we were thinking NP favorites coming into it.
Yeah.
I mean, that looked like a 55-45 kind of a game. And I would have put the numbers at like 75-25 if you asked me before the draft.
Yeah, and maybe if they play again, the next game would be very different, just based off of the draft alone. But, you know, maybe NP would dominate or maybe even Singularity would come out on top. But to have that showing in this game was pretty outstanding. And I agree with Andy completely. And I think that Treant Protector, and you see it right here. This was the fight. He had the BKB. I think he had already used the Manta. And then he got caught by Nature's Guys along with the Overgrowth. And he just got, I don't even want to say kited. He got locked down. He couldn't do anything while his BKB was running.
Yeah.
It was rough. And that's the exact reason why this troll didn't really
I mean, look at this
do that
fight
much.
right here. Envy actually survives longer than you think he should. And then the team fight breaks out with all the follow-up, the Ravage on 3, or it looks like actually 4.
Yeah, I mean,
But even still, Singularity are like putting up kills. They're doing damage, right? Oh, interview. Let's unmute it.
let's turn off
The violins. Might be muted on
I
their
think
end.
P for taking this first win
Hey.
against Singularity to stay in the winner bracket. So, 你们好像每次打的比赛都是有来有回，很精彩，特别焦灼，这是为什么
Did you speed it
Seems
up?
like every time you play a match, it's always
Yeah, dude.
really back
Yeah?
and forth,
Is that
really
possible?
exciting.
I don't think you can do that.
Yes,
Just like
you
it takes
can.
a while
No.
for the game
No,
to
it's
resolve
not.
itself. Why,
What
why
the
is that?
hell?
Why do you guys always play such exciting games?
You know, I wish it wasn't like that. So, like, if I knew, I would try to fix it. I think a lot of it right now is that we're sort of new as a team. We're gelling pretty well, but we haven't played that many games. We need to like work out. Like, we have maybe some communication issues. Something breaks down. We lose a fight we shouldn't have. But I think it's something we're working on.
我要是知道怎么解决这个问题的方案的话，我肯定会已经解决了。就是我们还是一支比较新的队伍，磨合上还需要做一些调整啊。所以，比如说是沟通上或者团战中，我们还需要做一些调整，才能打得更完善啊，解决这些问题，打得更好。所以我们还在慢慢的一步一步的进步吧。All right, and well, the other thing I wanted to ask you is, obviously Manila Masters, you just came off that, and in the it was a tough loss against EG. You guys were up 2 sets of racks. It was so close to finishing the game, and then that had to have maybe affected you a little bit as a team, or might have been a really down loss for you guys. How do you feel about that, and have you been able to adjust in the time since then? I'm gonna ask in Chinese. 就是你们刚才在马尼拉大师赛打的一局是有领先2个兵营，然后被翻盘的局势下，有没有导致心态中就是有点崩溃？你们是怎么调整过来，怎么康复的？
It was a tough loss, but like there are some losses where you feel like really bad after because you feel like you had no chance to win the tournament or you couldn't do anything against that team. Maybe Game 3 was a bit of that, but we felt like okay after a loss. You know, it was our first LAN as a team. We knew we could learn from it. We knew we could have won that game, so we didn't feel too bad.
那场比赛输了当然是比较难接受，不过有的时候你输比赛的时候会感觉有点绝望，或者你跟着队伍的实力根本就不是一个级别的，或根本就没法打下去。可是那场比赛我们打了第3把之后，还是觉得还是能够打，就是没有导致我们的心情崩溃，还是能够有竞争力的，所以总体来说还可以吧。Okay, thanks, Aoi, and good luck going forward. 谢谢，祝你好运。
All right, so it looks like we'll have another break before the next series starts. Jack, the one-man show, doing it all.
9K translator.
9K translator, dude.
He's pretty
Legit.
good.
That was weird though. For some reason, I think that footage was sped up. Jack doesn't normally talk that fast.
He was talking really
that
fast.
was it?
There.
Are you sure?
I think he was just talking really fast.
All right.
Because if you listen to Curtis, he didn't sound like he was talking that quickly.
I couldn't tell. Because sometimes Curtis talks slow. Sometimes he thinks about what he's going to say kind of as he's speaking. So I'm not sure, but the other ones didn't quite sound. It sounded like they were a little more high pitched too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to blame the feed on that one.
All right, blame the feed. That's fine.
We'll reset it. All right, gang. We've got one more series coming up for y'all, and should be an interesting one. Fnatic going to be facing off against the ex-Cloud9 squad, the Danish Bears. Now 7-4-7. Standing in indeed. Should be interesting. And we'll be starting soon, TM.
And we will also have another giveaway code for you guys when we get back. So
That's true.
Make sure you stick around for that, especially. But until then, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back momentarily. Stick around, guys.
All right, do the other one. Do the other one.
Yeah. I was, actually, I was going to do it, but there we go.
First Metamorphosis comes out. Blanket Pale comes through, but they will get the Dire.
get it?
They get the Aegis as well. They get the Dire Rush shot, and Aegis comes out. Now he gets pushed through. They're trying to fight here.
Channel. The low health Smarter goes back in for another crunch, and it will secure an ultra kill for the sniper. That's a rampage here at 17.
He went in, though. Look at this. The Stampede, the Golem, the Sanities.
Good game will be called, and this finals will end. Hi.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a message from one of the admins I was reading real quick. One more. Danish Bears versus Fnatic Mod. It's going to be a good one. I've been referring to this Fnatic squad as like the Fnatic without Mushi.
Mm-hmm.
Still kind of C all-star lineup. Everybody very talented and accomplished in their own right. But no Mushi.
It's a smorgasbord. Korean players, Malaysian players.
I'm scared of this team doing well because what does it mean for Mushi?
I mean, he has Beneski. They have some good players on that team. I mean,
you know what I mean, though? Because hasn't that been the thing of the C region? As like Mushi has just been like cannibalizing teams to make the all-star lineup for major events for like the last 3 years.
Yeah, but there've been other teams out there that have done well without.
Well, pretty recently, you know, TNC has
TNC,
made a big run.
yeah.
You know, and we've like WG Unity has popped up at a couple lands now and stuff. We're starting to see it, but in a different way, which is great for the region, of
Right.
course. I'm just saying it's kind of interesting. You know, like if this squad finally shines and has some consistency.
I think Mushi will still find teams and stuff like that if that's what you're worrying about. I mean, they'll still do well.
Maybe, man.
Look at that Mineski roster. I think that's a pretty good team. So
Okay, we'll see, man. We'll see some
think
big
both
qualifiers right around the corner, you know?
that's true. That is a good point. I think both teams can coexist. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I definitely agree with that. I'm with you, buddy.
So
Go
I
see.
actually feel the Fnatic roster actually has a lot of potential.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because they have a good in-game leader, and then they have a secondary support as well in DJ. So like between Fibby and DJ, they have like, I mean, I guess DJ is technically captain, but you know, Fibby's got a lot of experience. He's played with QO before, so he understands like what to expect of him. And I don't think that QO is like a subpar replacement for Mushi. I think QO is like super good. So
Yeah,
He's
I
pretty
mean,
solid. Pretty good roster. I mean,
if you were building your own custom C All-Star squad, your manager Mott, would you take QO over Mushi?
that is a good question. I
think I would.
I think so too.
I think QO has been
he's probably had more recent
more
success.
consistent. That's
Yeah.
the word I would use. I think
I don't know.
overall Mushi has more star power because he was like a young gun, you know, mid laner way back when.
Right.
But I think QO has just been consistently. You know, you see those games, you're like, holy shit, they lost, but he had a almost perfect performance. You know.
Right. I mean, I think I would probably take QO. I think he's a good player.
there's also one important thing too about Mushi. He does not play Invoker.
That is true. That's something.
Yeah. Why not?
I don't know. I talked to Winter about it. I guess he just never like wanted to learn the hero or doesn't like the hero or something like that. And I mean, back when they were playing, this was like last year. I think it was, God, was it the Starlighter event that we did at the Summit House? I can't remember, but it was one tournament where they basically they picked Invoker and they couldn't have Mushi play it, so they put Mushi on something else. And I think the game was like a disaster. It was like super bad.
Yeah, that's a bit sad. Is that enough to say, okay, we don't want Mushi, we want QO instead? Who knows?
No, obviously he's super good.
He's
I mean,
a very good player, yeah.
He's very mechanically talented, but I think the complaint that most people had about Mushi, and this is just again from secondhand stuff that I've heard, is that he is very hard to be on a team with. He's very critical of his teammates, so that can push people away.
And I heard that about people when he was on True Sight. People were saying that, and I didn't see it.
You didn't watch that one?
No, I saw True Sight. I mean, I didn't see that side of Mushi. I thought he was not overly critical.
Well,
I think it's also he's on camera and it's a different environment.
No, I think that True Sight. I mean, I don't think it's a 1-to-1 of like the Fnatic and the VP. I don't like the people that say, "Oh, they did it to Fnatic, now they did it to VP," and they're just making these good guy versus bad guy stories. I think it's a lot more complicated than that, and I think it's very easy for the losing side of the coin to come off as kind of the bad guys, right? Because usually that coincides with some communication breakdown and it's emotional and all that kind of stuff. But in the Fnatic one, it wasn't just Mushi, right? Like, I felt bad for Demon when he's trying to, communicate to his other teammates, like, listen, you need to just talk to Mushi about what you're thinking. Like, we need to get into a judgment-free zone where you can just say shit. And they're, like, kind of too intimidated by him. And then he gets frustrated by that communication breakdown and then makes it worse by kind of being grumpy towards them because they clam up even more.
Do you
and
think
it's just
he understands that star power that he has on them? I mean, that's what I thought it was, is the star power that was intimidating, or just, like...
I think he's obviously aware of it, but I think finding a useful way to deal with it in that situation is definitely hard.
Yeah.
So, like, I think it just I don't know. I think it's unfair to say that that's all Mushi's fault. I think I would be very, very frustrated in that situation as well.
Absolutely. I think anybody would be.
But yeah, I think he also strikes me as one of those guys that's very critical of other people, but also very critical of himself. So it's across the board, and you kind of can interpret that as a personal thing. Like, he never says anything nice to me, so he must not like me. But he's just as hard on himself as he is on everyone else.
Yeah.
You just don't see it because he doesn't talk to himself, you know. But, hey, maybe that's just my 2 cents.
No, I'm with you, man.
I've only met Mushi a couple of times, and we
Same.
just waved at each other, and he said hello.
I
yes,
talked to maybe
nice.
one time, so it's hard to interpret, somebody based off of one interaction with them.
He was actually at that Red Bull event, though, that you and I did. The one in San Francisco. Remember? They had, it was like that weird, it's like a LAN thing where people pay, and it's like 100 people, and you all get in a melting pot, and then pro players are just mixed in.
That was a lot of fun to watch and be a part of. It was a good. We had a good ride home as well. It was like the Summers Rift guys in the car with us as we were heading back, which was always a lot of fun.
Well, let's check out some of these camera shots, dude. Yeah, I met BSJ for the first time at that event. Actually,
that was the first and last time I met him. Actually,
I don't think I've seen BSJ since then. You're right.
Yeah, I have not. That's for damn sure. But all right, this is of course Danish Bears.
But
BSJ's a god, dude.
Have you gone to? Wait, I can't actually I can't plug stuff, even if it's just like humor plug, right? I just can't do that.
What
I was gonna make a joke, and then I thought about it for a second. I was like, wait a minute, I shouldn't just randomly plug things because I don't know if it interferes with sponsors, so I just won't.
Yeah, I don't know. That's now I'm curious.
Yeah,
because I'm thinking of a specific promo code that you could use pertaining to said player.
Oh, interesting. Well, we do have another
okay, it's fine.
We have another giveaway.
We
code,
do
though.
have a new promo code.
It's right here.
For those of you that are going to collect them all, let me try this in chat. There you go. Code. Look, there it is.
Boom.
So you get all the unique ones. This is code number 3. This is the third one. So if you missed the first 2, you lost already.
Sucks to be you.
You're going to have to
maybe trade with some of the
fall
other people.
on the good graces of Twitch chat, and maybe somebody will tell you what the first one, what the second one was.
Twitch chat, do you guys want to tell what everybody the second code was? Just to
tell them if you dare. I can't wait to see all the fake codes in Twitch chat.
There's going to be so many of them.
How are they going to even be able to decipher it? It's impossible. It's like you're not going to know.
Madness. I wish it was !BSJ to enter the contest. That would be dank. Dude, I actually just very recently have come to understand what all the BSJ memeing is about, and it's a combination of fandom and like people flaming his personality because he does create a lot of really good educational content, and he's been doing it consistently for a while, so he has a core fan base, a little bit like it's a mini version of the Purge thing, where people that are attached to him in a very special way because they feel like he helped them get over that
very
hurdle.
fervent fans.
They learned alongside the voice of BSJ, and then you watch his stream, and he gets a little emotional sometimes. And he yells at people, and he sometimes he just gets all all BSJ like. So it's just funny. You say BSJ, and Twitch chat just turns into a BSJ. If you ever cast a game, that's all it is. It's
BSJ something or other.
And I asked Brax, I was like, is it haters or is it fans? And he said it's a combination of both.
Yeah.
But that is a powerful brand, you know. I you know what's that old saying? It's like love and hate aren't the opposite ends of the spectrum. It's like they're on the same side, and then just not caring. Neutrality is on the opposite side.
And then there's also that it's like the same thing as like there's no such thing as bad press kind of thing.
Right. BSJ's min-maxing, dude. He's the bad boy and the good guy.
I wonder if is he still doing stuff? I assume so. I hope he is because he's apparently got a very fervent following.
Why don't we ever bring him on as a co-caster, dude? I'd love to. Like, let's get some more crowd shots, man.
Okay.
Let's get back
Sorry,
in.
I was really into this BSJ conversation.
Oh wait, oh we missed it. That's
All
Jack
right,
again.
Back to this.
Okay. All right. So, well, they're having issues too. So yeah, we're not missing anything, guys. They are literally swapping out keyboards, getting things set up for Fnatic versus Danish Bears. But I am pumped. I am actually really excited to see 747.
Yeah, Susie.
I hope Susie will
The lad.
will perform.
I think 9K MMR now, I believe. Still 9K MMR,
Probably.
I believe. So
He is he's a spammer.
he is a very good player, let me tell you. And I'm excited to see him getting more
Yep.
shots.
Known for the what are his top heroes though? Are there like key heroes that he performs with need to look out for? Draskell, what's the lowdown on 747?
TA, I think. He plays a lot of TA.
He does play a lot of TA.
I'm
That
pretty
one's
sure.
true.
He's just an all-around very good mid player. I think he pretty much plays everything as far as I know.
The old diverse hero pool.
Yeah, he's got a wide one.
I mean, the thing about really good mids is that they don't have a small hero pool. I mean, you know, Sumail is a really good example, but you put him on a hero like Pugna, every once in a while you're going to fall flat. But,
Yeah.
I mean, like, for the most part, any mid hero, he's going to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he also has a pretty good invoker, too.
Hey, Draskell, what do you think about the Clockwork Shadow Fiend denying cogs? Like, are you tired of that interaction? Would you be sad if you saw that removed?
I mean, I don't actually even think it's that game breaking because there's so much emphasis on mid lane in this patch that most of the time there's going to be a hero on the Shadow Fiend's lane anyway, and the Shadow Fiend's going to hit creeps. So yeah, it does give you an advantage for sure, but I don't think it's something that necessarily needs to be removed. Because when you see Shadow Fiend, you just kind of assume he's going to get farm. He's either going to get jungle stacks or he's going to win his lane. Like one of the two things are going to happen. So to me personally, I don't think it's a huge deal.
Yeah. Well, my thought process isn't so much that it's game breaking or that it gives the Shadow Fiend an unfair advantage. It just feels like a very dated, you know, kind of issue, almost like a bug to a certain extent that they probably should just take out of the game. Or and I agree with what you were saying earlier. Give the Shadow Fiend an advantage early on if you want to have that type of, you know, advantage in terms of what the Clockwork can bring.
It's like that is literally the drawback to that hero is that he doesn't have good base damage on the first couple waves. So if you take that away, it's like, well, then what? This hero is just straight up good. But at the same time, I kind of see Andy's side of like, is it really that big of a deal? You know, he dies once, that advantage is gone. If he doesn't die, it's like, well, he would have killed stacks anyway. I mean, at that level, it's not like Shadow Fiend's having trouble last hitting.
I mean, if you're playing some pub games with your friends and you like cheese somebody, there's a good chance that you're gonna like own that game, right? Like if you're a good Shadow Fiend player and you're just playing with your buds and you get like 12 to 16 souls, that can be kind of game ruining for the enemy team if you're able to like abuse the advantage. But in like pro play, it's whatever.
Fair enough.
In fact, the last 2 games that I've seen pro teams do that, the Shadow Fiend team has gotten bodied. So I don't even think that it, like, from a competitive standpoint, I'm just like, it's annoying, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, we are 9 out of 10 in the old lobby here. Fnatic ready to rock and roll. We're actually just waiting on 747.
Yeah.
Look at those happy faces. That is Ohio, closest to the camera. I know that face. I interviewed him at TI5. Very friendly guy.
Febby got the pink hair. Apparently, what Brax was saying is he got donations on his stream, and it was that was one of the incentives, I believe. So,
yep.
Here we go, Danish Bears.
And those are the Danish Bears. So
Susie's all the way at the back.
You can't see him right now.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I don't know who's who. I think the closest to the camera is Hesta Joe. I think.
Yeah, that sounds
I think
right.
we looked at the picture, and he has kind of a distinctive face and hairdo. The others, I'm not sure which one is which.
We can bring it up. We can look at the pictures.
I'm pretty sure the middle one is Rise.
Okay.
And I think Noya is between Susie and Rise. And then front, I think, like you said, is Hesajo. So yeah, I guess the other one, Noya? Question mark?
You were right about Hesajo, I believe.
Hesta Joe, I think. Let's take a look at Ace. We're back on the panel.
Well, I should know.
Ace has glasses, I think. I love this game. The guess the player.
All right.
So
I think I've got a pretty good understanding of who's who now. But it's one of those situations. We're from NA. We know the NA players. You know, the European players, especially. You know, these guys don't go to too many LAN events. I think they did like Dream League once or twice.
Yeah.
But
They were Cloud9 at the time, but WESG is one of those weird tournaments that changes like prize pool stats. I'm looking at just Rise. His total lifetime earnings are $105,000.
That's pretty nuts.
That's pretty high for just your average Dota player. Like that's top 50, I think.
Yeah, he's up there for sure.
And a lot of it comes from WESG, the World Electronic Cyber Games 2016. Cloud9 got $400,000.
TNC made bank on that tournament.
Yep,
that's insane.
TNC made $800,000.
Do you think they got that money? TNC, I would hope.
Probably not yet, but I think they will eventually.
I hope so. That's a lot
God,
of
I
money.
hate that that's even a thing. I hate that you have to ask that question.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
It's something we're working on. I'm sure.
But it's a legit question though. Unfortunately, WCA has opened the floodgates for our worst fears in that scenario. 2-year lag time in paying out prize pools. So when you're talking about giant sums of money like that, and of course when it's coming out of China, from a Chinese organization to a company that's in Europe or the States, it's screened and scrutinized by the government and all this stuff, and it's a whole thing, man. Sometimes it's not even the fault of the org.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that happened with Star Ladder. They were running tournaments right when all of the Crimea stuff broke out. Sometimes politics can play a little hand in esports.
It's a growing field, obviously, esports, so there's some kinks to work out. Nothing to be too concerned about.
Well, we definitely cross borders. We very often send and receive wires to weird places all over the world.
That's the thing. It's such an international thing, honestly. It's that's the way it goes sometimes. But we are 10 out of 10 in the lobby. We are about to get this draft underway, and that is going to be, of course, our last game of the day. Danish Bears versus Fnatic to determine who moves on against NP.
Yeah. So you're absolutely right. Winner of this faces NP, and then the winner of that series is guaranteed top 4. That means they win the group, so they will be moving on to the semifinals.
So it'll be Newbie on one side of the semifinals, and then the winner of that series, of course, NP versus the winner of these two games on the other side.
And then the remaining 4 teams just come through second and third place of each group and are seeded into the quarterfinals appropriately. Then it's straight single elim from there. So that's what we have to look forward to for the next 4 days. This is almost day 1 in the books. 4 days to go until our best of 5 grand finals. Let's just pop up the bracket. It gives a good overview of what things look like. It's maybe a little bit confusing at first glance. Of course, it has not been updated for the progress today. I still can't get over the is DG. Of course, if you're not familiar with that dank meme, it was originally Team is GG, who after qualifying became Team Freedom, and then they couldn't get a visa, so they were replaced by Team DC, and somehow that just combined to is DG.
Is DG.
And that's where we're at. That's let's do it, man.
Boom.
And look at this beautiful
AS Rock.
That's a motherboard that you could win if you click those buttons.
Look at the
Twitch.
Gears there. I wish those were included.
I wish that was a real gear and not a Photoshop
Put
picture.
the gear in your motherboard.
And there's this fun physics-based shooter game. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either.
I don't want to play a non-physics-based shooter. You know what I'm saying? Like,
physics doesn't exist.
In this shooter, you control the bullet. It's like that stupid Angelina Jolie movie.
Hey, Wanted's all right. It's not very good. You're right.
I'm gonna bend the bullets. Yes.
You just made a lot of Wanted fans really angry.
Okay, let's be honest.
Disregard physics.
Has Angelina Jolie made a good movie since Gone in 60 Seconds? Or Hackers?
A good question. What do you think about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Andy? Tell
She's
me
got
about
weird
it.
dreads in that movie.
Actually, I didn't. That movie wasn't awful.
Mr. and Mrs.
That's
Smith?
how I would describe it. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't awful.
Okay, I can get down with that assessment too. That is the movie, by the way. That I'm not going to go into celebrity gossip.
Dude,
Nobody
Impact
cares.
DD4 SODIM. Dude, this is the sick processor that guy was talking about.
Yeah,
though.
the Well, he mentioned the i9.
Apparently, Intel is coming out with some sort of new processor series. So, like, they've been on i7s and i5s for like 6 generations now.
Yeah.
And I guess they finally have like a new stock. I think they've had models beyond that for a while that are like
they're stepping their game up.
Stupidly good. But So, yeah, let's just kill that thing, and we're going to do this draft through the client, so there will be no delay, guys. Hopefully that means there won't be any lag once we get into the game. We're trying to get this right. We're going to change some things with the clean feed for tomorrow so that it's not as laggy. But what are you going to do, man? We didn't have much time to test it.
Not really.
Got the link
Well,
to that guy.
At least Mott can stop spoiling the damn hero picks.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is very
Wait,
true.
why was it me? It wasn't me last game, was it?
Because weren't you the one who had the live feed next to you, though?
It was all of us. I definitely did it at least once or
There
twice.
there was some spoilage happening.
See,
Sorry,
you guys
everybody.
are animals. I just watched the
We
in-game.
really just like talking about the draft, Andy.
It's hard to resist
Believe
the
it or
urge
not.
to not look or to look like a god, you know.
got
I think Bat Rider.
No such luck this time. Oh, he's back. The Darkseer, the Purple Man.
Little Ishkafel.
This guy has seen a lot of play recently. Whenever Brax and I watch him, we think he's pretty good, and we're surprised he's not banned more often. And this time he's first overall pick for Fnatic again.
He is super good, and if you think back to MVP days, you know, QO, Febby played on the same team, and they used to run like the Darkseer PA, they used to run pretty much anything that would enable one of QO's many heroes mid lane to just pretty much run at you. So I'm kind of curious because this isn't Fnatic's first official, but I think it's their first LAN.
I think so, yeah.
I really want to see what they're going to do, because I think that this team has like insane aggressive potential with their players. Like DJ, one of the better like early game tempo controllers, QO, great mid, kind of in the same vein. And then you have Ohio, who's like a beast off lane. I think that this team is going to be like super scary.
Yeah. I mean, they played in the regional qualifiers for this tournament to make it here, and they did very well, obviously.
I look at that lineup and go, what's the weak point? Like, every single one of those players in that position have credentials and, you know, deserve to be there. I totally agree. I'm ready to see this squad dominate at TI.
I think the biggest question for a lot of people is going to be Ajit. Not many people outside of the SEA region are familiar with Warriors Gaming Unity and what he did for them as a player overall. I think he's an exceptionally strong player. I'm excited to see what he can do for Fnatic. And overall, this team is, of course, they just, like you mentioned, they have the credentials. They've been to TIs. I mean, DJ at Manila was insane and what he accomplished. You know, so Fnatic are...
DJ, also known as Chrissy for the layman's.
Yes.
He did go by Chrissy for a little
for
while.
a bit, and he switched to DJ. Switched back, I'm not sure.
Just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, we got it under control now. But
so 7-4-7. Let's see what Susie has for us today. Clockwork Bristleback. Interesting to see Bristle here, even without the Wisp. The Danish Bear is gonna bring it in.
So he is standing in for Baby Knight, but is Baby Knight like is it? What's the sort of situation with him and Danish Bears? Is he still on?
I think it's a straight up roster.
They
swap,
have, yeah, I think
Is it?
747's actually on the team.
Okay,
I think
I wanted
that
to
Baby
make
Knight's
sure.
out.
Okay, Baby Knight was a good player and he plays a lot of lane dominating mids, but I can see the appeal of somebody like 747.
Yeah, Baby Knight is off.
Okay, that's fair. Well, that's a silencer, third overall pick for Danish Bears. Is there any? We've seen a couple of mid silencers in the NA region. Andy, is there any chance this is run mid for Danish Bears here?
I think it's a bit early to tell because you actually have no idea what you're laning against. Although I guess you could also argue that Silencer does pretty well in most matchups. I think it's just good synergy with heroes like Clock because you get like the hard initiation of a hookshot into a global, and it makes it really hard to like counteract that. So I guess it's kind of their way of ensuring a team fight win.
Yeah.
But you know, at the same time, Fnatic are that kind of team. Well, at least I shouldn't say that because I haven't seen them really play. But with their players, I'm assuming that they're going to be playing like fast-paced Dota, and that they can abuse global cooldown a lot. So I don't know if mid silencer is necessarily going to be a go-to here for Danish Bears, but we'll see.
I would be surprised. It doesn't seem like a 747 hero, but again, you said he has that wide hero pool.
I
But
feel like very confident to pick a Witch Doctor into a silencer. Speaking of that, you know what? We don't really. If you're going to global to interrupt this ult, more power to you. But they want a real strong lane dominator, somebody that has a stun. The curse. What the hell's it called?
Maledict.
The Maledict. That's it.
Yeah, Maledict is super strong against that team, and plus it's 3 strength melee against Cask, which is another kind of really bad thing to have to deal with. So yeah, it's a little bit strange. Danish Bear is going for the we're just gonna run at you heroes pretty much, besides the silencer, which I'm down for, man. I'm always ready to watch some clown Dota.
Yeah, we'll
but
see. But
this is a very interesting draft to say the least.
I'm into it. I am into it. Let me tell you.
I mean, they already have their off lane covered, but a little timber.
I think it's
saw
mid
action.
bristle, to be honest. I think that's
Yeah.
probably what they're gonna do, and then they're just gonna have like offlane clock roaming SB, and then maybe Silencer's core, maybe he's another support. I'm not sure.
It's so hard to tell with these heroes that they have, right? Like Bristleback.
Well, if you
Clockwork,
think about it
Silencer.
this way, like Silencer's, I think his only real job in this lineup is to do one of two things: either globals to stop Fnatic from comboing you, or he globals when you get a charge initiation or a hook initiation, right? You don't need to be a core to do that. You kind of just need to be able to get level 6, which shouldn't really be difficult. So I think that's kind of like the main reason why the hero's in the lineup, but again, could be wrong.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Last 2 bans coming out. We're gonna see what is Fnatic now. So they have the off lane, they have their safe lane. So a mid for Fnatic is their last pickup. For Danish Bears, who knows what they're gonna grab? There's a smorgasbord of options.
But great to have Silver Edge carrier now in the Troll Warlord, and really a key counter to the Bristleback.
Yeah,
something the Troll kind of wants anyway. Danish Bears, I guess looking at their safe lane carry. Sort of a weird setup here. They have a lot of flexibility. It could be mid bristle with the off lane clock. Could be a safe lane silencer. Could be a mid silencer. I mean, how do you think they're going to shape up these lanes, Andy?
I think they need some kind of like, they need a core that can hit towers. Like Bristleback is a good frontliner, and so is Clock, but they lack in the physical damage department against buildings. I wouldn't even hate something like TB, to be honest. I mean, it's a lot of tankiness as well. If you look at Fnatic's lineup, they currently lack a tiny bit of damage. They're going to have really good lanes because, Nyx is going to be most likely support, I guess, in this scenario. So they're going to have like DS offlane, Witch Doctor, Nyx support, core troll, and they're looking for, like you said, the mid. So I think that if you pick another hero that's really hard to deal with, like damage-wise, that you could probably just hit buildings against Fnatic's lineup, because the only real wave clear that they currently have at the moment is DS. So getting the waves out's going to be tough. Fighting directly into like SB, Bristle, and Clock, Jesus, that is not fun.
Yeah,
it's true. I like the Razor ban here. I know I was kind of poo-pooing on Razor earlier, but really high-tempo hero, could drain the troll, just that extra damage for when this lineup really wants to strike. And someone that could help Siege as well, right? He comes online early, could always pick up the Aghanims, and he can turn into a hero that helps solve that problem. So I like it.
Yeah, I'm into it too. There's other lane dominators. Oh,
whoa, okay.
My God.
Did not see that one coming.
Back from the dead, Bloodseeker with the base damage buff of 4. Let's go.
Yeah, it's true. Big buff in this recent patch.
Let's see. So, tell me about the Bloodseeker, Andy, and where this is headed. Presumably.
Okay, so, I mean, the thing about Bloodseeker that you gotta remember is that you kind of want to win your lanes. I mean, that's the most important thing, right? So you have, like, DS, you can harass a lot against, like, these mass melee heroes with Ion Shell if he gets a good lane matchup. Witch Doctor has good sustain with the Voodoo Restoration. You can harass pretty well. I don't actually think that Danish Bears have a good, like, support answer to Witch Doctor right now in the laning phase. So if they can, like, bully a bit and get the lanes going well, like, depending on where this Bloodseeker goes, like, we don't know if this is safe lane or mid. Like, it could be mid troll, right? We're not sure yet.
Yeah.
But either way, it shouldn't be too bad. I'm actually more inclined to think that it's safe lane Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Because if it ends up being Clock off lane, you have like the infinite sustain of Blood Rage, costs no mana. So even if you get Cog burned like a jillion times, it just does nothing to you.
I think it might be mid Bloodseeker.
Well,
Well, maybe not anymore.
Yeah.
Not anymore. But
well, there's
before
the
that.
tower hitter.
Yeah. Andy, what's the mechanic with Bloodseeker's ultimate against Bristleback? With like his back turned and whatnot, is Bloodseeker kind of a counter to him in any regard?
See, the thing is, I'm not exactly sure on the mechanics of it, because the way I used to think is, if you rupture and the Bloodseeker is standing on the other side and you're just running away, that it should work, right? Like if you think of it like that way, it should mitigate the damage. But I've played against so few Bloodseekers that I'm actually unsure
that's
if
how
that's
I
how
feel.
it works
Yeah.
or not.
This hero's not only not picked in pro games, it's pretty rarely picked in pubs unless you're like in a certain.
Is that a QO Bloodseeker?
It is, yes. So I would imagine it's been Ozzy.
Yeah, so it is mid.
Control. I would imagine is what's going to be.
How does Bloodseeker match up against Sniper, though?
We're gonna find
I'm
out.
not sure that I'd... I don't
Not
know.
well.
With his base damage, though, maybe he can farm through it against us.
He gets 6, he can rupture the sniper, and maybe have some heroes rotate and gank. I don't know.
Well, see, this is the thing, right? Like, you have a sniper mid and an SB, which means that if the Spearbreaker charges QO at any point and he's like sitting at half HP because he's eating the shrapnel, he's just dead.
Yeah.
Like, you're just gonna die.
Yeah.
So I think it's a little bit rough actually for QO. Like, he's gonna start with the PMS most likely. He'll get his pool or whatever. And yeah, if he's on point with his last hitting, he should be okay. But if he gets behind at all and you start to like hover around that 60%, 50% health mark, one charge and you're just dead.
Doesn't seem fun.
Right. That's the other thing. The Spirit Breaker aspect definitely
can
break him up.
Look at this.
Wow.
I think they might be higher than Newbie, except for they had 1700 QO as 1500. That are some battle pass levels right there, man. Let me tell
Fnatic
you.
are not messing around.
Not at
My word.
Wow.
My oh me.
Do you have a battle pass, Andy? And if so, what level?
I think mine's like 190.
All right, so you're up there. You're considerably up there.
That's admirable.
Yeah, there's some people out there that a little bit lower. I'm like 90 myself, so I gotta get some work done.
I'm 197 right now.
All right, almost to 200. Are you trying to get that IO set, that IO Arcana, or no?
I hate that hero. I don't even care about it.
Yeah, that's my thought process. I am not an IO player, let me tell you. So we will jump.
Because I've had so many people be in my games and just... Oh, actually, I might have to hold that thought. Is Raz dead?
He might be. The Iron Shell coming through. They throw up the Arcane Curse. A couple more auto attacks should do the job along with said Iron Shell. He does have Tango healing him back up, but he will drop one more auto attack, and Febby gets it done. First blood going his way. The Impale to come through as well. Here comes the charge from the Spirit Breaker, and Febby will get turned on at least. So it'll be a 1-for-1 trade. Ace turning it around, using a lot of mana to do so, but again, it is first blood for Fnatic.
Yeah, and he also spent all his money before he died, so we got the windlace and the stick as well. Didn't lose any gold. Very nicely done.
Yeah, good start. All right. Well, how are these lanes shaping up? Is it going to be the Bloodseeker mid? It sure looks like it for QO.
Yeah,
Ajit
he's
is already
definitely
top,
mid.
so... All right, man. Maybe he'll get some help in the beginning game.
I gotta say, I'm not quite understanding the Bloodseeker. Not to say that there isn't a reason, but I'm not seeing what it is.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, hopefully they'll show us why they picked it here as we progress into the game. Maybe he'll get some help from Febby in the early stages. Febby just helping block right now. And the matchup is going to be quite interesting. 7-4-7. Wraith Band, Fairy Fire, 2 Tangos, GG Branch, along with Headshot to start out for him. I'll probably get Shrapnel and start spamming it on QO, and good luck there. This is where we'll be probably watching a lot of the matchup. I guess the harass is not great when he just Blood Rage heals back up to full, essentially, which is always fun.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, it's really dependent on how QO is with his CS. If he's hitting them all, and, you know, he gets the 2 points in the Blood Rage, that's 100% uptime. And it means that you can get a 25 or 30% damage increase on top of what he already has.
Right.
And Sniper starts with very, very low base damage.
Yeah.
So with the Poor Man's Shield, you're mitigating, like, almost half of what he does.
He's still getting peeped a little bit here by 747. It's not like he's not taking damage, but the thing is, can he heal it back up? And like you said, 100% uptime on Blood Rage. He now has Thirst as well. We'll see how this turns around. And all of a sudden, Q is starting to get aggressive. I want to keep an eye on this lane, but also there are other lanes to look at, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, bottom lane is pretty much a tri lane, I guess, at the moment. Like, Noya's kind of hanging around. I mean, it is allowing Ace to farm, but is his presence really needed here? I guess is the question.
Right. That's the thing.
Oh, he misses the stun. Is he dead?
Yeah, I think he might fall here. One more auto attack. He sticks up. No, it's the Iron Shell turnaround now. Here's Ace coming in. The Arcane Curse will take him down. Nicely done. Spirit Breaker will survive. And yeah, that Impale miss. A little rough coming out from Febby there.
Top lane as well. Hesed Joe looks like he's going to be going
solo
down.
Kill.
And
QO got it done. I wasn't expecting it. Oh my god.
Dude?
What happened?
Oh my god, I know why he died.
Why?
It's because the heroes on bottom were so low.
Oh, the Thirst. He's got level 2 Thirst now, too.
He just ran into him.
Oh my god. I cannot wait to see this.
You remember when I said that it's all about like how much damage that you can actually deal to the other lanes? That kind of makes it worth it.
Yep.
When you're in that kind of a lane. So if no one else is going to be helping mid and you have these boots and you have points into Thirst and 747 doesn't have boots, he will just run you down.
Yeah.
Like that is how much damage he can do in the early game.
Meanwhile, Febby, DD Rune has the Impale as well. We'll see if Kyo can't find some auto attacks here. Blood Rage up onto 747. Here comes the Silence as well. Double damage hits doing a lot of work. One more auto attack will do the job. Febby rotating in. Sure, he had a DD, but Kyo started hitting pretty hard there at the end of it. My God.
So much DPS. This sniper has 6 creep kills, Mott.
That's not good.
It ain't great.
I might not know my mid lane, but that is not great. No, not at all. Well,
This is why I was expecting like Noya to be charging mid. Like I didn't think that he would be helping the safe lane so much because it's a bristleback. Like
Yeah.
bristleback is pretty alright in this lane, even if it is a a Nyx and a Darkseer.
yeah, I mean,
He doesn't really he's not gonna die.
it's going to be annoying for sure for Ace, but you're right. And I think now he's going to start charging mid. You can already see him setting up, and not only that, but Rise is rotating over as well. They're like, let's deal with this QO Bloodseeker right now. Here comes the charge. The Shrapnel will come up as well. QO is pretty speedy. He has the Blood Rage on him, and they cannot get this kill. The Arcane Curse. He is fine. Not only does he have a tango, but he can Blood Rage and heal back up by hitting a creep or two as it comes underneath the tower. He's so fast. My God.
Yeah. They might as well not even have ganked him at this point. But
He
this
has phased
needs to
already.
happen. Yeah, it needs to happen a lot sooner because if he gets to this stage, you're not going to have the damage to kill him with your supports. You need to harass him in like the first couple of waves and then just like chain charge him off cooldown to make sure your sniper doesn't, well, pretty much get ran at, which is what's happened twice already. But yeah, it's a little bit of a rough start for Danish Bears, but recoverable.
Febby trying to get that 4-minute rune, and he gets charged at the last second. Last word, Arcane Curse, the Shrapnel. Febby will fall. Trying to be a bit aggressive, taking that bounty rune and pays for it with his life. Yeah, the sniper had to rotate over, but getting that kill is pretty huge for him. Look at QO's move speed when he phases. It's nuts. My God.
Yeah, they've been keeping Hestajo quite low. Like, they killed him. Wait, did they kill him? Could have sworn that. Yeah, they did kill him once.
Yeah,
okay.
they killed him top when the mid kill happened.
Yeah, and then he's really low again. So, like, the way that the Witch Doctor's building, he's got the Maledict. So they're playing into the synergy of giving QO as much Thirst movement speed as possible.
Right.
Like, a lot of the time, you see one value point into Voodoo Restoration. But as long as they can keep, one hero on the map below half, QO's going to crush his
Here's
lane.
the Rupture. It's
God.
level 6. He's going for the TP. That damage is nuts. He's lucky to make it out alive. Noya coming through with a charge, and he might need to be careful. The damage from QO is still high. And that's the sketchy thing. Even if you feel like he can start getting farm at a certain point, he just ruptures you, and then you have to TP home.
Yeah, it's very, very annoying. Like, this is a level 4 sniper. QO's halfway to level 7.
Rise, Iron Shell, they get the kill. Febby, now Ohio going for a TP. He should make it out. Ace doesn't have the damage, not yet anyways. And Febby will walk home. So aggressive play from Fnatic. They'll get another kill on the board. And they're doing pretty well here, Andy. 5.5 minutes, 2,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, my biggest reservation about having a Bloodseeker is that even if he's doing really well on lane, there's like a Clockwork, a Spirit Breaker during the mid game, and like eventually 747's gonna, we would assume recover and farm, right? So at that point, I guess you're relying more on the Troll to do a lot of the heavy lifting during the mid late game. But he's done his job, he's won his lane very hard. 13 CS to 34. Kyo has more denies than Suzy has creeps. Like, that's not great.
That is definitely not good. And we'll see if we can find... Oh, he has a haste rune. I feel like he wants to use this, but will he? Is he going to try to rupture mid? 747 might know this rune is up. The rupture is coming. He goes for the immediate TP. QO backs up. He's like, I can't do enough there. The charge gets canceled by Noya, and that's that. So, again, forcing him out of lane once more. Back to base even. 747 has TP'd twice and died once. Now the cast coming through. There's going to be the Maledict as well. Hesta Joe getting low. Cogs, but it doesn't push Ajit back. He comes in, gets the kill as he throws up the Whirling Axes. Nice kill top lane between those two heroes.
This is a very, very messy laning phase so far for Danish Bears. Like, it's a 3k gold lead at like 7 minutes. There's no tower that's been taken either. Okay, Noya going for the YOLO charge here.
Yeah, thought about it. And he's back now. What do you think about the Midas pickup for the Bloodseeker, though? I think he's got a good enough start he can get away with this.
Yeah, for sure. You don't have to go into like straight fighting items if you don't want to with this kind of a lead. I mean, heck, he's only like, what, 800 and something away? It's not really that It's not gonna take him long, maybe like 2 minutes, and he'll probably have
He
it.
was
He's
just
free
at like
farming his
400
lane.
gold like a second ago when I looked at him, and he's already up to like 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Susie's doing. He has to farm the jungle. He can't even show in lane. Every time he shows in lane, if his TP is not on off cooldown, he's just dead. And his TP is still on cooldown from when he got ruptured the last time. And
Yeah, exactly.
unfortunately for him,
it just came back up. I feel
Yeah,
like it's so
like,
rough for him. He might just have to do this
Rupture,
for the next little while.
his TP will always be on cooldown if Rupture is up, because it's a 20-second longer cooldown on TP than Rupture.
Yep.
So it's like, show in lane, have to TP to base.
It's a bit sketchy for sure, but we shall see if 747 can get the comeback going. Again, he can maybe switch to another lane like top or bottom to farm. He doesn't necessarily need to farm mid. Top lane, Hesta Joe. Maldic pass, Whirling Axes to come through. He doesn't even get the rune. Can he survive and get a solo kill on DJ? He's pretty low. Whirling Axes don't hit up, and he will get this kill, but QO coming in, about to get the last hit, and will pick it up. So yes, they will lose DJ on the Witch Doctor, but QO comes right back and gets the kill. Meanwhile, Febby, Invis up, not Vendetta yet. He's only level 4. Looking at 747. He has Iron Shell that's going to work. 747 has no idea. The Impale comes out and should be enough to get this kill. The Shrapnel Slow, is it there? He gets dropped, and the TP, it will not complete. Febby, if he had gotten out there, it would have been amazing. But the charge was there. But again, Susie getting killed one more time. My God, they're all over the place.
I can't believe he didn't notice that.
Right.
He was actually standing there for like 4 seconds, and he just didn't notice.
Noya is manning up. He took a lot of damage from QO. Hook shot, but it's on to Noya, and QO is just going to phase out. Oh, man. Although, battery's still going. He's going to try to fight this. QO might be in trouble. The cog push! He gets the kill! I thought he was fine, but the shrapnel was there. Oh, man. That's huge.
Yeah, there were no TPs apparently.
I guess not.
Yeah, because Febby TP'd and he was he died obviously during his TP, and DJ didn't have one, so yeah, no help.
All
I
right.
think Ohio is really low on mana too.
Yeah, so that's a big kill for Danish Bears, but Ajit still farming away top lane, puts a lot of pressure on this tier 1 tower. And unlike last game, no Treant Protector, so that tier 1 will eventually go down, but I love this play. The smoke play coming out from Fnatic. They will have the TP from QO as well. He'll move through the river. He is not spotted out by that Observer Ward on the Radiant side, and they are looking for Ace, and this is a big kill if they can find it. Meanwhile, it looks like DJ trying to ward up on the high ground here and will be successful. They'll see 747. Will they go after him instead? Do they even need QO? He's nearby. The cast will come through. There's the shrapnel. Battle trance. See you later. Noya coming in. DJ's like, please help me, but should be fine anyway. Malik's not there, but there's the hook shot onto 2.
Nice hook.
Can he get the Cox? He doesn't have the mana for it, but they get the kill regardless. The bashes came through. Ajit will phase away. Can they chase him down? Noya, another charge ready, but they're not going to go for this. In the meantime, Q, I think, was just looking for Ace bottom, but couldn't find it or something. He used Rupture there, clearly.
Yeah, he made him pop the hood and everything, so I guess... I mean, even still, this sniper has died so many times. Like, sure, you can recover in a Dota game. It can happen, for sure. But they need to get a lot of space. And, Hesta Joe's had a couple of nice hooks. He gets the kill on QO, so he's the one you're looking at right now to try to, like, create that space for you. But, man, they definitely have the work cut out for them. Because normally when you look at a team like Danish Bears and you have the Spear Breaker and this clock, you're the one pushing the tempo. But it's Fnatic just 24/7 on their side of the map, just forcing these engagements.
Scan is successful as Vendetta is up, so Radiant knows somebody's over here. Hesta Joe's going to walk up, maybe kind of baiting something as the rest of the heroes are walking in. It's Noya smoked up along with Ryze. Smoke will be broken, but there's the dust, and he is going to get nether struck. But there's the Spike Carapace. He still should fall. Oh, good double impale, but a couple of auto attacks from Ryze along with the Arcane Curse. Stick is there. One more auto attack. He will just tick down to the urn or the Arcane Curse. And it's the Arcane Curse that comes first, so...
It was still a really nice play, though. I mean, he basically tanks the gank, breaks the smoke, forces him to commit a dust. They still lose the tower.
Uh-oh.
And, it's a support nix.
QO might be in trouble here. Hesta Joe walking up. He does have hook shot. No more bashes, but they get the hook shot off, and QO is a little too far up, and that is a big kill. And again, the sniper involved is just trying to catch up. See if that's the case. Rolling Axe's bottom. Ace getting chased down. Iron Shell. Ajit going to work. No bashes. Now getting charged as Ajit. They didn't have the lockdown they wanted. They thought about completing the charge. Vacuum back, but no further follow-up coming in from Fnatic. Viscous Izuku will go, but Ajit will be able to get surged away, and they're going to head over to the shrine. It looks like use it, and perhaps get back going here as Kyo respawns in 10 seconds. Okay.
He's actually going Midas Radiance.
On the Bloodseeker? Wow. Okay. That's something.
I don't know. Like I said, I have very little experience with Bloodseekers lately because I just see the hero pick so little. So I usually think that like a lot of the Bloodseeker players are buying like Aghanims and stuff like that. You know, makes you tanky. You get the 2 ruptures, but the Radiance is different.
Oh, Vendetta, Impale, along with the Iron Shell. Cast to come through. I think Hestejo probably dead. As they'll get the kill for Ajit. Now Rise coming in, throwing up the Arcane Curse. He does have Global Silence, something to keep in mind. So if they dive here, it could be kind of bad for Fnatic if they run into the range creep, which gets Midas immediately. They know QO is bottom now. Ace is the front liner. The Rupture will come through. Ohio coming in. Going to cut the creep wave and head further in. Febi's going to try to get behind the creep wave. Here's the Death Ward to come through. Global Silence comes out immediately. Can they bring Ace down? I don't think they have the damage. And now Kyo getting chased down by Noya. The Whirling Axes will go. Here's the Shrapnel. Time to get peeped. Febi's going to get the Assassinate on him. He'll get dropped down. The cast bouncing through and making it so they don't lose too much more. If anything, Ajit and QO, they need to back away. In fact, QO getting charged. He's in trouble. He needs to get a Blood Rage last hit right now before he gets charged up. And it looks like he might be okay. Does he have Nether Strike? He doesn't have the mana for it. So even if this completes, I don't know. He needs a bash. The urn is up. He drops a Fairy Fire as well. The sounds will come out. The flare is there, but it's not enough to bring him down. And it looks like QO should survive. The hook shot!
Oh.
Hestejo, what a player! What a hook shot! He was heading to the shrine. Hestejo predicted it. Beautifully done. Brings QO down again. Now Vendetta. Spike Carapace coming in. Ace going to get caught. There's the Impale. They've got the Maledict, the Whirling Axes. Can they bring him down? They sure can. Arcane Curse comes too late. Ohio taking a lot of damage, though, from that sniper. Might get dropped. He's got Surge. Can't get it off in time. It'll be a 1-for-1. Of course, elsewhere, they lost the Bloodseeker, and then Noya thought about charging it and completing it, decided against it. That was insane from Hestejo, though.
That was a blind hook, too, because he flared, like, by the tier 1, thinking that it might have been enough damage to kill with the urn, but yeah. So they get the tower deny on bottom. Fnatic getting something out of this. This is one of the few games where I've actually seen a troll go for a Dragon Lance, but I'm assuming he's just going to go straight into Pike because of clock. That's
right.
At least that's what makes most sense to me.
Yeah.
But normally you don't see this item progression. It does make you a little bit tankier for the cost, because normally you just see like the Yasha, and then at that point you get the SMI afterwards, and then BKB or Shadow Blade or Blink or whatever.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, it's interesting.
QO rupturing Noya. Looks like he will survive. I don't think they want to dive too far here as Febi is coming in. Noya has charge in 2, but Febi doesn't want to stand there. It looks like more Quill Sprays. Spike Carapace doesn't do anything there, sadly. They can try to maybe go on Ace. There's a couple heroes coming in from Fnatic. They are smoked up. Here comes Noya. He's going to break the smoke. The charge is there. They need a vacuum, and they will find it. But it's on the high ground. Febi's still coming in. They drop the ward down. The cask will come through. Vendetta, Impale. Noya will tank the gank. So it could be worse for Danish Bears.
It looks like Fnatic are in pretty good position though to fight this. The Bristleback's a bit isolated at the moment.
He's alone right now. They do have Hestejo. Hookshot is not up for another 49 seconds. Fnatic will go ahead and get out, though. They don't want to try to fight this. Not yet, anyway. DJ is probably dead. No TP. His team's not helping him. He is the martyr for the cause. Assassinate. Do they want to give it to the 747 sniper? And they sure will. And the road to come back for 747 is beginning.
Yeah, that's one scary thing for Fnatic, is they don't have the best heroes to get on the sniper during the mid to late game. So, oh, actually, I see another charge. Jeez, there is just non-stop battling.
Spike Carapace, Nether Strike, they dust up. There's going to be the Silence coming in along with the Impale. Whirling Axes, can they get this kill? Shrapnel kind of zoning them out. Battle Trance even used. But they won't find anything in terms of a kill.
Both teams just doing pretty much everything they can to try to glean some sort of advantage during this mid-early game. I mean, the more space that's created for the sniper for the side of Danish Bears, the better. He's going to hold items very, very well against this team because, as I said, there's not really a whole lot of gap close. I mean, potentially like a Blink Troll after he gets some more items, but it's really hard to not have a BKB against Danish Bears when there's a Clockwork. Like, that's the biggest problem, I think, right now, is that hero in conjunction with the Spirit Breaker, they're just so good at forcing fights in comparison to Fnatic, who really have to rely on like a Vendetta or a Rupture.
And they're going to try it again here as Noya was looking for Febby and a burn to follow up. Now Ace coming in. They're going to defend their tier 1 tower. Hook shot. They'll find Febby. It looks like he should fall. Last word to come up. They drop the wall down. Ohio now out of mana, trying to leave. Kiwo coming in from the side saying, nope, don't want to deal with this. More charges to come through, but that'll be that. So also DJ kind of far in. No TP for 16, but he should be fine. They don't know that he's there, it looks like. Yeah, he's good.
For the time being, Fnatic, I guess, just still hovering by bottom. They really, really want that tower. I mean, you can see like the aggressive warding, most of it. They even had a third ward by the hill. Danish Bears, I guess, dewarded it, but basically they're trying to get as much map control away from Danish Bears as they can for obvious reasons. You don't really want, you know, the sniper to free farm and things like that, but they just have such a good line of defense for the sniper. Like, even though he struggled so much in lane, they now have Global Silence, they have a Clockwork and a Spirit Breaker and a Bristleback to just throw their bodies into Fnatic and just say, you have to deal with us. And then that whole time, you know, 747 can just either be farming or sit in the back and just peep. That's really like the best type of sniper game. And Sniper naturally is a good matchup against Troll, because the best defense against not getting bash is just not getting hit, and Sniper is very good at staying far.
Yeah.
So,
and I also think that Kyo and the Bloodseeker is slowing down. A lot of the reason is because they're kind of 5-manning for Danish Bears a little bit. So Kyo can't find these pickoffs that he was finding in the laning phase, and maybe that'll change in the near future. But feels like since Kyo got this Midas, I mean, obviously he doesn't have that second item yet. Midas does nothing for him in terms of battle potential. But until he gets this Radiance, it kind of feels like he's not really doing a whole lot right now.
yeah, but what does Radiance actually do for him? I feel like he needs an item on top of the Radiance to really feel like he's scary. Because, okay, you have this Radiance and a Midas. Then you get Hook Shot. And no one on your team, I guess, besides Ajit is going to... Oh, he's not even finishing the pike. He's going straight S and Y.
Ohio
so, yeah,
has
there's
a
no
Force
Force Staff.
Ohio has a Force Staff flying out. He
does have one.
He didn't go for mech. Meanwhile, top lane, Febby is dead. Noya, again, finding another hero. And 747 is now on a killing spree. He is ahead of the Darkseer in net worth. And, well, he's a little bit of ways away from the other 3 heroes that are currently at the top. They won't take the tier 1 tower, though, as Ajit pops the Battle Trance and goes to work. But here comes Ace. Viscous Nezugu, they missed the hook shot, and without that, they can't follow up. Maybe they turn, though. Fnatic and the rest of them are on the high ground. We'll see if they can bait something out here. Flare will come through. I believe it just spotted DJ, potentially. So we'll see if they head up to the high ground, but it looks like they're just going to sit around mid for now.
As long as, you know, Danish Bears aren't getting picked off all over the map, I think they're going to be looking pretty good. Like, 5-man Dota counters what Nyx wants to do, and your other core besides Troll is a Bloodseeker. And I'm not really sure what the carry potential of a mid Bloodseeker is, who's just going like Midas into Radiance. Like I said, I think he really needs that additional item on top of the Radiance. Like, I don't know if it's going to be like BKB, I don't know if it's going to be Aghanim's, I honestly have no idea what he's going to make, but he needs something that allows him to stay alive in the fights. That's Bloodseeker's biggest issue, is that even though he can like stop a hero from moving and deal a tremendous amount of damage, he also is crazy squishy for a core hero, because you're going to be casting Blood Rage on yourself a lot. So, kind of hard for him to live at the moment, and you can't really go on Bristleback. You really want to kill the Sniper, but you can't, because there's a Global and a Clockwork and a Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the item is for survivability. Maybe he goes for the old Bloodseeker pub route and gets a Force Staff, but I doubt it. That would be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a weird build-up. Like, you go Midas into a farming item into a Force Staff.
Yeah,
it just seems very,
right.
very weird. I would probably prefer BKB the most, because it's like the item that lets him immediately like be in the fight, which is what he wants to do with the Radiance. He wants to be there and just like hit people. And that's like the best item for that. But sneaking Rosh here, well, maybe not even sneaking it, to be honest, but
yeah, I think
just going for a Rosh.
Solar Crest, Viscous Nasal Goo. This is falling extraordinarily quickly. And, they'll lose a tier 2 tower probably out of it. Yeah, Ajit is going to go to work and this should fall. There's no glyph available and they won't be able to TP in time. So it's going to be a tier 2 tower for Roshan. Aegis will go to the sniper, interestingly enough. I guess they think that Ace is already unkillable as it is, which I think is a fair assumption.
He is really damn tanky. Like Hood, Solar Crest. He's got the Vanguard too. It's level 15. That is a bristly back for sure.
Yeah. Spiky indeed. So we'll see where he heads, and it is going to be the BKB, by the way, for QO. I think he has the ratings flying out now. So you correctly predicted that item, Andy. And a couple more Midas coming in as well as the Nixie SM finds one for himself. Cool. All right. Late game gaming for Fnatic.
Yeah,
like.
it's a really good pickup. I mean, late game Nyx is actually very strong. It's just that you don't see it a lot because either one team, you know, wins a game or loses a game or whatever by the time that you would kind of see it. But it can be very devastating.
Are
you get that mana burn on
like
a 4-second cooldown.
An Ag's Scepter or something along those lines, or just he wants the
Yeah,
experience?
Aghanims actually destroys their lineup so hard.
Yeah.
Because all the heroes are melee pretty much, except for the sniper. Like, I guess he is kind of going to be the main damage dealer, but your carapace is so good against teams that have a tendency to clump up in the fights.
Right.
And a Spirit Breaker and a Clockwork and a Bristle are definitely going to do that.
This is interesting. They're fighting into Aegis. They are wrapping all the way around. Ward dropped. Hestejo has been spotted, and they're going to try to get out. They're just running. Noi is sprinting out. Charges actually into QO. Now the global comes in, and QO might be in trouble. Bashed up, and this is exactly what you were talking about. No defensive capabilities. He falls. Vacuum wall, though, coming out, but meanwhile, Ajit taking a lot of damage. They've gotten one. Now the sniper just going to work. 747 laying into them. Ohio is going to be next, and Febi trying to get out. Will go for a TP and will not be successful. It's a double kill for the sniper. On the back end, DJ will make it away, but that is a support witch doctor. And honestly, who cares about that when you've essentially wiped Fnatic?
That was a unmitigated disaster for Fnatic. I think their idea was, okay, we probably don't win a straight-up fight at the moment, but maybe the element of surprise will give us an edge. Maybe we catch, you know, a hero in the back line and we get a quick pick and then we can take a 4v5, right? Like, that's probably the best way that fight unfolds. But to be honest, you're fighting into the strongest, like, power peak that Danish Bears have had the whole game. You can't take out the sniper because you know he has Aegis. Your Bloodseeker does not have the only item he needs to live yet, and he was the first one who got jumped on. So, like, your highest net worth, well, second highest net worth hero, gets obliterated in the first 2 seconds of the fight because he can't do anything about Clockwork. So, yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, Danish Bears, they know exactly what they need to do to win these fights, and that's just take QO out. And it's, as you mentioned, you find him with a hook shot, he can't get out. They couldn't force him away. His teammates were too far, and he eventually just got killed so quickly. And now they're going to transition this into what could be a tier 2 tower. We'll see if Fnatic wants to fight again. Wall is down. The rest of the ultimates are up, but the only ultimate now down, of course, is going to be global, and that's only for 30 more seconds for Danish Bears. And again, still an Aegis up on 747. I imagine they really want to take this tier 2 tower, Andy.
They have a really good timing right now because, again, QO he's having a very hard time getting in. You know, he wants to go in there and hit, but it's just so difficult against what Danish Bears has. Like, look at Ace. He's ruptured right now, and he's not the one who has the Aegis, and Fnatic are just like, we don't really want to go in.
Yeah.
They're just trying to delay. As soon as QO gets BKB, then boom, you got an opportunity to actually make something happen. Until that point, I think they just have to watch their buildings die.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Maybe they can get a deny off. Noi is charging. They have found QO. The hook shot is there again. The global will follow up on top of it. They finally force out the Nether Strike, the Assassinate to come through. Vacuum back. Do they have the damage? They need a little bit more. The Vacuum Wall doing some work. They grab a double kill. Now 747's Aegis will be gone as well. Ace getting caught out. Ajit just going in and laying into him, but is it going to be enough? 747 now man fighting will die twice, and Ace might fall as well. The cast bouncing. This is exactly the fight they needed. Can they bring down this beefy boy? Looks like he will indeed fall. Ohio grabs a double kill with that Iron Shell on top of these heroes. 4 dead this time for Danish Bears. Yes, they did end up losing QO, but Ajit survives, and again, they kill 747 not once, but twice.
That was the most unfortunate bash ever. He bashed him out of the cogs so that he had to ult him to lock him down to try to get the kill. I mean, they eventually did take him out, but the unfortunate part of it is, you know, DJ was in a really good spot, so he threw out the cask. And as we talked about during the draft, really good against a lot of melee because you're all going to be standing on top of each other and it just stun locked 2 heroes. Speaking of stun lock, goodbye DJ.
Yeah, he's indeed not going anywhere. Rupture, though, comes out from
The
QO,
Blade
but
Mail.
Blade Mail doing a lot of damage to him, but he turns around and gets the kill anyways. It's actually Ajit that picks up the last hit. And again, still working on that BKB, and QO, he's still got a little bit to go, and he needs that item pretty desperately.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about that fight for Fnatic is it buys them time more than anything else. And it sounds weird playing against a sniper to say that your lineup is the one that needs time, but as soon as QO gets BKB, the team fights are going to look a lot different because he's not going to have to worry about just cogs being a death sentence. Like 2 fights in a row, QO dies because he gets hookshot into a cog, and he's just like, well, I'm dead. But that's not going to happen once the BKB's out on the field. So we'll see how much Fnatic can do with that. You know, Febby also picking up the Blink Dagger is going to be really nice.
Yeah, he's done pretty well in this game, Febby. Finding some big kills. They will also be building the Troll into a Scotty. He's going to help out in terms of HP. And just guiding this team around, which is going to be pretty important, especially Ace. But here we go, another smoke from Fnatic. Febby will be the one to move up. He is in front. Flare to come through. We'll spot Ajit moving down towards bottom. It looks like they think he's alone. Maybe not. We'll see if they want to take a fight here. Hester Joe getting ready to hook shot. Looking around, trying to see. It's going to be DJ. That's the target. They're going to go on. Back wall, immediately jump in, impale onto 2. Global silence. Is it there in time? Hester Joe taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Ace trying to finish off DJ and should. Will get the kill on the other side. QO coming in once. Hester Joe will find it. Shrine wasted. Back into the main part of this fight. 747 ruptured up as well. The Glimmer Cape helping out. Wants to get this kill. He will pick up Ajit, but now QO coming in and starting to rip apart the rest of his team. Rise might be next. So too will Ace. But they don't want to fight into that Bristleback. TPing away also is Noya. He was very low, and QO couldn't find him. So it turns into, I think, a 2 for 2. And they almost find Rise, but he's able to get out. So very close stuff there for both sides.
It was a fairly even exchange. And again, you see the importance of QO being the target of the hook shot. He needs to be the one who is hooked because, sure, you go on the troll. Like, you get Ajit, for example, but he's got a Dragon Lance. And, you know, the more you think about it, actually, the Dragon Lance, even of itself, it's a great stat item, but it increases the range. So even if you get stuck in cogs, you don't want to hit Clockwork because he has Blade Mail. And unless you know, don't get forced out, you can still potentially hit something else in the fight. So even, you know, hooking him, albeit still good because he doesn't have BKB, maybe not the most optimal thing. QO just got to run around. He got to do whatever he wanted in the fight. He runs in, he ruptures 747, he auto-attacks Hester Joe to death. That's the kind of fight that Fnatic want, the one where the Bloodseeker is able to just run rampant.
Yeah, and that's going to happen a lot more now that he has this BKB. Yes, he will still have to deal with hookshot and cogs, but we'll see if he can get a bit more room in these fights now. Can auto-attack his way out of the cogs and go back to work. Let's see if he can't find that. So Roche coming up very soon. Respawn in 18 seconds. And both teams will know probably pretty quickly. QO is heading over there. Doesn't see it yet. Doesn't head into the pit. Meanwhile, Fnatic trying to take this top tier 2 tower, at least pressure into it. Scan is going to hit. I don't know how many are here for Fnatic, but it's a fair bit. Dire Scan will come out, will not be successful. They even have a ward over there. Kind of just thinking, okay, well, maybe Danish Bears are going to be smoking up and looking for something, but they're going to back up. They don't want to deal with this. Not yet, anyway.
Too many unknowns, especially with Roshan being alive. Like, this is one of the most difficult times in the game to take a fight when you don't really have vision of the enemy team. Like, they're going to be walking potentially back into wards now. So Fnatic are going to be pretty well set up. Like, they're going to spot out... Oh, no, wait, actually, they are smoked. So they wasted the scan. They're not going to see this.
This could be
but,
huge.
Yeah, Danish Bears don't see them either.
They did flare, so they knew the positioning of Fnatic.
Oh, wait, did the wards see QO? I think the wards saw QO. They're going to see the rest of Fnatic now, so they have the vision advantage currently.
Yep. All right. DJ will drop a sentry. I think he did. Yeah, he should have seen that ward. But we'll see. All right.
Well, it's nighttime, so he can't see across the river.
Yeah, no. He cannot. Okay. So we're kind of just splitting up the map again. Ace is down bottom. He has a TP scroll and now a Lotus Orb to work with. Trying to keep this mid-wave push in for Fnatic. They'll D-ward, so maybe they can head into Roche. But again, you're playing against a Clockwork with Flare, so he's probably going to constantly check that.
They're
nav
very,
towards.
very well set up for it, though, Fnatic. Like, if you see how many wards they have on that side of the map, they even have a sentry on the shrine, so they saw Ace TP in. They have so much information to go on right now. They can choose their fight, like, about as good as you could ask at this stage.
Yeah. They were in Roche for a moment. They back out. Fnatic not trying to take too much. Estajo just heading top. Now QO is going to TP in. Do they have a smoke that they're going to use? We'll see. Looks like they're just going to continue to farm the jungle until an opportunity presents itself. Febby well Vendetta. And the entire Danish Bears squad is up top with the exception of A's over at the Ancient Stack, but now moving towards his team as well. And again, constant flares will be checking this Roche for the Clockwork, I would imagine. Now it's daytime. Okay.
Yeah, but you can tell how much emphasis is being put on this time in the game. You know, one good Roshan fight for either team could have huge implications. Right. You get the Aegis, you get the the rest of the tier 2s. If you're either team, honestly. Because 747 on Danish Bears is getting to a point, he's starting to do some serious damage. He's almost got a full Mjolnir. He's going to be working his way into BKB as well. And then you have the Troll Warlord, who now with the Blink Dagger, he can get in. He can get on the back line, find the sniper, find the silencer, get a quick pick. And with an Aegis, it kind of makes it almost free. Because you can go in, yeah, you die, but you get your kill. And then you come back and then your team's there. So there's a lot riding on this Roshan attempt from either team.
And then the cheese as well. This is... I don't want to say it's going to make or break the game, but it certainly could. I mean, it just depends.
Yeah, it definitely could.
We'll see. We have a pause. I think they're fixing. They were having some audio issues earlier for Danish Bears, and hopefully those are resolved, and they might be fixing them still, but...
yeah, they said something was, like, loud. I don't know. I don't know what they meant by that.
I don't think they meant... like the LAN audience. I think they meant maybe like in-game sounds or something like that, or maybe the white noise that was being pumped into the headset at the venue.
Oh yeah, the noise canceling or whatever. Yeah, that could be that too.
That might be a possibility. But we'll get back into the game. Fnatic has a 4,000 net worth advantage again, which could swing this pretty quickly. This is the perfect time for this, by the way. I love when this happens. I'm into it. I'm into it. All right. Well, Andy, how has this Bloodseeker looked to you so far? I think at the beginning of the game when he was wrecking 747, it was really cool. And then he got hookshot 5 times in a row. And since then, he's only had one real decent fight going his way. But I don't know. Kind
the
of
thing is,
hit or miss.
He's still super farmed, right?
True.
That's the thing about it that makes it pretty funny, is because even though he's actually died 5 times, he's tied for the highest level in the game, and he's like 1,500 net worth over the next highest hero, and they're behind in kills. So I think that to some degree, Bloodseeker is just one of those heroes that has a very weird like timing. He's very strong in lane for obvious reasons. He has like infinite sustain as long as you're last hitting. He gets a lot of damage and movement speed, which is why 747 died so many times. I think a lot of people just aren't used to laning against that hero. So he gets like this bonus movement speed and he starts booking it at you and you're like, oh shit, I'm actually just dead. Like that's actually happened to me. I'm so not used to playing against him that you just underestimate it, right? And you die.
I think that happens to everybody that plays against Bloodseeker and even in pub games especially. But and you gotta imagine that Susie is not well versed in the sniper Bloodseeker matchup mid. I don't think anybody.
I don't think anybody is smart. I really don't think anybody is.
I'm with you, man. And so far, he's done a pretty good job considering. Yeah, he died early game, but 747 again, getting that room. His team creating a lot of space in these team fights, especially. We are back into the game though. Fnatic looking to smoke up, and they will do so over at their shrine. Move maybe into Roche, or they might want to find a pick. The flare did just go. But they want to try to find that pick instead. And a perfect target would be 747. Instead, they'll find Noah. They'll jump right in. The Impale is there, and he is dead. And that is the gem down on the ground. Ajit pings it. Febby says, I will go grab it quickly. We will go to Roche, and we'll see if we can't take this bad boy fast.
That was a really, really nice maneuver there from Fnatic. It was just unfortunate because I don't know if the pause like kind of halted their focus or whatever, but you could tell the Danish Bears right after the pause, they all just separated. They said, you know what, this is kind of a waste of time, let's go back and farm. As soon as they split up, Fnatic go for the objective-based play. They smoke up, they run right in, and they get a pick. I mean, they're still trying to contest this, even with just 4 heroes.
I mean, he's up in 13 seconds. It's not dying fast enough. They have a bristleback, for God's sakes, and global silence. They could go for a hookshot play, trying to find a steal. We'll see. This is a bit sketchy now for Fnatic. Are we going to see this finished off? Ace, Spike Carapace, there's the Rupture. That's the opening for the fight. They get off the silence as well. The Death Ward coming through, not taking any damage. Looking for that back wall. Ohio can't find it. Now it can. Doesn't drop the wall. The Global is still there. Silence up. They get the Roche Snatch coming in from Hester Joe. Beautifully done. Ace still might fall. They will lose the Darkster. Everybody getting low. Ace trying to chase a few down. QO on the back lines, getting a couple of kills. In fact, gets himself a triple kill, and now looking for more. Ace might be next. Does QO have the damage? Viscous stays with good, but he's so damn fast. They've lost everybody else. Hester Joe loses the Aegis. There's the Shrine. QO getting turned on. He's low. He doesn't have BKB, and he's going to get dropped. Meanwhile, Hester Joe finds Ajit on the other side. The cogs, the battery assault, and somehow Danish Bears turn it around. Yes, they lose a couple of heroes to QO with that Bloodseeker, but they snatch the Aegis. They take it away from Fnatic. Who has the cheese is the question. It is Ace on the bristleback. My God.
He got both. He got both and gave Ace the cheese.
That's nuts.
That was actually insane. So basically there were 2 fights going on. There was one fight between QO and 3 members of Danish Bears, which 747, Noya, and Rise all died to QO. All of them. He just BKB'd and punched them to death. And then I guess the fight between, you know, Hester Joe with Ace and the rest of Fnatic. And apparently those 2 heroes beat Fnatic's whole team. That was very awkward.
Yeah. It turned in 2 or 3 different directions. I was not expecting it to turn. And you got to give credit to Ace. You got to give credit to QO. They were owning. QO was all over the place. And they almost... I think the Darkster got the vacuum off and got silenced, and he couldn't get that wall. Not that I don't know if it would have mattered, but okay. They have cheese.
Yeah, that was a really discombobulated fight. Lots of chaos. But I think, you know, if QO hadn't have chased and just went back to help the troll, that fight would have been a lot better. Although, you know, it happens sometimes, even to the best of players, where you kind of get baited into that shrine engagement. Because, you know, Ace walked up the hill, and then as soon as QO saw the shrine was up, he was like, I messed up. Then he tried to run.
Yeah, and then he just...
And because everyone was already dead by that point, he lost a majority of his movement speed from Thirst, so he couldn't actually run away.
Yep. Yeah, QO getting dropped there, but... Alright, Fnatic looking for a pick top. It looks like Febby is vendetted up, but everybody else is bottom for Danish Bears. The exception of Ace, who's pushing in mid right now. So keeping these bottom and mid waves pushed in. We'll see if they can't try to find something here. Ace is going to head up towards this tier 3 tower. Do they push here? I mean, they have cheese, but that's it. Do you feel comfortable enough? I mean, with global especially?
I think they're just looking to pressure the map a bit. I don't know if they necessarily want to try to go high ground. Granted, 747 does a fair bit of damage, but yeah, it looks like it was just a posturing play more than anything else.
The hook shot onto the illusion. QO might make it out, but here comes that charge. The silence to come through. The bash is there as well. Nether Strike, he has to BKB. They don't find that next bash. The cogs he's looking for, can he find it? Hester Joe, cog push will come through. It's the Nether Strike, the Assassinate to come in, but here comes Ajit looking to turn. Charge still coming through. The Greaves are up. They want to fight this. They have global. They have to use it. Can they kill QO? He's so fast. The movement speed now slowed down. Forced away by DJ. Now Ace turns his attention to said hero. On the other side, Ajit, they might find Hester Joe. Vacuum back. Is it enough? He's solo. He actually might make it out. Oh, man. But what about Ohio? Quill sprays. There's going to be the surge forward. Back to the other side of the fight. QO gets the kill on the silencer. My God, they've actually killed 4, and Ace is the remaining hero for Danish Bears. This is nuts.
The assassinate timing was like a quarter of a second off.
Yep.
Like, you can actually assassinate a BKB target, but it doesn't do damage. I think he was trying to, like, time it so it would hit as the BKB ended to get the last hit to make sure that QO didn't die. And then as soon as it hit, like, the BKB was just about to wear off. And then Noya, like, overcommits because he wants to get the kill on QO before the rest of the team arrives. But then Fnatic with a nice turnaround, they get the tier 2 in the off lane as well. and they're able to just kind of walk it off. That's one other thing too about Bloodseeker is he's kind of, I guess you could say he's Slark-esque, is that if you leave him alone in the fight and he's able to hit a few creeps or something, he comes back with like full HP.
Yeah.
In like 10 seconds, and then you just have to deal with like round 2. It's like fighting a boss in Final Fantasy is like 18 stages.
Yeah.
But it's it's definitely interesting. I can't believe he lived that long.
Yeah, I thought he was going to die near the end of that fight, but that hook shot, that's the thing. You get that hook shot in Cogs, and maybe that doesn't happen to QO. He might have to pop his BKB, and I don't know if he would have made it away, but you need that lockdown.
No, he would have died if the assassinate hit, for sure.
Right. That's true as well, yeah. That was a crazy fight, crazy turn for Fnatic, and now they're in the driver's seat, 7,000 net worth advantage. Cheese was still available there for Ace. He didn't need to use it, of course. He survives the entire fight, but everybody else goes down. Cheese might be better served on somebody other than him in this game, like 747 if he's getting jumped on. But we'll see if he keeps it.
I think he's going to be struggling in the next couple of fights unless they can really focus on... You know, it's kind of shifted. Ajit is becoming more and more of a problem. Like, he's got the gem on him right now. And the defensive measure for 747 in this game, if the troll jumps at you, is just a Shadow Blade away. Because the later the game goes, the less likely that, you know, Ajit's going to be carrying detection. But for now, he has the gem on him. So if you get a blink troll onto a sniper, and the sniper doesn't have a hurricane pike or anything like that, and you get bashed, or you get SN wide, and no one's backing you up, you're dead. Like, just,
right.
You're just dead.
I mean, do you think he eventually builds onto that Hurricane Pike if this game goes late enough for 747? I feel like it's a pretty good item in this game.
It is very good. Currently, he's building into Silver Edge, which will prevent him from getting bashed at least.
Yeah.
So if, you know, Ajit does do what I assume he will do, then he can just Silver Edge him, and then he can still try to run. But I don't know how effective it's going to be because he still has an SMR.
Impale will go. Can they find this kill? All of a sudden, Ace taking a lot of damage. Here comes the Global along with the hook shot. The Cogs, they get pushed out from the bash, though, and they might be able to turn this around. Ace pops the BKB. That coming in wall, but Noya avoids the most part of it. QO on the other side of the fight, running in, trying to find whatever he can. Ace now trying to get back into the fray as well. He's a little far from his team. Hesta Joe about to get caught. QO getting bashed yet again. Now they're going to turn on Ace. His BKB is down. Do they have the damage? Here comes the Impale, the charge through from Noya. What a crazy fight and hookshot as he has the Aghanim Scepter. Ohio forced away. Cheese pop from Ace, now alive fully, and it looks like Fnatic want to back on the other side. Ajit getting caught in trouble, broken up as well. There's the cast bounce through. The Impale will miss. The charge following up yet again as Ajit trying to get out will start taking some close spray damage. Forced away. They get the kill on Noya. Now can they turn on to Ace? He's full HP. Vacuum onto the high ground from Ohio. Hookshot is there. Can they get this kill? Forced away again. Ajit is somehow alive. I don't believe it. The cask is going to bounce through. Are they going to turn this back around? Hesta Joe is getting low. The Impale is there. They're about to find the kill. QO is coming back and the shrine is up, but 747 is not tanky enough. About to get caught. A dominating spree from QO. And Rise going to get caught as well. The only survivor is Ace, and it's not for much longer. Spike, Carapace, the Silence, the Impale. They're going to lose all 5. QO gets the double kill. What a turnaround. What a fight for Fnatic. My God.
I can't believe the troll didn't die. There is so much anti-synergy between the Spearbreaker and Clockwork. Noya charged in, knocked 2 heroes of Fnatic out of Cogs. He just pretty much pushed them away and gave Fnatic a free disengage. Where the hookshot from Hesta Joe was great. He put 2 heroes inside of Cogs. You can just have the sniper lay into them at that point. It would have been better to just cancel the charge. Like, just don't go in, let the sniper hit him, and they're stuck, right? At the very least, they have to commit time to hit the Cogs.
Yeah.
But as soon as that happens, you know, Fnatic get a reset, they get a more favorable targeting, and then for a second I thought that Ace was going to be able to turn it with the cheese. But, you know, Fnatic just kited out multiple force deaths, and here you go, mid-set of racks.
Yeah, and it's starting to get real bad. All the items are being picked up. They're trying to go bottom as well. No Bristle for 43 seconds. If they want to fight this, they have to do it 4 versus 5. Ohio vacuum wall on the back lines. He might get caught. The Impale is there, making a lot of space for the rest of his team. Forced away. Ohio trying to get out now. Fevy as well. Vendetta is ready. They will take down the bottom racks, and now Battle Trance back up. Full set of racks down both mid and bottom, and Fnatic will leave with not a scratch.
Can we just talk about for a second how QO casually buys a level 5 Dagon?
I didn't even notice that. So that's something.
He is going to annihilate heroes. Like, they're just going to explode.
Yep.
He's really good about double blood raging. So like you blood rage yourself, you blood rage the target, then they just, you know, they get murdered super fast, and then you heal for twice as much. So it's really nice with Dagon too, because you hit for like, I want to say like over 1,000 damage if you blood rage yourself and the target before you Dagon.
That's, it gets a bit nuts, for sure.
Yeah, it's because it's like a 50. No, it's more than that. It's like, it's an 80%, I guess, damage increase or something. I'm not sure what the math is, but it's insanely high.
That's pretty weird. All right. This might be the last chance here for Danish Bears if they do take this fight, which they seem to be not too keen on, and they will back up. And Fnatic, again, 2 racks advantage.